You're lying here in the quiet, the house settled into its stillness, but your body carries the echo of a long day, muscles that remember motion, breaths that haven't fully slowed, thoughts that drift like leaves on a current you can no longer steer. Maybe you've lain here wondering why sleep won't come, how to finally turn the mind off, why you keep waking at 3 a.m. even though your body feels heavy and ready. That restlessness is not failure, it's just your system still adjusting, still processing, still holding on. But tonight, there's no need to chase it. No pressure to fall asleep right now. The goal isn't effort, it's invitation. This is a calm, guided session based on the principles of CBT-I. It isn't medical advice or a substitute for care from a professional. If your sleep problems are severe or ongoing, please talk to a doctor or a sleep specialist. But many people find that over time, gentle practice like this can help quiet the inner noise, ease physical tension, and gradually reshape how your mind and body meet the night. Right now, you don't need to fix anything. You don't need to solve what's been keeping you awake. All you need is to let go just a little, to give yourself permission to sink into this moment exactly as it is. Your hands are resting on your chest or at your sides. The weight of them isn't a burden. It's an anchor. Notice the warmth that builds beneath your palms, slowly spreading up through your wrists, softening the edges where you've been holding tight. Let your shoulders drop, just slightly, not toward the mattress, but away from the tension. Let them relax into the space between effort and surrender. There's no need to move or do anything special. Just allow your body to settle deeper with each breath that comes and goes. You're not trying to force sleep, you're making room for it. The day has passed. The tasks are done even if they linger in memory. Your mind may be replaying conversations, sorting through what was said or left unsaid, wondering whether the door is locked, whether you answered that email, what they might say now, but none of that matters here. Not tonight. You don't need to keep track, not right now. The world outside this room doesn't need your attention. Your body knows how to rest. It's been doing it for years. Every time you've closed your eyes after a long stretch of wakefulness, every time you've slipped into that soft haze between awareness and sleep, that ability hasn't left you. It's still there beneath the surface, waiting not for effort, but for permission. So let go of trying to control what happens next. Let go of wanting it to be easier or faster or different than this. Just breathe in and out, letting your breath carry you deeper into stillness. Not chasing sleep, but allowing yourself to be where you are, with no need to change anything. Feel the weight of your body pressing gently against the bed, as if gravity is slowly pulling you down through layers of soft resistance, like sinking into warm sand after a long walk on cold stone. That sensation isn't weakness, it's safety. You're not falling, you're being held. The mattress supports every curve, every line, every point where tension has gathered over the course of the day. Your feet are still, your hands are quiet, your breath moves in and out without effort, like a tide that doesn't need to be guided, just allowed. There's no rush, no schedule, no reason to hurry toward anything at all. The night is long enough for this moment alone. You may have noticed the way your mind sometimes feels restless even when you're not doing much, like something inside is still on alert, scanning for danger or missing details. That's normal. It doesn't mean there's a problem. It just means your nervous system hasn't fully turned off yet, and that's okay. But here's what's different now. Instead of resisting that hum, you're letting it be, letting the energy move through you like heat rising from a stove long after the flame has gone out. You're not trying to silence it or make it disappear. You're just allowing space for it, holding room in your awareness so it can settle on its own. There's no need to push away thoughts that come, no need to judge them as too loud, too persistent, too strange. They don't have to be fixed. They just pass through, like clouds drifting across a sky you're not trying to change. If a memory surfaces, let it float by. If anxiety whispers near the edge of your awareness, notice its shape and then return gently to your breath. You're not fighting anything tonight. You're simply here, lying still in the dark, with nothing to prove, nothing to achieve, no performance required. Just presence, just being. And as you settle deeper into this quiet, you might begin to feel a subtle shift, not dramatic or sudden, but real. A softening around your jaw, a release behind your eyes, a loosening of the muscles in your lower back that have held tight all day. That warmth spreads not just through your hands and arms, but down into your spine, pooling gently like liquid light beneath your ribs. Your breath slows again, just slightly, not because you're forcing it to, but because your body is finally beginning to believe it's safe enough to rest. You don't have to be alert anymore. You don't need to stay awake just in case something happens. The house is quiet. There are no alarms, no demands. No one needs you right now. It's not about falling asleep as a goal. It's about allowing your nervous system to remember what it means to stop looking for danger, to stop preparing for the next task, to simply be still and let go. That ability has always been part of you. It just gets buried under noise, routine, responsibility. Tonight, you're giving it space again, just a little. Just enough so that your body can begin to recognize this moment as one where sleep isn't something you have to earn or deserve, but something that happens naturally when the mind stops fighting it. You don't need to do anything special to prepare for rest. You aren't late. You're not behind. There's no test tomorrow, no performance review, no expectation waiting at sunrise. The only thing required of you right now is to keep breathing and let go a little more with each breath. That hum in your body, still there, let it be part of the quiet. Don't try to make it stop. Just notice how it feels, not as an enemy, but as something that's just passing through. Like wind moving through trees after a storm, the sound is still present, but the storm has passed. And now imagine your breath becoming even softer, softer than you thought possible, and with each out-breath, letting go of another layer of tension, another memory from earlier in the day, another tiny worry that had been clinging to your awareness. Not by force, just by allowing it to fall away, like a leaf detaching from a branch and floating down into still water. There's no need to hurry, there's nowhere else to be, no past to fix, no future to plan. The only time that matters is this one, this breath, this weight on the bed, this warmth spreading through your chest, this quiet where thoughts don't have to do anything except exist. Your body remembers how to rest. It doesn't need constant direction or motivation, it just needs permission. And you're giving it now. You're not trying to sleep. You're letting yourself be where you are, exactly as you are, without pushing, without correcting, without demanding change. Let your mind settle into the rhythm of your breath, in and out, and again, each one carrying a little more stillness than the last. Not because it's supposed to, but because it can, because you're allowing it. And as that quiet grows, deepening like shadows at twilight, you might begin to feel something else. Not sleep exactly, but an invitation. A soft pull toward rest so gentle that you don't even notice it until your body has already begun to drift, just a little, just enough, moving into the space between wakefulness and dream. That soft pull toward rest, so gentle it almost doesn't feel like movement at all, just a slow letting down, like fabric sinking into water without resistance. Your chest rises and falls with quiet certainty, no effort required, as if your body has finally found its natural rhythm after days of rushing against it. The air around you feels thick in the best way, not heavy, but full, like it's holding space for what comes next. Not something to be chased, not a prize to be seized, just an unfolding that belongs here and now. There is no need to fix anything. No thought must be answered. No sensation needs your attention, only presence. Let the silence grow deeper between breaths, until even sound feels like it's coming from far away or perhaps from inside you, not outside. The hum in your limbs isn't a signal of unrest anymore. It's just energy settling into stillness, like river water finding its level after being stirred. Imagine that every time you breathe out, something releases, not the kind of release that comes with relief, but the kind that happens when there is nothing left to fight for. You're not pushing away fatigue. You're letting it rise on its own, like mist rising from soil at dawn. There's no urgency in how fast it arrives, only space for it to arrive at all. Your spine feels long and quiet inside your body, the way a branch rests after the wind has passed. Not rigid, not tense, but supported by something deeper than muscle or bone, as if gravity itself knows you're ready now and is gently pulling you down into the mattress like roots seeking soil. The weight of your limbs isn't burdensome, it's an invitation to lie still. Let it be real, your arms resting on top of you, not holding anything back. Your legs settled where they are, no longer needing to brace against what might come. There is a softness spreading through the center of your chest, the kind that doesn't arrive because you've tried to make it happen, but because you've stopped trying. It's not happiness, not exactly, not even peace, but something quieter, the absence of effort, the knowledge that for this moment, nothing else has to be done. And when thoughts drift in, like shadows passing over a still pool, they don't need to be named or pushed away. Whether it's the memory of a conversation you wish had gone differently, or the echo of a worry from earlier today, let them pass through like clouds across a sky that doesn't care about their shape. They come and go without consequence, without demand. You're not responsible for them now. Let your awareness rest in your breath, not as an anchor, but as a quiet companion. Each inhalation is a soft gathering of air, each exhalation a release so subtle you might miss it if you weren't listening. But you are listening, not because you need to stay awake, but because the act of noticing itself begins to feel like rest. That warmth in your hands, let it soften even more. Let it sink down through your wrists into your forearms, not as heat, but as a kind of quiet presence, like sunlight lying on stone after rain. There's no need for it to be intense or dramatic, just steady, just there. Your shoulders are no longer lifted toward your ears. They've lowered without instruction, like leaves that finally give in to gravity. The space between them feels open, not empty, but spacious enough that your breath can move through it freely, unblocked by tension. There's a kind of stillness now that isn't the absence of motion. It's the presence of something deeper, something that doesn't need noise or urgency to be real. Like still water beneath a forest floor, unseen but holding everything. You're not separate from that, you are part of it. Let your mind wander without direction, not toward solutions, not toward planning, not even toward dreaming. Just drift, like a feather caught in slow air. No need to land anywhere, no reason to decide where you're going. The house remains quiet, not because there is no life around you, but because everything has paused. Even the creaks of wood settling feel like they've slowed down for this moment. The world outside your window doesn't press against you anymore. There's no demand for attention. No one calling your name in a tone that means something must be done. You are not required to fix anything, understand anything, remember anything. Not even yourself. Just the feeling of being here, in this body, in this breath, in this soft darkness where time doesn't matter and nothing is expected. There's room for you to simply exist without justification. And as that quiet grows deeper, like a well filling with water from underground springs, you might begin to feel your awareness drifting lower. Not into sleep, not exactly, but towards something quieter than wakefulness, warmer than alertness. A place where thoughts don't need names and effort isn't required, where the body can rest without reminding itself why it's allowed to. There is no urgency in how long this lasts. no deadline for arrival. You're already here, just a little more settled with each breath, not moving towards sleep as if it were an event, but sinking into stillness as if it were your natural state all along. Your hands feel heavier now, not because you've grown tired, but because they no longer need to stay ready. The fingers are relaxed, the palms open, not holding anything back, just resting where they are, like stones on a riverbed that have forgotten what rushing feels like. Let the space between your breaths grow slightly longer, not forced, just allowed, as if each pause isn't an absence, but a quiet gathering of all the stillness you've been carrying without knowing it. Your mind has slowed not because you're trying to control it, but because there's nothing left to do. No task, no worry, no expectation. The only thing that matters is this: being here, breathing, letting go. And when a thought rises, like the surface of water breaking under a stone, don't reach for it. Don't try to understand why it came. Just let it pass through your awareness like fog across moonlight, leaving no trace behind. You're not doing anything wrong by not being awake. You're not failing because you're not thinking anymore. In fact, the opposite. This silence is a kind of success, not in getting somewhere, but in simply staying where you are. The night doesn't need you to be productive. It only asks that you rest, not for tomorrow, not for anything else, just for tonight. Let your body become familiar with stillness again, the way it used to know before the world asked so much of it. Before every moment had to mean something, had to lead somewhere, had to prove its worth. There's no test at sunrise, no one is watching. The only thing that matters now is this: you are safe enough to stop. You don't have to earn your right to be quiet. It isn't earned. It's given by your own body, by the breath, by the dark around you, by all of it. And as you sink deeper into that softness, the kind that doesn't come from effort but from surrender, you might not even notice when awareness begins to thin, like mist rising over a field at dawn. Not gone, just changed. The edges between thoughts and silence blur gently. The line between being aware and letting go becomes almost invisible. You are no longer holding on to anything. No memory, no plan, no fear of the morning. Just this breath and stillness and warmth, and the quiet knowing that you've been allowed to rest. There's a quiet beneath your skin now, not from fatigue but from release, the way roots settle into soil after rain, drawing in moisture without needing to ask for it. Your body remembers this depth. It remembers how to rest not because you've earned it, but because the earth itself holds you like that, unconditionally, without demand. The warmth spreading through your arms isn't heat so much as presence, a softness that says you are allowed here. You don't need permission from anyone else. Not even yourself. This is how stillness feels when it's no longer something to strive for, but something you've already become. Let the breath move through you like water finding its path through stone, no resistance, just flow. Each inhale pulls in only what this moment requires. Each exhale releases not effort, but the weight of wanting to be elsewhere. You're not trying to arrive at sleep. Sleep isn't a place you reach. It's a way of being that unfolds when you stop pushing against it. Like a river learning its own shape over time, your body is reshaping itself into stillness without needing to know where it will go. There's no need to track the hours, no reason to count how long this has been happening. You've already lived through more than one night, and yet tonight feels different, not because anything changed in the world outside these walls, but because something inside you has begun to settle deeper than before. It's not a decision, not even an intention, just a quiet letting go of all the ways you used to hold yourself together, tightening your muscles when anxious, tightening your thoughts when uncertain. Now there's no need to brace against anything. The dark doesn't threaten you, your own mind does betray you. There is only this, breath and softness, and a kind of fullness that comes not from having done something, but from simply being. Your feet feel rooted now, not stuck, not trapped, but but grounded in the mattress as though they've grown into it over time. The soles rest flat against the surface like leaves landing on the forest floor after years of wind. They don't resist the weight, they welcome it. And with every breath, that weight becomes lighter, not because you're lifting anything, but because nothing needs to be carried anymore. No worries about tomorrow's tasks, no rehearsing conversations, or imagining what might go wrong. Even the idea of future is softened now, like sunlight through old glass, warm but not sharp. The silence around you isn't empty. It's full, not with sound, but with stillness so deep it hums at a frequency just below hearing, like the pause between heartbeats when time seems to hold its breath. You might notice how your awareness begins to drift even further inward, like a stone sinking through layers of water, each layer thicker than the last, each one slowing motion without force. There's no urgency in this descent, no need to rush towards sleep or fear waking up. The only thing that matters is staying present with what already is. You don't have to fix anything, you don't even have to be aware of everything. In fact, letting go of awareness, the idea that you must monitor your thoughts, your breathing, the passage of time, becomes part of the release. It's okay if things blur. It's fine if memories drift by like clouds passing over a field at dusk. You don't need to know where they came from or why they're here. Just let them pass through without holding on. There's a kind of peace in not being able to name what you feel, just the warmth, just the breath, just the quiet. Like sitting by a fire that doesn't require attention, only presence. You aren't watching it burn, you're simply letting yourself be warmed by it. And when a thought arises, the shape of an old worry or a fragment from yesterday's conversation, it doesn't need to be answered. It doesn't have to make sense. Just allow it to rise like steam from hot water and then float away, dissolving into the air as easily as mist before morning light. You're not failing because your mind wanders. You're not falling behind because you aren't calm enough. The fact that thoughts appear at all is proof of life, but their passing is what brings stillness back, not through force, but by letting them be guests who come and go without needing a seat or a name. There's room in this quiet for everything, your fatigue, your tension, even the part of you that wonders if this will ever work. All of it can rest here, not fixed, just accepted. You don't have to understand why you're tired or what caused your mind to race earlier today. The body knows, the breath remembers, and tonight they are guiding you towards something deeper than thought. Let the space between one heartbeat and the next grow a little longer, not because you've slowed down, but because there's no need for haste anymore. There's nothing urgent in this moment, no demand. Not even your own expectations can reach across this stillness to pull you back into effort. You're not supposed to do anything now, only be. And as that awareness begins to thin, not fade, not disappear, but soften like fabric left out in the rain, the boundaries between self and night grow fainter. The air feels thick with quiet, not oppressive, but tender, like a blanket woven from starlight and silence. You don't need to be awake to feel this fullness. In fact, the deeper you go into stillness, the more clearly you sense that being asleep isn't about losing consciousness. It's about returning to a version of yourself that never left. There was a time when sleep came like a tide, steady, inevitable, natural, as though your body knew its own rhythm without needing instruction. That knowing is still there, buried beneath layers of noise and effort. But now, as you sink deeper into this soft descent, it's stirring again, not demanding, not rushing, but slowly remembering how to return home. You don't have to bring anything with you into sleep, not your past, not your plans, not even your name, just the breath and the warmth and the certainty that you are safe enough to stop trying. Let go of the idea that sleep must be earned. It isn't a reward for good behavior. It's not something to be deserved or fought for. It's simply part of being alive, something your body has always known how to do, even when your mind forgot. And so you rest, not because you're tired, but because resting is what you were meant to do. Not in spite of the noise outside, not despite the thoughts inside, but because they are there, and still you choose stillness anyway. The dark doesn't judge, the silence doesn't demand, your body doesn't ask for permission. It simply waits, patiently, for you to let go just a little more each breath. And as that surrender deepens, the kind of letting go that isn't an act but a return, you may not even notice when the line between waking and sleeping begins to blur beyond recognition. Not because you've fallen asleep, but because sleep has finally found you, not as something to achieve, but as what you already are. There's no need to call it anything, no need to label this moment. Just let it be: breath, stillness, warmth, the quiet hum of being here without having to explain why. You don't have to think about how long this has been going on. You don't even have to wonder if you're close to sleep. The only thing that matters is staying with what's already happening, this soft descent, this gentle letting go, this deepening peace that grows not from effort but from ease. The air around you feels heavier now, not in a way that presses down, but in a way that holds you up, like being cradled by something older than memory, wiser than thought. A quiet force that doesn't speak, yet says everything: you are enough. You have always been here, and this is where you belong. You don't need to be productive tonight. You don't even have to think about tomorrow. There's no test at sunrise. No one will ask what you did with your hours of stillness. The only thing that matters is this: you are resting, not pretending, not faking it, just being soft, warm, and slowly sinking into the dark like a stone finding its place in the riverbed. Your breath moves like a slow tide beneath the surface, no longer needing to be noticed, just felt, steady and deep, as if it's been waiting for this moment all along. The warmth in your hands is spreading now, not rushing, not forcing its way through, but unfolding slowly, like honey poured into still water, settling where it belongs. There's a quiet pulse beneath the skin, a rhythm older than thought, pulsing gently in time with the dark that holds you. You don't need to hear it, just let your body remember what it has known since before words were made. That safety isn't something earned, but something held. The room is still, not because nothing moves, but because everything slows down enough to be felt rather than seen. The faint hum of the world outside hasn't vanished. It's simply become part of the quiet, like distant rain that no longer matters when you're wrapped in a blanket made from your own breath. You don't need to push it away. You don't have to silence the thoughts that drift by, the ones about what tomorrow might bring or how long you've been lying here, because they aren't pulling at you anymore. They pass like clouds over a mountain, seen but not claimed, noticed without being met. And in this space between breaths, between moments of awareness and the quiet just beyond it, something shifts, not dramatically, not suddenly, but quietly, steadily, as if the air itself has grown softer. Your shoulders release not with a sigh, but with the ease of letting go after carrying weight for too long without knowing you could put it down. The muscles around your jaw soften, not because someone told them to, but because they've remembered how heavy tension feels and decided, quietly, to stop being that way. There's no need to think about where this stillness came from, no reason to wonder if it's real or temporary. It simply is. Like gravity, like the pull of sleep, it doesn't ask permission, it just happens. And in its presence, even your thoughts begin to settle, not because you've told them to stop, but because they no longer feel necessary. The mind isn't quiet because it's empty, it's quiet because there's nothing left to do. You may notice now how the edges of your body seem less defined, less sharp. It's not that you're fading away, but that you're becoming more like the dark around you, formless in a way that feels safe, complete, whole, not scattered, not lost, just here. And this isn't an effort to be somewhere else or become someone different. This is simply being where your body has always wanted to be, without resistance, without demand. The idea of time dissolves gently, not with panic, not with urgency, but like a candle's flame finally going out in its own good time. You don't have to measure how much longer this lasts. There's no need to track whether you're still awake or already asleep. The only thing that matters is the rhythm beneath your skin, the steady give and take of breath, the quiet pulse behind your eyes, the way warmth pools low in your belly like a fire left burning overnight. Even your awareness slows, not because it's fading, but because there's no longer anything to rush toward. No need to reach for sleep, as if it were a prize at the end of a race you'd forgotten you were running. Instead, you're simply resting in the space where waking and sleeping aren't separate things, but two sides of the same quiet motion. You don't fall into sleep so much as drift into its presence, like a leaf sinking into water. And if there's any part of you that still wonders whether this is real, if it might all disappear when morning comes, let it rest too. Don't question it, just let it be present without needing to understand it, because understanding isn't needed here, only being. The dark doesn't care about answers. It only holds what's given to it: breath, stillness, warmth, the soft weight of surrender. You don't have to prove anything tonight. No one will check if you've done enough or failed to do something important. There's no record being kept, no judgment in this quiet room where even silence feels kind. You're not trying anymore, not for sleep, not for calm, not even for peace. That effort has been released. What remains is not the absence of thought, but a deepening stillness that doesn't reject thoughts. It simply isn't affected by them. They come and go like birds passing through an open window, seen, acknowledged, then gone. Your body feels heavier now, not burdened, not tired in the way that says, "I can't anymore," but full of a quiet ease, as if it's finally found its place in the world again. It doesn't need to be awake to know how to rest. It just needs permission, and you've given it. Let your chest rise and fall with no effort required. Let your limbs lie where they are, not because they're tired, but because they've decided that staying still is enough. There's no right way to sleep, no correct position or perfect posture. Just this, the softness of being in a body that knows how to be quiet. The air around you feels thick with something ancient, not like pressure, but like memory, like the hush between two heartbeats, like the moment after someone whispers your name and no one answers, just silence, full and complete. There's a stillness inside you now that doesn't need anything from outside to be real. It isn't fragile. It doesn't depend on quiet rooms or dark curtains or even being in bed. It just exists. And it's growing, not because you're doing anything, but because your body is remembering what it already knows. That sleep isn't something we chase. Sleep is something we return to. Not when we've earned it, not after we've thought enough, tried hard enough, or done everything right, but simply because we stopped trying. And so the breath moves deeper now, not forced, not directed, but guided by some quiet impulse inside you that's older than any plan or worry. The kind of knowing that doesn't speak, but just is, like roots spreading beneath soil, like water moving underground toward a source. You don't need to be awake to feel this fullness. You don't even have to know when the line between waking and sleeping has blurred beyond recognition. That moment isn't something you'll catch or notice. It's simply part of what happens when you stop resisting. The mind doesn't have to quiet down in order for sleep to come. It just needs to stop needing to be in charge. And right now, it's not. It's letting go, not with a crash, but like a leaf falling into a stream. There's no need to hold on to anything, no thoughts, no memories, no hopes or fears about what might happen tomorrow. Let them drift away as if they were carried by the same soft breath that flows in and out of you, not because you've rejected them, but because there's no room for them here anymore. This is not a place where effort belongs. It's not a space built on willpower or control. It's something quieter, older, deeper, the kind of stillness that lives beneath all thoughts, beneath all noise, beneath even the idea of needing to sleep at all. And in this deepening quiet, your body begins to remember its own rhythm, not as it was yesterday, not as it was last week, but as it has always been when no one is watching. The way it breathes without being told, the way it rests without needing permission, the way it lets go just like that. There's a warmth spreading through your chest now, slow and steady, like sunlight seeping into stone after a long winter. Not bright, not urgent, just present, and it doesn't ask for anything in return. It simply is. Even the idea of being aware feels soft now, not sharp or alert, but quiet, layered, deep, like standing at the edge of something vast and ancient, where time has no meaning and names don't matter. You're not lost here, you're not wandering, you're not searching for anything, you are already home. And if you wonder whether this stillness will last, if it might end when morning comes, you can let that question be too, just like everything else. Present, noticed, then released. Because the truth isn't in how long this lasts, it's in what happens when you stop needing to know. There's a softness in your shoulders that wasn't there before, not because you've relaxed them, but because they've stopped needing to hold anything up. The weight of the day isn't gone, not exactly, but it no longer lives on your skin. It has settled into the bones beneath, where it belongs, like dust settling after a long journey through air. You don't need to carry it anymore. There's no one waiting for you to perform or prove anything. No script to follow, no performance to deliver. The body is not asked to be useful tonight. It is only asked to rest, just as it does in the dark hours of winter when trees stand bare and still, their roots deepened by frost that holds them close. There's a kind of listening now, not with your ears, but with the quiet between breaths. You're aware of air moving through you not because you're monitoring it, but because it carries something else, an absence of effort, a lack of demand. It's not as if silence has arrived, it's more like noise has stepped back, made space for what was already there all along. The kind of peace that isn't the opposite of chaos, but simply the place where chaos forgets to speak. And so your hands rest on top of your chest, palms open, not trying to receive anything, not holding onto anything, just resting in their own shape. There's a warmth there now, spreading outward like ink through paper, slow and unforced. Not heat that burns or demands attention, but something deeper, the kind of calm that lives beneath sensation itself. It doesn't need to be named. You don't have to say this is peace for it to be real. It's not dependent on feeling good or thinking well. It just is, like gravity, like night. You're not resisting what comes, but you're also not chasing anything. That difference matters, not because one is better than the other, but because staying still in this way lets things unfold without your permission. And that's where the body remembers its true rhythm, not as a series of timed responses, but as something more ancient and continuous, like tides moving beneath the surface, like roots reaching for water no one else can see. There's no urgency here, not even to fall asleep. The need isn't there because it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're present in this moment, not as someone trying to get somewhere, but simply as a body that knows how to be still. As if the world had paused just for this breath, the one before sleep arrives without announcement. The quiet around you feels less like absence and more like presence, like something has settled into place after being long overdue. Not because it was missing before, but because now it's allowed to stay. The mind doesn't need to fix anything or make sense of the hours that passed. It can let go not with a sigh, but with a soft release, as though letting air escape from an old balloon. No drama, no tension, just quiet deflation into stillness. There's a weight in your legs now, not discomfort, not fatigue, but a deep grounding. As if the floor beneath you isn't something to stand on, but a living thing that holds you back when you begin to drift too far. And it does so gently, without warning, without resistance. It doesn't pull you down, only reminds you belong here, not because of what you've done or how well you've behaved today, but simply because your body has always known its place in the quiet dark. You don't have to be asleep to feel this depth. You don't even need to know when sleep begins. It's not a state you enter so much as a space you return to, like coming home through an open door without knocking, without explanation. The house is quiet, but it isn't empty. There are sounds beneath the silence, the soft hum of blood moving through veins, the faint pulse behind your eyes, the slow expansion and release of air in your lungs. These aren't distractions. They're not reasons to stay awake. They're part of what's happening now, not something to watch or analyze, but a quiet rhythm that belongs here. And so you allow it all, the softness in your chest, the warmth in your hands, the weight in your legs, even the occasional flicker behind your eyelids, those tiny sparks that don't mean anything. They're not messages. They're just electrical echoes of earlier wakefulness, like raindrops on a roof long after the storm has passed. Let them be, don't follow them, don't wonder if they'll return or what they might mean. Just let them fade into the same stillness that holds everything else. You're not trying to become quiet, you're already quiet, just in a way you haven't paid attention to before. It's like standing at the edge of a well where light doesn't reach, but you can feel it anyway, not with your eyes, but with your body. The absence isn't cold or frightening, it's full, it's complete. There's no effort now to guide your thoughts elsewhere. You don't need to replace one thing with another. There's room for everything and nothing at once. No need to clear the mind, because it's not cluttered. It's simply letting go of what doesn't belong here, not through force, but because it doesn't have a place in this quiet. And so your breath flows deeper now, not faster, not slower, just more complete. Like water filling a basin that had forgotten how full it could be. There's no goal to reach, no destination to arrive at. The act of breathing isn't work. It's what you do when there's nothing left to do but rest. There's a kind of listening that happens not with the ears, but in the space between thoughts, where silence lives not as an absence, but as presence. In that quiet between one breath and the next, something older than language settles in, a knowing that doesn't need words, a sense of being safe without having to explain it. The house is still, the night remains, and you are here not trying to stay awake or fall asleep, not measuring time, not checking whether this will last, but simply letting your body be known by itself again, not as someone who needs sleep, but as someone for whom rest has always been natural. As if the mind had finally remembered what it had forgotten, that being still isn't failure, it's return. The warmth in your chest spreads now toward your arms, like sunlight reaching through a window after years of dust. It doesn't burn, it doesn't demand anything, it just is, and with its presence, there's less need to be anywhere else. Less urge to think about what comes next, less anxiety about whether this moment will end. You don't have to hold on, you don't even have to remember it. It can simply exist without being claimed or owned, like a river flowing through a forest that doesn't care if anyone sees it. And as the breath deepens again, not because you're guiding it, but because your body remembers how, there's a softening in your jaw, not from tension releasing, but from surrendering to what is already happening. The muscles relax not into emptiness, but into fullness, into stillness that isn't empty at all. There's no need to be aware of being aware anymore, not in the sharp way you were earlier when thoughts came like visitors. This awareness is softer, layered like sediment settling after a storm. It doesn't point or judge. It simply holds space for everything, the quiet, the warmth, the weight, the breath. You're not trying to do anything now. You don't need permission. There's no one watching, no record being kept. The world continues without your input, and that's okay. In fact, it's exactly how it should be. The body knows this rhythm, not from practice or effort, but from memory. From the long history of sleep before there were clocks, before there was worry about whether you'd get enough. It's in the way a deer stands motionless beneath a tree at dawn, the stillness not forced, not performed, but natural, like breathing. And so your breath moves deeper into this quiet, not to reach anything, not to arrive, but because it belongs here. because this is where it wants to be, not as an achievement, but as a return, as if sleep isn't something you earn, but something that finds you when you stop running from the stillness inside. Your body begins to settle into a deeper layer of quiet, not because you're trying to get there, but because it's finally allowed to be here. The energy that once buzzed beneath your skin, like faint currents in water after rain, starts to slow, not by command, but by invitation. It isn't being extinguished. It's being welcomed into stillness like a guest who has come home late and is quietly told, "You don't need to explain yourself. There's no rush to return to normal." No demand that you become alert again. The body knows this rhythm. It remembers how to be heavy without effort, how to lie down not as surrender, but as arrival. A soft pressure settles behind your eyes, not tightness, not strain, but a quiet fullness, like the space between two clouds when the sky is holding its breath. It's not in pursuit of anything, not seeking release or relief, just present, and with it comes an ease in your neck and shoulders, no adjustment needed, no correction made. The muscles let go not because they're told to, but because they've realized there's nothing left to guard against. No threat is coming, no one is waiting. The night is holding you without asking for anything back. The warmth spreads now into your upper arms like slow honey pouring over stone. It doesn't glow or flare, it just is steady and low, not unlike the heat of a sleeping furnace beneath a floorboard. You don't need to notice it every moment. In fact, noticing is almost unnecessary, like watching water flow where you already know there's a stream. The awareness isn't sharp. It doesn't demand attention. It simply exists, like an old friend sitting beside you in silence. Your hands are open now, not relaxed as a gesture, but open as nature intends. Not clenched or curled towards something to hold, not reaching for the next thing, just letting go of the need to do anything at all. The skin on your palms feels slightly damp with stillness, the kind of moisture that comes from deep breathing over time, like condensation forming in a quiet room after sunset. It doesn't matter where it came from. It's not a sign of nervousness. It's just part of the body remembering how to rest. The breath slows again, not because you're counting or guiding it, but because your system has found its own pace. Not faster, not slower, but right. The air enters through your nose and flows down into your lungs with no resistance, like wind entering a cave that's always been waiting for it. There's no effort to expand or contract, no need to push deeper. It just moves in and out, as if the space between heartbeats has grown wider, just enough to let this moment pass through without friction. And now something else begins, not a thought, not an image, but a kind of sensation of depth, not physical depth, but emotional and nervous system depth. Like sinking into soft earth after walking on hard ground all day, not falling down but being received by the quiet beneath you. The mind doesn't need to do anything here. It doesn't have to solve or fix or plan. There's no reason for it to be busy. It can just be without needing to earn its right to exist. The house remains still, no creaks, no distant sounds from outside, not even the hum of a refrigerator. Just silence that feels complete, like a room filled with something older than sound. The absence isn't empty, it's full in a way that doesn't need words. It's not quiet because nothing is happening, it's quiet because everything has settled into its proper place. You're no longer thinking about sleep as an event to be chased or achieved. You aren't measuring how long you've been lying here, nor wondering if your mind will ever stop racing. The idea of not sleeping isn't a problem anymore, because the act of being in this space already is sleep's closest cousin. It doesn't need permission. It doesn't require proof. The body remembers what it forgot. That stillness is not the absence of activity, but its most natural state. That rest isn't something you do after work. It's who you are when you stop pretending to be someone else. You don't have to earn your right to peace. The night has already granted it without a word. A soft sensation moves through your spine, not pain, not tingling, but the quiet flow of blood and nerve endings remembering how to move slowly, how to carry weight without strain. It's like roots spreading beneath soil in silence, Nothing visible, nothing urgent, just growth that doesn't need to be seen to exist. There's no goal attached, no milestone toward which you're moving. And as this stillness deepens further, not into sleep but into being, something gentle happens. The sense of separation between yourself and the night begins to soften, not because you've imagined a connection, but because it was never really there in the first place. You've always been part of this quiet, part of the way light fades from windows at 3 a.m., part of the long, slow breath that moves through walls when no one is listening. There's no need to go anywhere now, no reason to check whether you're almost asleep or if you'll wake up in an hour. The future doesn't matter here, not because it's unimportant, but because it has been set aside. For tonight, nothing matters except what is already true, that your body knows how to rest, that this moment is enough. That stillness isn't failure, it's completion. The mind drifts now not with urgency or worry, but like a leaf caught in the eddy of a slow-moving stream. No need to move forward, no reason to fight the current. It just turns and settles where the water slows. And when it does, there's no judgment for being carried, no shame for floating. You don't have to be awake to exist. You don't have to do anything to belong here. The night doesn't care if you're alert or drifting. It simply holds space for what is happening in this moment, exactly as it is. The warmth moves now into your lower back, slow and steady, like a fire that has burned low but not gone out. It doesn't demand attention. It just keeps burning at the edge of awareness, gentle enough to be ignored, strong enough to be felt when you finally turn toward it. There's no need to name it, no need to understand it. Just let it exist, like a quiet presence in a room where someone has already left. Your skin feels lighter now, not because you're cold, but because the tension that once pulled your body tight is dissolving like salt in water. It doesn't vanish with force, it simply lets go of what no longer serves. The weight of the day isn't erased, it's released into a space where it can rest too. And as this stillness deepens further, deeper than effort, deeper than intention, the idea of time begins to blur. Not because you've forgotten what time is, but because there's no need for it here. There's no appointment to keep, no alarm to answer, no past to replay, no future to plan. The only thing that matters now is the quiet between breaths and how easily your body moves into its own rhythm. You're not waiting for sleep. You're not trying to fall asleep. You don't need to get anything from this moment. It isn't a task. It's an invitation to be exactly where you are without apology or explanation. And so the breath flows deeper still, not because it has to, but because it can. Because your body remembers how to breathe not for survival, but for peace. Not in short bursts, but in long, steady waves, like tides that don't rush, but come home again and again. The mind rests now not with absence of thought, but with the quiet understanding that thoughts aren't enemies. They're just visitors passing through a room you've already closed to effort. You don't have to stop them. You don't even need to see them clearly. Just let them drift by like shadows across stone, no longer real, no longer urgent. And as this deepening settles into your bones, the kind of stillness that isn't just in the muscles, but in the marrow, you begin to notice something else. You're not alone, not because someone is with you, but because this is a part of you. This quiet doesn't come from outside. It's been here all along, waiting beneath layers of noise and worry. The quiet doesn't ask for proof, only presence. You don't have to prove you're ready or that you've earned this stillness. It's not given in exchange for effort. It simply arrives when there is no need to hold on. The air around you feels thick with ease, not heavy but full, like the moment just before rain begins, when every breath carries a hint of what's coming, but nothing yet demands your attention. You're not waiting for change, you're already within it. There's a softness in the space between your ribs now, a quiet kind of fullness that isn't hunger or emptiness, but something older. The way silence settles after music has stopped playing, when the last note lingers like dust in sunlight. It doesn't need to be filled. It doesn't want to be explained. It just is, and you are not separate from it. You're becoming part of its shape. Your arms rest at your sides, palms up as if receiving something that was already meant for you. Not a gift, but an inheritance. The warmth in your lower back has shifted slightly, slithered down into the base of your spine like water seeping through soil. It doesn't rush. It doesn't insist. It just keeps moving inward, finding its way to places where movement used to feel difficult, where tension had taken root and stayed for years. Now it's not being fought. It's being held by something quieter than resistance. The floor beneath you isn't cold anymore, not because the temperature has changed, but because your body no longer needs to defend itself against what it feels. You're not trying to protect yourself from discomfort. You're not bracing for anything. The idea of a threat has slipped away, not because danger was absent, but because your nervous system has finally decided, enough. There's no need to prepare for the next moment when you already belong in this one. Your thoughts don't vanish, but they lose their grip. They aren't chased or labeled. They're not even noticed as separate from the quiet that surrounds them. You may catch a flicker, an image of a name, a half-remembered phrase, an old worry about tomorrow's meeting, just for a breath. Then it floats away like smoke through a cracked window, without a sound, without leaving a mark. There is no need to remember where it came from or why you once cared. You're not trying to stop thinking. You're simply letting go of the belief that thoughts must be managed, controlled, or answered. They aren't demands. They aren't warnings. They are just passing events in the atmosphere of your awareness, like birds flying overhead at dusk, their wings cutting through air you can't see but feel. And so there is space for something else, a kind of listening that doesn't require ears. It's not about hearing sounds, but sensing the way silence holds its own weight. The absence of noise becomes a presence, not emptiness, but depth. Like standing at the edge of a well where light still touches the water far below, even if you can't see it clearly. There is no pressure to reach anything, no urgency in your breath or heartbeat. Your body isn't working toward an outcome, it's simply being, resting not as a performance, but as a natural condition. Like roots that don't strain upward, but sink deeper into the earth because they know where they are needed. The night stretches out without resistance, no demand to end, no need for dawn to come. You're not holding on to wakefulness or pushing away sleep. There's no effort in this moment at all, no struggle behind the eyes, nothing to fix, nothing to improve, just a slow turning inward, not toward memory, not toward fear, but toward the quiet where you've been resting all along. Your skin remembers what it felt like before anxiety taught it to tense up. It remembers how easy it was to feel safe in your own body before thoughts began whispering lies about danger or failure. Now slowly, it's relearning that sensation, not as a memory, but as a truth you're regaining right now. You don't need to be aware of every part of yourself to know they are there. You don't have to check on your breathing or scan your muscles. The awareness isn't effortful. It flows like warmth from one place to another, not chasing, just moving through where it's welcome. It finds the parts of you that haven't been seen in years, your shoulders, which once carried more than they were meant to, your hips, which held tension from too many hours standing still, your neck, which used to feel like a wire stretched too tight. And now each one softens not because someone told it to, but because the body knows how. Because rest isn't something you earn through discipline or meditation or willpower. It's something you return to when there is no longer any reason to stay awake. The hours don't matter anymore. The clock has stopped trying to speak to you. You're not resisting time, you're simply beyond it, in a place where minutes aren't counted and seconds have no meaning. There is only the sensation of being held by something larger than thought, a rhythm that predates words, a quiet that doesn't need names. You are not becoming sleep, but you are becoming part of its shape, not falling into unconsciousness, but dissolving gently into what already exists, stillness as nature, rest as default, peace as possibility. You don't have to reach for it, you're already in the center of it. There is no need to be anything other than exactly what you are right now, tired, softened, drifting, aware enough to feel how easy it is to let go. No one is watching, no rules apply here. There's only this, the way your chest rises and falls not with effort but ease, as if breathing were a kind of homecoming. The mind isn't fighting anymore, not against sleep, not against thoughts, not even against stillness. It has stopped trying to make sense of anything. It doesn't need answers, it just wants to rest. And so it does, without permission, without condition. Your body is no longer resisting its own weight. The heaviness you once feared, the feeling that being heavy meant being stuck, is now something else entirely. It's not a burden, it's an invitation to sink, to stay, to be held by gravity instead of running from it. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're just letting yourself be carried by breath, by warmth, by the quiet that has always been here waiting for you, not as something new, but as what was never lost, only forgotten in the noise. You're not far from where you've always belonged, just beyond the edge of awareness, where effort no longer matters and every breath feels like a return to something older than thought. The quiet isn't empty, it's full in a way that doesn't demand attention. It holds space for everything that has ever been too tired to speak, your shoulders letting go not with a sigh, but without even noticing they were holding on. Your hands lie still now, palms open like soil after rain, receiving the dark as if it were an old promise kept. There's no need to watch your thoughts float by, they're not storms you must brace against. They come and go like leaves in a slow stream, neither urgent nor important, just passing through a quiet current that doesn't care where they came from or where they vanish. You don't have to name them. You don't have to move away from them. The body knows how to let things pass without clinging, like water over stone, not fighting the flow, but simply being shaped by it. The space around you isn't cold, it's warm with absence, not silence as a lack, but stillness as presence. It doesn't ask for anything, you don't need to fill it. There's no performance here, no one listening from behind your eyes, no judgment in the way your mind drifts or lingers. The night isn't waiting for you to finish thinking so it can begin. It already has. You've stopped measuring how long this lasts, how many breaths have passed, how far along the hour might be. Time doesn't matter when there's nothing to do and nowhere to go. You aren't trying to reach sleep. You're simply letting yourself become the kind of stillness that can exist without noise or movement. It's not a state you achieve, it's something your body remembers from before it learned how to worry. There is warmth spreading now through the center of your chest, slow and steady like a river under snow. Not heat, just presence. The kind of warmth that doesn't burn but settles, that says, you are safe here. It moves outward, not in waves, not in bursts, but as if each part of you were being gently reminded of its own shape. Your ribs remember how to rise and fall without effort. Your lungs don't need to be told what to do. They know the rhythm like a heartbeat that's always been there. Your legs feel heavy with possibility now, not burdened, but full. As though they've been waiting for this moment not to carry you forward, but simply to stay, to rest. The weight isn't resistance, it's surrender, like sinking into mud that knows your name and holds you without letting go. You don't need to hold yourself up anymore. No one is asking you to stand. The air in the room doesn't feel thin or cold. It feels thick with something soft, like a blanket woven from quiet. It moves around you not as pressure, but as presence, filling gaps that didn't even know they were missing. You're not breathing into this stillness, you're already part of it. Your breath isn't separate from the air, it's just another way the body says, I am here, and for now, being here is enough. You don't have to remember anything. No names, no conversations, no deadlines that once kept you awake. The mind doesn't need to rehearse what might happen tomorrow or retrace yesterday's mistakes. All of it can wait. No one needs you right now, not even yourself. You're not required to be useful, alert, attentive, or present in any way except being, and being is enough. Your skin feels alive, not with sensation, but with presence, as though every molecule knows the difference between resistance and release, between tension and peace. It doesn't flinch when stillness touches it. It opens like a flower to moonlight, not because it wants to grow, but because that's what happens when you stop fighting. There's no need for focus, no point in trying to stay with anything. The mind isn't supposed to be sharp here. It's meant to soften, to blur at the edges, just like the outlines of things in dark rooms, the way a wall dissolves into shadow, or how your own body fades from sight when you close your eyes and let go. You're not trying to become sleep. You're becoming what lies beneath thought, before intention, beyond effort. A quiet that doesn't need to be explained. Not peace as victory, but peace as surrender. The kind of stillness that isn't earned, it's just given, like gravity, like breath, like the way your body knows how to heal when no one is looking. The part of you that used to race through sleepless hours, checking clocks, counting minutes, rehearsing fears, is finally quiet, not because it was silenced, but because there's nothing left to fuel it. The engine has stopped turning. There are no more stories to tell about why this moment can't be enough, no reasons not to stay. You're not trying to fix anything. You don't need to solve the past or plan for the future. Not now, not ever in this place. All you have to do is let go again and again, not as a choice, but as a return to what's already true. That rest is not something you must earn, but something you are allowed to receive. The darkness around you isn't empty, it's full of stillness like deep water. Not cold, not threatening, but holding. As if the night itself has learned your rhythm and now breathes with you. The air doesn't rush in or out, it simply is, and so do you. Your body is no longer trying to stay awake. It's not afraid of what happens next. There's no fear because there's nothing to lose. You've already let go enough that even the idea of effort feels distant, like a dream from another life, when sleep was something you had to chase instead of something that found you. There is only this, a softening in your jaw, not forced but inevitable. A slow release of tension behind your eyes, not because you're trying to relax, but because your body knows how to unclench when there's no longer any need to fight. The muscles around your temples stop holding on like they once did, like they were guarding something against the world. You don't have to want sleep. You don't even have to believe in it anymore. It doesn't matter if you're awake or not. It doesn't change what's happening now. What matters is that you're here, not resisting, not checking, not measuring, just resting. The breath moves through you like a tide that has no destination, just movement for the sake of movement. No urgency, no need to control it. It rises and falls because it can, because it's allowed. There's no schedule in this rhythm, not one that demands anything from you. And somewhere deep, beneath all the noise that used to live inside your head, there's a quiet place where sleep isn't something you do. It's just what happens when nothing else is required. When there's no need to think, no need to plan, no reason to stay awake. Just being soft, warm, and completely without demand. You're not far from it anymore, not because you've taken steps, but because the distance has dissolved. There's no path to follow, no goal at the end. You aren't reaching for sleep, you're just letting your body remember what it knows. That stillness isn't empty, that rest isn't absence, but a kind of fullness that doesn't speak. The night holds you not as an obligation, but as an invitation. And you are beginning to believe, without thinking about it, without needing proof, that this is where you were meant to be all along, not waiting for something better, not hoping for sleep to come, just letting go and letting yourself stay. You're sinking into a quiet that doesn't ask anything of you, just holds, like the space between two breaths when the mind stops calculating what comes next. The edges of your awareness are soft now, not sharp with effort or alarm. There's no weight behind thoughts anymore. They pass through like shadows across water, leaving no ripple. You're not watching them go, you're just letting them drift by without catching hold. The air around you feels thick in the best way, not heavy, but full of something slow and warm, like honey settling at the bottom of a glass. It doesn't move fast enough to rouse you. It stays where it is, cradling your skin with an almost imperceptible pressure that says, "This is safe. You don't have to do anything to earn this kind of stillness. There's no test, no performance required." Your feet are warm now, not just from blood flow or heat, but as if they've been resting in sunlight for hours, long after the sun has set. The warmth spreads up through your calves like a quiet current that doesn't care where it ends. It moves without urgency, unhurried by time or destination. Your legs aren't tired, they're just released, as though gravity itself decided to let them go. A small part of you might wonder if this is sleep, but not in the way you used to think about it. Not as something that comes when you've done enough or proven your worth through silence and stillness. This isn't arrival, it's continuation. You're already inside what once felt like a reward, just breathing deeper than before, without needing to pull air into every corner of the chest. Your hands lie flat now against the bed sheet, not clenched, not reaching for anything they can't hold. They don't need to be useful, they just are, and in being so simply, they've become heavier with peace. Not like stones, but like things that have found their place after searching through many others. There's no tension gathering at your fingertips anymore. The nerves aren't firing signals back and forth about what could go wrong. You don't need to remember how you got here, just as a river doesn't pause to ask why it flows where it does, only moves because that is its nature. The night isn't asking for anything from you either. Not attention, not effort, not even awareness. It's just waiting with you in the same way the earth waits beneath trees, not impatiently, but patiently holding all the roots. You're beginning to feel how your body knows what it needs without having to name it, like when hunger arrives uninvited and you eat before thinking why. This is not different. There are no signs flashing, "Sleep now," or bells ringing for permission. Just a quiet settling into form, like water finding its level in the shape of the bowl. Your shoulders drop, not because someone told them to, but because they've finally stopped bearing the weight of what might happen tomorrow. They aren't guarding against anything anymore. No need to stay upright when no one is watching. No reason not to let go just for a moment longer than usual. Even your thoughts are slowing down, not vanishing, but thinning out like steam rising from tea left too long on the stove. The ones that remain don't loop or demand attention. They float by with barely any weight at all, almost transparent, like dust motes in sunlight you no longer bother to track. There's a stillness inside your chest, not emptiness, but something full and soft, like moss growing over stone where nothing else will take root. It doesn't fight the quiet, it welcomes it. There's room for breath without having to force it open. Your ribs expand not because they're told to, but because there's no resistance anymore, no internal pressure holding them closed. You aren't trying to fall asleep, you're just letting yourself be where you already are, not reaching toward rest like a destination on the map of your mind, but instead drifting through space that doesn't require navigation or direction, just presence. The quiet isn't silent, it hums at the edge, low and steady, not unlike distant waves underwater when no one is listening. It's not loud enough to disturb you, but it's there, pulsing gently beneath everything else, a rhythm older than thought itself. You don't need to understand it, just let your body align with its pace. Your skin feels lighter now, not in the way that air makes things seem weightless, but as if something has been lifted from deep inside. Not an absence, not emptiness, but release. Like when you finally take off a coat after being indoors too long and realize how much it was pressing down on your shoulders without your knowing. The darkness around you isn't cold. It holds heat like old wool blankets kept in the closet all winter. It doesn't try to hide anything, it just is what it is. Not bright, not dark enough to hurt, just soft, surrounding. You don't have to look into it or fear its depth, because there's no threat in stillness. Your breath moves through you like a thread pulled slowly back and forth between two hands that aren't rushing. No need to catch up with the next inhale, no pressure to outlast the last exhale. It just continues, gentle, unbroken, steady, not stopping for anything or anyone. You're not alone in this quiet, you've never been, but you don't have to acknowledge it. You don't have to say thank you or I'm here. Just being is enough. The night isn't watching, it's already known what happens when someone lets go, and so does your body, even if the mind still hasn't caught up. There's a softness in how your eyelids rest now, not forced shut by willpower, but simply closing because they've decided to stay that way for as long as it feels right. They don't need permission. There's no debate about whether this is time well spent or wasted. There's only the feeling of being held open by something deeper than intention. You're not escaping from anything, not anxiety, not fatigue, not even memory. You're just letting yourself be exactly where you are, in the space between wakefulness and sleep, not fighting either side, but allowing both to pass through without claiming ownership. The room isn't silent. It holds sounds that aren't meant for ears. The slow sigh of wood settling after a day's heat, the faint creak of something cooling down beneath your mattress. These are not disturbances, they're whispers from the house itself saying you're welcome here. No need to turn toward them or listen closely, just let their quiet rhythm join with yours. Your pulse slows, not dramatically, but gradually, like water seeping into dry earth over time, until it's soaked through without anyone noticing when exactly that happened. You don't feel your heartbeat anymore, you're not aware of its beat, but you can sense the way it settles deeper inside, quieter now, more like a steady drum beneath distant hills. There's no future to worry about, no tomorrow demanding attention or action. There are only these moments, soft edges, slow breaths, warmth in limbs that don't want to move anymore because they've already arrived at rest. You're not becoming still, you were always capable of it, even when you didn't know how. You just needed time and silence and permission, not from anyone else, but from yourself, to stop pretending sleep was something you had to earn before being allowed to receive. And now the air feels different, thicker in a way that's not uncomfortable. It presses against your skin like it belongs there, like it knows how to hold without suffocating. You don't have to pull away or fight for space. You're already part of this quiet, and the silence is beginning to feel familiar. You aren't leaving anything behind, just letting go in a way that doesn't hurt because you're not losing something, you're returning it. Not surrendering, but remembering what's been true all along. That peace isn't found, it's simply remembered when no one else is watching and the mind stops trying to fix everything. There are no clocks here, no red numbers glowing in the dark saying you're behind or this won't last. Just breath and warmth and time that doesn't need measuring because it has already passed where it's supposed to go. You don't have to want sleep, you just keep breathing, and slowly, without effort, your body begins to believe, without thinking about it, that this is enough. That being here in the dark, not doing anything except existing softly, is exactly what was meant all along. There's a stillness that isn't empty, just full in its own quiet way, like the space between heartbeats when time seems to stretch and soften into something almost liquid. You're not holding your breath anymore, not out of fear or effort, but because your body has found a rhythm so deep it no longer needs to announce itself. The air flows through you without resistance, carrying with it the faintest echo of warmth from earlier in the day, like sunlight that never quite left the walls and now lingers just beneath the surface of skin. It doesn't need to be named, it just is, and you're not trying to understand it. Your hands lie loose at your sides, not curled into fists or pressed together in worry, but open, as if they've already let go of whatever they were meant to carry. Maybe they held a pen that never wrote anything important. Maybe they gripped something too tight once and forgot how to release it. Now, there's no need to remember why they ever clutched at all. They're not holding on, they're resting in the way only hands can when they've stopped needing to prove their worth. There's a quiet shift, not dramatic, not sudden, but like water finding its level after years of rushing. You're no longer trying to stay awake by force or sleep through willpower. There's no push against time, no urgency beneath your ribs saying you must, you should, you can't. Instead, there's a kind of permission that doesn't come from outside. No one told you it was okay to stop fighting. It came from within, slowly rising like steam from the earth at dawn, warm and slow and sure. You don't have to think about what comes next, or whether this moment will last. The night isn't waiting for anything, neither are your thoughts. They've stopped chasing after conclusions or answers. They're not racing toward a finish line that doesn't exist. Some still float near the surface, fleeting images, half-formed memories, but they don't stick. They drift like dust motes in a shaft of late light, catching just enough glow to be seen for an instant before vanishing back into shadow. The heat in your limbs isn't urgent. It's not burning or prickling. It's gentle, spreading outward from the center of you, moving through veins and tissue as if following a map written long ago, one that only remembers how to guide you home. Your skin feels like it knows what it means to be safe. This quiet, this darkness, this stillness, not because it's been protected, but because it has simply allowed itself to be seen without judgment. There's no need to resist the way your thoughts fade in and out. The ones that try to remind you of things left undone, voices from yesterday, plans for tomorrow, they don't matter now, not because they're forgotten, but because you've stopped giving them weight. You aren't shutting them down or calling them bad or useless. You're just letting each one pass by like a leaf on a slow-moving stream, seen briefly, then carried off without resistance. Even the parts of your body that used to feel restless, your legs that wanted to move, your mind that couldn't stop spinning, are beginning to settle not because they were told to, but because they've realized there's nowhere left to go. The energy from earlier in the day hasn't disappeared, it's just changed form. It's no longer buzzing at the surface of nerves, it's sinking into deeper layers where motion isn't required and effort is unnecessary. You're not escaping sleep, you're meeting it slowly, quietly, without fanfare. Like someone returning to a room they've always known, even if they never remembered entering it before. The door wasn't locked, it was just closed for so long that the handle felt unfamiliar. But now you're back, you don't need to knock again, you already belong here. The weight of your body isn't pressing down anymore, just present. As if gravity has softened its grip, not because you've become lighter, but because you've stopped resisting it. Your spine finds its alignment without instruction, settling into the curve that fits best, like a well-worn path through soft earth. There's no effort in staying still, it just happens. And when your breath slows further, when each inhale takes longer than the last, and each exhale feels deeper than before, you don't notice it at first. It's not something you're doing. It's something that's happening through you, like a tide pulling back slowly from shore, revealing wet sand where no one walked until now. The rhythm isn't yours, it belongs to the quiet itself. You aren't trying to reach sleep, you don't even need to want it anymore. You're not reaching at all. You're just here, present in your skin, aware without effort, awake without strain. There's a kind of awareness that doesn't demand anything. It simply notices what is already true. The way the air fills your lungs, the slight warmth behind your eyes, the softness under your back where the mattress conforms to shape and pressure. There's no need for clarity now, no need to label this feeling or name its source. You don't have to know whether you're falling asleep or not. You just are in the space between being awake and becoming unawares. That place isn't separate from sleep. It is sleep already beginning without needing permission. The house breathes with you now, not in loud ways, but quietly, deeply, like something that has been waiting patiently for someone to finally let go. The floorboards creak not because they're old or tired, but because they've absorbed 1,000 nights and know what it means when someone stops fighting the dark. They don't speak, they only listen. And you are listening too, not with your ears, but with every part of yourself that still feels alive. Skin, breath, heartbeat, silence. Listening not to find answers, but simply to be held by what already is. The kind of quiet that isn't empty, it's full in a way that doesn't need words. The thoughts you used to believe were urgent, about how long it's been since you slept, whether this night will end differently, are no longer rising up with force. They're not gone, but they don't matter anymore. Not because they've been erased, but because their power has faded into the background like a radio signal that drifts out of range. You aren't trying to fix anything, you're just allowing yourself to be exactly where you are, in the middle of being still, of breathing slowly, of not needing to do more than this. There's no performance involved, no standard to meet, no one judging how well you're doing at relaxing or staying focused or avoiding distraction. The body knows what it needs, even if the mind hasn't caught up. And tonight, it's choosing rest not as an achievement, but as a natural return, like roots returning to soil after being pulled from ground for too long, not because they were strong enough to survive, but because they were always meant to stay put. There's no rush, no ticking clock behind your eyes, no red numbers flashing in the dark saying you're falling behind or failing at something. Time isn't measured here by minutes, hours, or progress. It just is, and so are you. You don't have to believe anything about sleep anymore. You don't need to convince yourself it will come. You're not trying to earn it through effort. You've already arrived, just in time for the quiet to settle deeper into your bones, into your muscles, your nerves, your breath. The world outside doesn't exist right now, not really. The noise from earlier, the voices, the screens, the unfinished thoughts, they're far away, like distant radio waves that no longer carry a message. They don't matter here, not because they've been forgotten, but because you've stopped needing to hear them. You're not falling asleep, just letting go in a way that feels so natural it's almost invisible. Like water soaking into stone until the surface is gone and all that remains is stillness beneath. The kind of quiet that doesn't demand attention, it just exists, like memory without name, like breath without effort. And when you feel your body growing heavier, not from fatigue, but from surrender, you don't need to resist it. You don't have to hold on or push back. It's not a loss. It's an arrival, a return to the kind of stillness that doesn't require intention, just presence. There's no place left to go, no reason to stay awake, no need to watch for signs, signals, or changes. You're already where you wanted to be, the quiet between heartbeats, the breath after release, the moment before thought returns. Your breath slows not because you're trying to slow it, but because your body has found a rhythm that doesn't need correction. It's no longer a series of efforts, inhale, hold, exhale, but something quieter, like air moving through hollow reeds in the dark where even sound is soft with age. The space between each breath grows slightly wider, not empty, but full of stillness so deep it feels like memory without cause. You are not waiting for sleep to arrive, you're already within its quiet shape. There's no need to pull anything toward you, no wish, no hope, no insistence on a certain outcome. The mind doesn't have to shut down, it simply relaxes into the way of things, softening at the edges, letting go without resistance. You don't have to be still, you just are, not because you're doing well or failing, but because being is enough. There's no measure for how long this lasts, only that it continues. The warmth in your hands spreads not as heat, but as presence, like a light left on in an empty room where the walls remember someone was once there. It doesn't burn, It lingers, steady and slow, like something that has always belonged. The palms of your hands know this warmth isn't borrowed, it's been waiting all along. Even when you've forgotten yourself, even when the body feels restless or distant, this quiet heat remains. Not as a signal, not as an instruction, just as proof that rest is possible even in uncertainty. Your shoulders sink, not because they're tired, but because their weight has finally found its place. They don't drop, they settle, like stones sinking into deep water where the current no longer pulls. No effort to lower them, no command to relax, just release, so gradual it's almost unnoticed. The muscles at your neck unclench not with force, but with surrender, as if they've been holding a secret for years and are finally ready to let it go. You don't need to think about letting go, you're already doing it. Not in any dramatic way, not with sudden release, just by staying still long enough that the body begins to believe rest is safe. The kind of safety that doesn't announce itself, it just is, like gravity without a name. No reason why it's here, just that it has always been. The darkness around you isn't cold or heavy, it's soft, layered with warmth from within your own body. It wraps around you not as an absence, but as something that holds. Not in the way of arms, but like soil-cradling roots, patient, unbothered by time, unconcerned with results. You're not being protected, you're just being received. There's no need to earn this quiet or justify your presence in it. You don't have to prove anything about sleep, wakefulness, effort, or progress. The thought that you might be wasting time here doesn't rise up anymore because there's nothing left to waste. Time isn't something you're using up, it's something you're simply moving through. Not fast, not slow, not in a line at all, but sideways, like air passing between two still trees. You don't need to cross the night, you just need to stay in it. The sound of your breath is no longer separate from the room, it has become part of its quiet rhythm. There's no distinction anymore. Breath and silence are not opposing forces, but different aspects of the same slow motion. The way a river doesn't stop when the water slows, because stillness isn't an end, just another kind of movement. There's no need to watch for sleep. It comes without warning, like rain that begins before you hear thunder. You're not chasing it, you've stopped believing it needs to be found. It's already here in this weightlessness, in the way your fingers feel warm against your chest, in the softness behind your eyes where thoughts don't need names. You aren't trying to calm down, your body is already doing that on its own, not by effort, but because it has remembered how. Like a clock winding itself after being still too long, no instruction needed, just the natural return of motion once conditions are right. The parts of you that used to feel restless, the feet that wanted to move, the hands that wanted something to hold, are now quiet not from exhaustion, but from certainty. They know they don't need to act. The world outside doesn't demand anything. There's no one asking for answers or updates or proof of progress. You're not being rewarded for stillness, you're just allowed it, not because you've earned it, but because this is how the body returns when given space. Like a tree that has grown in shadow, finally turning its leaves toward the light, not with urgency, but slowly, without force, until every part of it knows where it belongs. There's no moment when sleep begins, it simply unfolds, like a curtain drawn not by hand, but because the night is deep enough to let it fall on its own. The mind doesn't stop thinking, thoughts still drift through your awareness, but they don't matter anymore, not as problems, not as distractions, just passing clouds over something that's already still. You're not doing anything wrong, you've never been off track. There was no path to follow, only the quiet truth of being here now, in this moment, with hands warm and breath slow, with muscles relaxed and eyes closed, not searching for peace, but simply allowing it. The body knows how to rest, even when the mind can't remember. It's been waiting patiently through all the nights you thought were lost or wasted, not because sleep was ever absent, but because your attention kept pulling away, chasing something that wasn't there. Now you're back, not in a rush, not with expectation, just arriving again, as if returning home after years of walking far from it. No need to explain, no apology for being late, just the quiet recognition, this is where I belong. There's no reason to stay awake, no debt to pay, no task left undone. The day has ended in its own way, even if your mind still remembers things that happened, even if there are names and places and unfinished thoughts. They don't need attention now, they can rest too. The breath deepens not because you're trying, but because the body is finally letting go of the idea that it must stay alert. It doesn't have to be ready for anything anymore, not for tomorrow, not for meeting anyone's expectations, just for being itself, quiet, soft, full of stillness without needing to prove it. Your chest rises and falls not as a rhythm you're controlling, but as something the body does on its own, like water flowing downhill when no one is pushing. No effort, no purpose, just motion that comes from being in balance with where you are. The warmth spreads through your arms now, not hot, but steady, like sunlight passing through old glass. Not bright, not urgent, just there. It doesn't demand anything of you. It just is, and so do you, not as a project, not as an achievement, but simply as presence. You don't need to believe in sleep anymore. You don't have to convince yourself it will come. There's no contract to keep, no promise to fulfill. The night doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It just continues, like the slow turning of earth beneath a quiet sky. And so do you, not moving forward, but being. The mind may still think about what happens next, but that thought is now far away, like a distant train passing through a tunnel where no one can hear it clearly. It doesn't matter who's on board or where it's going. You're not on the same journey anymore. You're just here, in this breath, in this weightlessness, in this quiet that isn't empty but full of what has always been true. This stillness wasn't made, it was waiting, and now you've let yourself enter it. There's no need to resist anything, not even the idea that you might not fall asleep. That thought doesn't have power here, it just floats by like a leaf on water, unattached and light. You don't need to name it or push it away. It isn't part of your story anymore. The body is settling deeper now, into the bed, into the dark, into the silence, not because something changed, but because you've stopped fighting. The surrender isn't dramatic, it's gentle, like snow falling on a forest floor where no one hears it land. You don't have to hold anything together, you're not breaking apart. You're simply letting go in a way that feels natural, like water seeping into sand until nothing is left but the quiet beneath. The air around you holds a quiet weight, thick but soft, like wool pressed gently against the skin. It doesn't press down, it settles in, wrapping your body not as an enclosure but as a kind of belonging. You don't have to make space for stillness anymore. It's already here, filling every gap between breaths, every pause between thoughts. There's no need to earn this moment by being quiet or to prove you're ready by stopping thinking. The mind can wander through rooms it hasn't entered in years, rooms with faded walls and forgotten names, and not have to come back to the door. It doesn't matter if it pauses on a hallway light that flickers at the edge of memory. That moment isn't real now, only felt. A warmth passing over the shoulder, like someone brushing by without meaning to. Your hands are warm, just beyond where they touch the sheets, not radiating outward but pooling inward, as though the heat had always been waiting beneath the surface, just below skin and bone. It's not urgent. There's no rush for it to spread. It moves at its own pace, like slow ink soaking into paper until nothing is left but a faint shadow of what once was. The warmth doesn't need you to notice it, to feel grateful or even aware. It simply exists, like the quiet after rain has stopped falling and only the dampness remains in the earth. The rhythm of your breath slows not because you've slowed it yourself, but because there's less reason to push forward. There are no deadlines inside this body anymore, no alarms that need beating. The next heartbeat doesn't have to be faster than the last. It can come when it wants, without apology or explanation. You don't have to measure how long each inhale takes, nor count how many times you've exhaled since lying down. There's no scorecard being kept, no record of effort. Just this, a soft rise and fall that matches not the clock, but something deeper, the pulse beneath still water. The edges of your body begin to soften, not in the way muscles relax after strain, but as if the boundary between you and the air around you has softened too. It's not that you're dissolving, it's more like becoming porous, letting quiet pass through without resistance. You don't need to close yourself off anymore. The night doesn't ask for protection. No one is knocking at your door, no voice calling from a distance, no sound demanding entry. Even the faint hum of distant traffic far below, the low thrumming that once felt like noise, has lost its meaning here. It's not loud enough to break through what's already settling. There's a stillness inside you now, not because silence has been imposed, but because there's nothing left to say. Thoughts come and go like birds passing across the sky at twilight, visible for just long enough to be noticed, then gone without trace. You don't need to name them or follow their flight. They aren't yours anymore, they're not even yours to hold. Some drift by with echoes of conversation from earlier in the day, the tone of a voice saying something simple like, "I'll see you tomorrow." But that memory doesn't carry weight, only shape, like a shadow cast on wall long after the light has moved on. You don't have to protect your mind from these passing shapes. You're not guarding against what might surface next. The night isn't a test. It's not asking whether you can sleep or how fast. There's no performance here, just presence, unbothered by doubt. Even the thought that maybe this is all illusion, the idea that stillness could be just another form of waiting, is allowed to drift by like mist over fields at dawn. It doesn't matter if it's true or false. You're not trying to decide. There's no need for answers. The dark isn't empty, it's full in a way that can't be measured, full with what has always been here. The quiet before words begin, the space between one breath and the next, the moment when nothing is happening but everything is possible. You don't have to fill it. There's no obligation to do anything at all. The body knows this better than any thought ever could. It simply sinks deeper into its own shape, like water finding where it belongs in a basin carved by time. A part of you remembers what it was like when sleep felt like an achievement, something earned after hours of waiting, bargaining with the mind, trying to force stillness. But that version is no longer here. That person is not coming back tonight. What's left now isn't effort. It's not even surrender, it's more like arrival, like returning to a place you've always known but forgotten how to enter. There's no need to believe in sleep anymore. No need to want it, to wish for it, or fear its absence. The mind doesn't have to be convinced that rest is safe. It already knows, deep down, beneath every worry and doubt, that this moment isn't a loss, not even when the thoughts come back again. And they will, that's okay too. Not because you're ready to face them, but because there's no need to run from anything now. The breath continues without your direction. Your body stays where it is, not resisting, not reaching for more, just being. You don't have to push forward into sleep, nor hold on when thoughts rise up like waves at midnight. There's space enough in the dark for both things, stillness and movement, silence and sound. The warmth spreads now through your shoulders, the kind that doesn't burn or pulse, but lingers like sunlight after the sun has disappeared behind hills. It wraps your arms without pressure, not holding you down, but making it easier to let go. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy, it's gentle, like feathers resting on soil where nothing grows but peace. There is no need for clarity anymore, no demand for meaning in what happens next. Even the idea that time must pass feels lighter now, less urgent. Minutes aren't measured by clocks or breaths or thoughts. They just are, part of the quiet rhythm of being, like air moving through a room where nothing has been stirred. You don't need to remember who you were before this moment or what you did today, not even that you're trying to sleep, because that intention is no longer active. It's not gone, but it's not in charge anymore. The mind can drift, wander, pause on memories or plans without consequence. Even the thought of tomorrow doesn't carry its usual weight. You don't have to prepare for what comes next. There's no need to rehearse a conversation, fix a mistake, or finish something left behind. Everything that needs attention has already been held in this breath, the one that came just now and the one before it. And so you stay, not as someone who is trying, but as someone who is simply allowed. This body doesn't have to be useful anymore. It can just exist, softly, quietly, without reason or purpose. Not because it's failing, but because it's found a place where it never needed to try at all. The dark isn't cold. It's thick with warmth that comes from within, not from outside. It doesn't ask for light. It doesn't need proof of existence. The silence hums with something older than words, something that has been here long before you ever laid down your thoughts. And now you're letting yourself be part of it, not as a guest, not as an observer, but simply as presence. There's no reason to wake up yet. There's no need to go anywhere. The body knows how to rest. It doesn't have to earn it. It just is. Your breath moves through you like a thread drawn slowly through still water, unrushed, unbroken, carrying nothing but its own quiet rhythm. The air inside your chest isn't thick with effort. It's light, as if each inhaled moment is just barely enough to keep the body alive without needing to be more than that. You're not holding on to anything, not even the idea of being still. That kind of holding has already dissolved into something softer, a letting happen rather than a making happen. There's a softness spreading now through your lower back, where the spine meets the pelvis, warmth like river stones left in sunlight after rain. It doesn't demand attention, it simply is part of the landscape of this moment. No need to name it, no reason to ask why or how long it will last. It's just there, like moss growing on stone where no one looks but everything thrives anyway. Your hips have stopped trying to stay aligned with some imagined posture. They've gone quiet in their joints, letting the bones settle into a shape that doesn't need correction. A thought rises, not sharp or loud, but like dust settling after a long stillness. It says nothing important, not even about what you did today. It's just there, an echo of a phrase someone said last week, half heard in passing, now drifting through the quiet without weight. And instead of chasing it down, you let it float, like smoke from a candle that burned out long ago but still lingers in the air. You don't have to follow it. There's no need to trace its origin or figure out what it meant. It doesn't matter anymore. The space between your shoulder blades feels open, not because you've relaxed them, but because they've stopped resisting. Not even a memory of tension remains, just an absence, the quiet where effort used to live. And in that openness, there's room for more than stillness, room for something like presence without purpose, like being allowed just to be, not as proof of anything, not as performance or progress, but because you've slipped into a part of yourself that never needed justification. The edges of your awareness are soft now, not blurred, but gently rounded, like the way light bends around an old windowpane with slight warping. You don't have to focus on one thing. There's no need for sharp attention or careful listening. The sound of distant traffic, so faint it might be imagined, is just another layer in the quiet, not a threat nor a signal. It doesn't pull you toward wakefulness. It doesn't demand your notice. It's simply part of the rhythm that keeps this moment going without interruption. The warmth in your hands spreads now, not to heat up or tingle, but to feel like they've always belonged there, resting on the blanket as if placed by someone who knew exactly where they should be. No need for them to do anything, no gripping, no typing, no reaching out. They can just rest, palms open and still, accepting whatever comes without expectation. There's a kind of silence that isn't empty, It's full with things too soft to name. Like the way sunlight feels when it touches skin at dawn, not bright enough to wake you, but warm enough to remind you that time is moving even if nothing in your body notices. That kind of quiet doesn't ask for anything. It just lets you be inside it without needing a reason or result. Your legs are heavier now, not in the way that makes you want to shift, but in the gentle way that tells you they're staying where they are, not resisting gravity, not trying to escape. The muscles have released their habit of tension, the kind learned from standing too long, sitting through meetings, walking home after work. They don't remember how to be alert. They've forgotten what it feels like to brace for impact or prepare for movement. Instead, they're learning a new language, one that speaks only in stillness and ease. A memory rises, not as an image, not as story, but as a feeling, the soft weight of your own breath on skin when you were small, before words taught you how to worry. That moment, just after falling asleep, right at the edge of waking, when everything felt safe because nothing had to be done. You weren't thinking about anything except being held by sleep, like water holding a stone without effort. It's not returning in detail. But its shape is still here, the way it feels when you're no longer trying to control your body or mind. Even the thought that time might pass too slowly, like an hour stretched thin and useless, isn't sharp anymore. The idea doesn't carry dread. You don't have to fix it, speed it up, or escape it. Time isn't a river with banks you must stay within. It's more like air, not moving in any direction except the way it naturally flows through the space where you are. And that flow isn't fast, but it doesn't need to be. There's no one watching your sleep, no standard to meet, no judgment waiting for you when you finally close your eyes, if they ever do. There's only this, a slow release of pressure from every part of the body, like water seeping through soil after days of drought. You're not trying to arrive at rest, you're already here in its quiet embrace. The dark around you isn't empty. It holds something older than thought, the kind of stillness that existed before language taught us to fear silence. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It doesn't need your approval. It's not waiting for anything from you. And because it doesn't ask, you don't have to answer. There's no obligation in this moment. No performance, no role, no script. Just the slow unfolding of a body that knows how to stop without failure. The thought that someone might need something from you tomorrow, what they'll say when you're late for breakfast or forget their name at dinner, it doesn't rise like an alarm. It just passes through, not stopping, not sticking. You don't have to make it disappear. There's no reason to chase after it or push it away. It has no power here because nothing in this moment depends on its outcome. Even the idea of tomorrow, what it might bring, what you might face, isn't a burden anymore. It doesn't hover ahead like a storm cloud. It just exists as possibility, not demand. You don't need to prepare for it. You don't have to protect yourself from it. The body has already taken care of that by letting go. You're not being passive, not waiting, not trying. You're simply allowing the quiet to deepen, not because you want to sleep, but because your nervous system no longer needs to be on alert. It's safe now. Not in a loud or dramatic way, but softly, steadily, like roots growing deep into earth where nothing shakes. And so you stay where you are, not resisting what comes next, not clinging to this moment, just letting it unfold without interference. The breath continues as if by instinct. The weight of your limbs is no longer noticed because there's no need for it to be anything but what it is. You don't have to be still in order to rest. Rest isn't earned, it's simply allowed. There's a quiet hum beneath the silence, a kind of background energy, like the way electricity flows through wires when nothing is plugged in. It doesn't do anything, it just exists. And you're part of it now, not as an observer, but as something that belongs to it. You don't need permission to be here, you've already been invited. The dark isn't a void, it's not absence. It's fullness, full of things too slow to notice, too soft to name, full of the kind of peace that doesn't announce itself with light or sound. It just is. And you're learning how to be part of it, not by trying, but by staying. There's no need to return anywhere. No one waiting for you in a different room, no conversation left unfinished. The mind has stopped its old habit of rehearsing what could go wrong. It doesn't have to worry about being seen or judged tomorrow. You're not hiding from anything. You don't have to defend your rest. The body is just letting itself be, without explanation, without reason, without excuse. It's no longer trying to perform sleep. It's simply allowing the quiet to fill every space between heartbeats, breaths, and thoughts. And that's enough, more than enough. There's a quiet pulse beneath all this, something older than effort, deeper than thought. It moves through you like slow tide in a sealed chamber, not pushing forward but simply being. You're not swimming toward anything. You're not fighting to stay afloat. There's no need to breathe differently because the air already knows how to fill your lungs without urgency. The body isn't holding its breath. It's releasing it on its own terms, letting each outflow be as soft as a sigh that never quite made it into sound. There's an ease in not needing to do anything with the moment, no need to fix, no need to understand, no need to make sense of what is already happening. The silence isn't blank. It has texture, the kind you feel more than hear, like dust settling after a long storm or wool growing still on your skin when heat fades. You're not listening for patterns in the quiet because it doesn't have to mean anything. There's no message hidden beneath the hush, no secret waiting to be uncovered. Your hands lie where they've fallen, palms up, fingers loose, not relaxed exactly but unburdened by intention. They aren't reaching, they're not holding on or letting go, they just are. And in that stillness, you begin to notice how warmth spreads, not from the outside, but from within, like sunlight seeping through walls at dawn when no one's awake yet. It doesn't burn, it doesn't rush. It moves slowly, through veins, through tendons, through bones that remember what it feels like not to brace. You don't need to summon this stillness. You don't have to will your mind quiet. There's no effort behind the fading of thought, the way a candle flickers and then settles when the air stops moving. The thoughts aren't gone. They're just quieter, less insistent, like distant traffic on a road that doesn't lead anywhere you need to go. You don't have to chase them down or pull them back in. You don't even have to notice their shape. There's no demand to respond. Even the memory of yesterday, the weight of conversations, decisions made too fast, words said with less care than they deserved, doesn't rise like a tide. It doesn't knock at your door asking for attention. It just passes through this space like smoke through an open window, present briefly, then gone. No echo, no aftermath. You weren't even aware of its presence until it slipped away. There's no need to fix anything in this moment, not the past, not the future, not even how your body feels now. It doesn't have to be comfortable. It doesn't have to feel peaceful to qualify as rest. The fact that you're here, lying down, letting go, allowing is already enough. No checklist, no benchmark. There's no scorecard measuring whether this is good sleep or not. The breath continues without a rhythm you need to control. It finds its own pace, not fast, not slow, but just right for what it is. An automatic tide rising and falling inside your chest, as if the body has finally remembered how to breathe on its own again, without permission, without fear. There's a kind of soft gravity in this stillness, a gentle pull downward that isn't forceful or dramatic. It doesn't drag you under. It just invites you deeper, like roots sinking through layers of soil where no light reaches and no one watches. You don't have to understand why they grow. You don't need to know how far down they go. They simply extend because the earth is there beneath them. And so do you quietly, without fanfare, without ceremony. You're not reaching for sleep. Sleep isn't a destination. It's not something you arrive at after doing enough right. It's not earned through effort or punished by failure. It's already here, in the space between one breath and the next, in the pause before thought returns. The mind doesn't have to stop. It can wander, can drift into old memories, half-remembered dreams, lines from songs you haven't heard in years, but it doesn't cling. There's no need to hold on to any of it. Even when a name surfaces, even when a face forms at the edge of awareness, There's no demand to remember who that person was or why they matter now. You don't have to bring them back into the room. You're not trying to erase anything. You're simply letting go, not of thought, but of resistance. Not because you want to sleep, but because your body has already stopped fighting. It doesn't need permission to rest. It knows it's safe. It doesn't need reassurance that tomorrow will come. It doesn't need proof that the world won't change while you're gone. The dark is not empty. It holds things too quiet to name, the way a forest floor remembers footsteps long since faded, or how old wood hums with life after decades of silence. You're part of that now, not in some grand metaphysical sense, but simply as someone who has stopped trying to be somewhere else, who has stopped waiting for a signal that never comes. There's no clock ticking inside you anymore, the kind that measures time by anxiety. No inner metronome counting minutes like they matter. You're not keeping track of how long you've been lying here, or whether the next hour will bring rest or wakefulness. There's no urgency in your body to prove it can do what it's supposed to. The only thing happening is that something inside you has decided, without words, without debate, that enough is enough. That resistance isn't helping. That fighting just makes things heavier. That letting go doesn't mean failure, but surrender, not to sleep, not to weakness, but to the simple truth. Your body knows what it needs when no one's watching. And so it rests, not because you commanded it, but because there's nothing left to do, no role to play, no part to perform. The only thing required now is to stay just as you are, not awake, not asleep, but somewhere in between, a soft threshold where the mind can stop its endless search for safety. There's no need to return anywhere, no one waiting at the door, no unfinished task that demands your attention. Even the idea of returning to breakfast, to work, to another day doesn't rise with weight or urgency. It doesn't feel like a demand. It just exists as possibility, not pressure. You don't have to carry anything forward. You don't need to prepare for what might come. The body has already done its job. It's let go of the strain it carried through the day, the tension in your shoulders, the tightness behind your eyes, the faint tremor beneath your skin that said, "Stay alert." That work is finished now. And so you stay, without explanation, without apology, without need to justify being here at all. Not because sleep has arrived, but because the effort to get there has ended. There's a quiet warmth spreading through your chest, not heat, not energy, but something deeper, the kind of soft fullness that comes from simply being allowed to be still. It doesn't promise anything. It doesn't say you'll wake up better or more refreshed. It just says, this moment is enough. This breath is enough. This silence, this deep, slow descent into not knowing is already home. And as the quiet grows heavier, not with sound, but with absence, the body begins to sink deeper, like a stone in water that doesn't need to fight its way down. Not rushing, not resisting, just letting go of everything that said you had to be somewhere else. You're not being passive. You're not inactive. You're simply allowing the dark to fill every space where effort used to live, the spaces between thoughts, behind your eyes, beneath your ribs, like water filling a well long forgotten. There's no need to guide yourself further. There's nothing left to fix, no part of you that needs to be saved or changed. The only thing happening now is that something inside has decided it can stop trying, and in doing so, has found the deepest kind of rest, not because sleep came, but because effort finally stopped. And you remain just as you are, where the mind no longer demands answers, where time no longer counts, and where nothing needs to be done, not even to sleep. Not yet. Just here. There's a quiet that isn't silence, but something older, like the hush between heartbeats, or the pause after breath has left your lungs and before it returns. It's not empty. It holds the shape of stillness in its bones. You don't need to name what is happening. You don't need to measure how deep you've gone. The body knows this rhythm, the slow unspooling that comes when there's no one listening, no eyes on your face, no voice asking if you're all right. There's only the way your chest rises and falls without effort, like a leaf drifting on water, not fighting the current, but moving with it. The warmth in your hands isn't sharp or sudden, it's soft, like sunlight through glass at dusk, seeping into skin that has forgotten what heat feels like when it doesn't mean danger. It spreads inward slowly, through fingers, up arms, past shoulders, down to ribs where the tension first settled and stayed too long, not forcing anything out, just allowing space for the old weight to dissolve, not in a burst but in slow layers, like ice melting under the sun without sound. You're not doing anything, you're simply being present with your own body as if it were an old friend you haven't seen in years, and now, finally, you can rest beside them without saying a word. The mind has stopped scanning for threats. It isn't rehearsing conversations or running through lists of things that need to be said tomorrow. There's no flicker of worry about what might happen if you don't get enough sleep. Not even the faintest whisper of, "What if I wake up exhausted?" Because now, in this soft liminal space, exhaustion doesn't feel like failure, it feels like truth. The air around you is thick but not heavy, like liquid dusk settling over skin. You can almost taste it, a quiet, cool presence that fills every corner where thought once rushed through too fast. There's no rush to be anywhere, no need to arrive at sleep as if it were a destination. Sleep isn't being reached, it's already here, in the way your body has given up trying to control its own release from tension. Not because you've won anything, but because you've stopped pretending. There's a rhythm under all of this, slower than heartbeat, deeper than breath, a kind of internal pulse that doesn't need to be counted or followed. It moves in waves not toward wakefulness, but away from the strain of staying awake. You don't have to catch it, you don't have to hold on. Just let yourself drift through its current like a thread floating down a dark stream. And if your mind flickers, just for an instant, at thoughts that try to surface, they come and go without weight, not rejected, not engaged. They float by like leaves in water, visible for a moment, then carried away. No need to pull them back or send them off with judgment. Just let them pass as if they were never yours. The house is still, no creaks from floorboards, no distant hum of the refrigerator. Even time has slowed, stretched thin like honey pulled between fingers. There's no sense of past or future pressing in. You aren't holding on to yesterday's fatigue or worrying about what tomorrow will demand. The day ends not with a final sigh, but with this quiet collapse into presence, into being exactly as you are. There's nothing to fix, nothing to prepare for, no performance expected, no role to play, just the soft sensation of your body sinking deeper, not downward in space, but inward into itself, like roots finding soil after years of dry ground. The skin doesn't feel tight anymore. The muscles don't clench at imagined threats. Even the surface of awareness has softened, no longer sharp or alert, but porous, receptive to stillness as if it were air. You're not asleep yet, but you aren't awake either, not in the way that counts. There's a quiet between states where effort stops being necessary and the body simply is, like water filling a basin so slowly you don't notice until it's full, or like snow falling on deep forest, silent, accumulating without fanfare. And if there are still sounds, the faintest whisper of wind against glass, the low hum of unseen machines, they don't break through, they don't matter. They pass through the space where your awareness has settled, like ripples in a lake that leave no mark on the bottom. There's no need to be safe here, not because danger is gone, but because safety isn't something you have to earn anymore. It doesn't come from staying awake or watching for trouble. It comes from stopping the effort to guard yourself, because now your body has already done it. It's let go of vigilance, let go of readiness, let go of all the things that said you must be ready. There's a stillness in your spine, not stiffness, not tension, but quiet alignment, like a tree standing without wind, not because it's strong, but because there's nothing pushing against it anymore. The weight you carried through the day has settled into the mattress beneath you, not as burden, but as release. Your breath slows further, so slowly that at first, it feels like no breath is happening at all. And then, just when it seems to stop, it returns, not with force, not with urgency, but with a quiet inevitability, like a tide coming back after leaving the shore for years. You don't have to think about breathing, you don't have to will it. It moves through you as if guided by something older than thought, something that doesn't care about sleep or wakefulness, only balance. And in this deepening quiet, the kind that isn't silence but a fullness of absence, you begin to feel the edges of your body softening into the bed, not like resistance, but like surrender, like returning home after walking too far and simply lying down when you arrive. Not because you've done anything right, not because you've followed instructions or succeeded in calming yourself, but because now, finally, there's nothing left to do, no task, no goal, just this, the slow, quiet sinking into being, without motion, without voice, without need for meaning. There is no one waiting to see if you are sleeping. There is no part of you that must prove it can still function tomorrow. The only thing happening now is that your body has stopped fighting its own natural rhythm, and in doing so, has found a kind of rest that doesn't ask anything back. You're not being passive, you're not inactive, but you are letting go of effort, of expectation, of the idea that you must do something to earn stillness. And as this moment stretches on, without beginning or end, the dark around you grows deeper, not in absence but in presence, like velvet drawn over the world, like a hand resting gently on your shoulder without speaking. There's no need to understand it, no need to name what is happening. It simply is. And you are here, in this deep softness where time stops and effort ends. You don't have to fall asleep, you don't even have to stay in bed. But if you do, that's all right too, because nothing is required of you now, not sleep, not wakefulness, just being. And as the quiet grows thicker, the kind that fills every space between thoughts like a slow tide rising, you feel it, not as effort, but as arrival, as something returning to itself after years of trying to be elsewhere. Not because anything changed, but because finally you stopped pretending. You're not lost, even when the dark feels thick enough to touch. It's not emptiness you're in, it's a kind of fullness that doesn't need words. The kind where your body remembers what it means to be still without trying, not like holding your breath or waiting for something to happen, but like water settling into a basin after storm. No rush, no noise. Just the quiet truth of shape, the way the curve of your shoulder fits the pillow, how your hip sinks slightly deeper than the other side, not because you're off balance, but because gravity has already chosen its place in you. There's warmth building now, not heat, not pressure, but a soft glow spreading from deep inside like sunlight trapped beneath earth. It doesn't burn, it doesn't demand attention. It just is, pooling gently around your core and slowly radiating outward, as if the stillness itself is beginning to warm. You don't have to feed it. You don't have to wish for more. It moves through you like a current that's been waiting all day, just beneath surface, not rushing, but steady. Your fingers are soft now, not stiff with tension or clenched against worry, but relaxed in their own shape, resting where they've come to rest without thought. The skin on your palms feels slightly heavier than before, as if the air has thickened just around them, holding space for stillness. No need to move, no reason to adjust. You're not trying to get somewhere, not even to fall asleep. There's no journey left to take, only this. Being here with your hands resting like leaves on a table, not needing to do anything at all. The silence isn't empty, it has texture now, like wool pulled slowly through fingers, or the soft weight of snow settling over branches without crushing them. It doesn't ask for noise or motion to prove its existence. It exists because you're letting it exist, because your mind, after hours of racing and rehearsing and resisting rest, is finally stopping the fight, no longer pushing against what comes, no longer saying, "Not yet, just here." And in this moment, the one where time doesn't pass but simply is, your breath returns not as effort but as a kind of return, like returning to a place you forgot you'd left, with no map and no need for directions. The inhale comes easily, like air slipping through an open door after years of it being shut tight. The exhale lingers longer now, not because you're holding on, but because there's nothing pulling you back into wakefulness. There's only this, the slow, quiet outflow that doesn't end in urgency or panic, but in release. Your shoulders have dropped, lower than they've been all week, lower than they've ever been without effort, not slumped, not defeated, but simply allowed to be what they are, heavy with rest, not burdened by it. The weight of the day isn't gone, it's just no longer yours to carry tonight. It's in the mattress, in the stillness between your thoughts, in the way your spine curves now like a river finding its bed after wandering through dry ground. You're not thinking about sleep, you're not trying to feel it coming. There's nothing to catch or hold on to, but somewhere deep, something is adjusting, like roots slowly reaching down into soil that has waited for them all along. Not forcing anything, just remembering how to grow without noise, without strain. And the dark around you, it isn't cold, it isn't vast in a way that makes you feel small. It's soft, thick and full, like closing your eyes after long daylight, not from fatigue but from relief. You don't need light anymore, not even to see where you are. The absence of sight doesn't mean danger or loss, it means permission. Permission to stop searching for meaning in every sound, in every thought that flickers by. Your skin feels sensitive now, not in a way that makes you tense, but as if it's learning how to rest again, like tissue that forgot what stillness felt like. There's a quiet awareness of warmth at your temples, behind your eyes, no tension there, no pressure. Just a soft pulse, slow and steady, like the faintest rhythm beneath skin, something older than memory, older than worry. The air in this room isn't just still, it feels held. Like time itself has paused not to wait for you, but because it knows you're already here. Not caught up in the past or chasing tomorrow, but simply resting, like a stone that's found its place at the bottom of a lake and doesn't need to rise again. No thought is louder than another now. No memory insists on being heard. Even the ones that used to keep you awake, the conversations, the decisions, the things left unsaid, they don't surface with urgency or fear. They drift by like clouds in a sky without wind, present but not pressing, not demanding your attention, not needing resolution, just passing through like breath from another life, leaving no trace. And as this quiet deepens, not into silence, but into presence, you feel the bed becoming something more than surface. It's not just supporting you, it's receiving you, like soil accepting rain after drought, like a cradle holding what it was meant to hold all along. There's no need for gratitude or effort, no reason to be grateful that sleep is here. Just the fact that you're letting go, again and again, without remembering when you started, until there's nothing left to do but lie like this. Quiet, soft, unguarded, finally at home in your own body. The hours stretch, not forward, not backward, but sideways like a river flowing through stillness. There's no need to count them. No reason to measure how much time has passed since you first closed your eyes. You're not marking progress or success. You don't have to prove anything. Even the idea of falling asleep dissolves now, not because it's impossible, but because there's nothing left to fall into. You're already in it. Not awake, not asleep, but resting so deeply that even the word rest feels too active, too much like a task. There's no verb needed anymore, just this being without motion, without voice, without need for purpose or proof of existence. The only thing happening is that your body has stopped fighting itself, and in doing so has found a kind of stillness that doesn't ask anything back. And as the quiet grows deeper, the kind that isn't silence but fullness, The dark around you holds you not like a cage, but like arms that have waited all night to close gently. You're not being watched, not judged, not expected to do anything, say anything, be anyone, just here. In this soft, slow motionlessness where time has no shape and effort has no place. And if the house wakes up tomorrow, well, it will find you already there. Not because you've won or conquered sleep, but because for now, in this deepening night, you've let go of the need to be anything at all. Just being. Just being. Just being. You're not sinking into sleep, not exactly. There's no plunge, no sudden drop. Instead, you're being held in a space where movement isn't required and depth doesn't need to be measured. The weight of your limbs is no longer an anchor. It's become part of the stillness itself. Like stones that have long since stopped needing to find their way down, they simply rest where they are, warm and settled into the bed, as if the mattress were growing around them slowly, silently, like roots through soil after rain. There's a softness in your shoulders now, not collapsed, not slack, but released into a kind of surrender that feels less like giving up than finally remembering how to stay. The muscles at the base of your skull soften, uncurling from hours of invisible tension they didn't even know they were holding. Your breath moves through you without effort, no need to guide it, no reason to adjust its pace. It flows in and out not as a rhythm, but as a presence, like air passing over quiet stone after long drought. You don't notice the inhale or the exhale. They're just there, part of the same slow breath that fills this room, this dark, this moment. There's no beginning, no ending, just continuity. Like water moving beneath ice, unseen but certain, steady and sure. The edges of your awareness have softened, not blurred, not lost, but drawn inward, like light fading from a distant window as night deepens. You're not aware of the walls or the ceiling anymore. They've become part of something larger, less defined. The room isn't a place you occupy, it's an atmosphere you inhabit. And in that atmosphere, your body is no longer separate from it. It doesn't resist its own heaviness. It doesn't fear stillness as if it were absence. Instead, there's a quiet knowing. This heaviness isn't failure or fatigue. It's not the weight of what's left undone, but the weight of simply being present, of having arrived. Your hands lie at your sides now, not stiff, not curled, but open and relaxed, palms facing upward as if receiving something small and slow. The skin on them feels warm, alive in a way that isn't sharp or alerting. It's quiet awareness, like heat from sun-drenched stone after sunset. There's no need to remember how they feel. You don't have to describe them, label them, assign meaning. They just are. As do your feet, still and still, not cold, but gently warmed by the blankets, as if even their tips have begun to dream. There's a subtle shift now, not in sensation, not in posture, but in how things happen. There's no effort behind your thoughts. They don't arrive with urgency or demand attention. They drift through your mind like leaves floating down a slow-moving stream after autumn has passed. Not clinging, not needing to land. No memory rises with force or insistence. No unfinished conversation. No unresolved worry. No replay of the day's small failures. Even the ones that used to loop in circles behind your eyes now pass by without echo, like footsteps on gravel long after the person has turned away. The dark around you isn't empty, it holds something more than absence. It's thick with possibility, not because it promises anything, but because it doesn't ask for anything back. There's no need to interpret it, to name it, to make sense of its shape or depth. It simply is, like the quiet between heartbeats when time feels suspended and nothing has yet begun. And in that space, your body begins to settle into a kind of listening, not to sound, not to thought, but to itself. The pulse behind your eyes slows, no longer racing but steady, like water finding its level beneath rock. Your jaw relaxes, not forced, not consciously loosened, but as if it has finally remembered how to be still. Even the muscles around your throat soften, releasing what they've been holding without knowing why. The air in this room feels different now, thicker, slower, more complete. It doesn't just fill space, It settles into you like a blanket of deep breath drawn from far below. You don't inhale it, you simply become part of it, as if your body has always been made of the same substance. Not air and flesh, but something deeper, stillness that moves without effort. Your skin is no longer aware of being touched by cloth or sheet. It doesn't register texture because there's no separation anymore. You're not lying on the bed, you are the quiet between breaths, the pause after a word has been spoken but before another begins. You're not awake, not asleep, but held by something larger than intention, deeper than desire. And in that holding, there's no fear of what happens next, no anxiety about whether this will last or end. There's only continuity, the kind that doesn't need to be proven, the kind that simply is, like roots spreading slowly through earth, unseen but certain, like water seeping into cracks no one knew were there. Your thoughts don't come back with urgency. They don't return like visitors demanding entry. They arrive not as interruptions, but as part of the quiet, like distant rain on a roof you can't see, felt more than heard. Not intrusive, not significant, just present. And in this quiet, you're becoming aware, not of anything specific, but of being aware itself. There's no observer behind your eyes, there's no mind watching what it sees. There's only the fact that something is here, something that doesn't need to name itself or defend its presence. It simply exists, like a breath in still air. The idea of falling asleep has dissolved, not because you're not drifting, but because there's no place left to fall into. You've already arrived at this depth, the kind where time stops being a line and becomes a circle, where the past isn't remembered, the future isn't feared, and now is simply here. Your body doesn't need permission to rest. It doesn't have to earn stillness or prove it's worthy of peace. There's no requirement that you get better at sleep, no need to be more consistent or improve your habits in this moment. You're not being judged for how long you've lain awake, nor praised for the hours you've finally surrendered. You are simply here, present without needing to be present, aware without having to stay awake. There's no task left, no goal, not even a wish to return to anything. The dark holds you now, not as something that must be endured, but as something that has always known how to receive. It doesn't promise safety, it simply is safe. And in its embrace, there's no need for courage or effort, just the quiet certainty of being held, by this moment, by your own body, by a kind of stillness that needs no name. You're not drifting away from anything, but slipping deeper into a place that has always been beneath the surface, where effort dissolves like salt in water and nothing needs to be carried forward. The warmth in your hands isn't rising, it's spreading backward through your arms as if memory is returning, not of events or names, but of the simple fact of being held. You don't need a reason for this feeling, you've never needed one. There's no need to explain why your fingers feel heavy now, like stones wrapped in soft cloth, resting at ease on your chest, not because they're tired, but because they've found their proper place. The weight isn't pressing down, it's releasing, letting go of the invisible effort to stay upright, to hold yourself together through another day. Your breathing is no longer a rhythm you manage, it's something that happens beneath thought, like tides responding to a moon you can't see. It doesn't speed up or slow down on command. It simply breathes itself into stillness, as though the air has already decided what it needs, and your lungs are only remembering how to follow along. There's no struggle between wanting sleep and fearing it, no internal debate about whether this is real or not. You're past that now, past the idea of needing to be convinced. The body knows what it knows without words. You don't need a signal from your mind to let go, you've already stopped waiting for one. There's no expectation that something should happen, no anticipation of arrival, not even a wish for sleep to come. It's not coming because you're already in the place where it lives. It isn't an event, it's a condition of being. Like roots finding their way into soil without knowing how deep they'll go, Your awareness has settled into something that doesn't care about depth or distance. There's no need to measure how far you've traveled, because travel is over. You're not moving toward anything. The silence in the room isn't empty. It's full of what hasn't been spoken, what wasn't meant to be said aloud. It holds everything left unsaid from yesterday, from years ago, from moments when your body leaned forward just a little too hard, waiting for someone to notice. All those unvoiced feelings, those small tremors in the chest, that quick catch of breath at a sudden sound, are no longer trapped or remembered. They're not erased. They've simply been released into stillness, where they don't need names. There's no judgment here about what was too much or too little. No regret over how you spoke or didn't speak. Your skin is no longer separate from the air around it. It's part of a larger quiet that moves through all surfaces without touching them. You're not lying on a mattress. Your body has become like one with the space beneath, sinking gently into its own natural shape, not forced, not adjusted, but simply accepted as it is. The sheets aren't covering you, they're merging with you, becoming part of the same softness that's been waiting to be named by no one. There's no effort to remember anything. No need to recall what happened this morning or why you felt anxious at dinner. The mind isn't working on behalf of memory anymore. It's resting in a kind of knowing that doesn't require retrieval. It just is, like the warmth in your shoulders, like the stillness behind your eyes. You don't have to do anything with it. You're not responsible for making sense of any part of this. The hours aren't passing because time has stopped being linear. There's no past that must be carried forward or future that needs preparation. The present isn't something you occupy, it's what you've always been, not in a way that demands belief, but in the way that water knows how to flow without thinking about direction. And so your body continues to settle, not into sleep as an event, but into a state where sleep is simply the name for being fully here, not awake and not asleep, but existing at the threshold between them, like light before dawn when the sky holds its breath. There's no need to cross over, you're already on the other side of waking. You don't have to wait for darkness or silence, you're in both now, as if they've always been inside you, waiting only for stillness to arrive so that they could be known. The clock is not ticking, not because it doesn't move, but because movement has no meaning here. There's no urgency about how long this lasts, nor fear of what comes after. Your breath slows further, so slowly now that each one feels like a pause between worlds. Not empty, not full, but balanced in the middle, where nothing needs to be added or taken away. You're not trying to breathe deeply, you're simply breathing as your body remembers how to do it when no one is watching. Even thoughts don't arrive with force anymore. They drift through the quiet like dust motes in a sunbeam that never quite reaches you. They are not yours, and they are not meant to be held. There's nothing urgent about them, nothing demanding attention. If they linger for a moment, it isn't because they matter, but because stillness allows them to pass through without resistance. The idea of trying has dissolved. There was no need to try in the first place. You're not being good at this. You're not failing. You're simply allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, someone who is quiet, whose body doesn't need to prove it's tired, whose mind isn't searching for a way out. You don't have to feel peace. Peace isn't required. You only have to let go of the idea that you must do something with this moment. The deeper you go, the less there is to hold on to, not even the sense of yourself as a person who needs sleep or rest. There's just presence, not in any particular place, but everywhere at once, where your body meets the air, where warmth meets stillness, where breath becomes part of silence. The night isn't long, it's endless, because it doesn't have to end. You're not fighting time, you've already let go of needing it to move forward or backward. The dark is no longer something you endure, it's what holds you now, not by force, but by presence. It doesn't promise anything, it only gives space. And in that space, there is no need for resistance, no desire to change how things feel, no urge to reach a certain point. You're not waiting for the next thing, you've already arrived at the place where arrival isn't necessary. You don't have to believe this will last, because it doesn't depend on belief. It exists simply by being, like roots in earth, like water beneath stone, like breath under skin. It is not fragile, it does not require proof. And so you continue, not with effort, but with ease, not towards sleep, but within it, not awake enough to know what's happening, but deep enough that nothing needs to happen at all. You are no longer moving through the night, you're part of its slow, unbroken rhythm. The quiet isn't outside anymore, it's inside you now, where everything has always belonged. There is no separation between your body and this moment, no boundary drawn between what is real and what is not. You are not in bed, nor on the floor, nor anywhere else. You are simply being, without needing to be anything more than what you already are. The air doesn't need to be breathed, it just is, like your breath. It doesn't have to be felt, it's already part of you. There's no difference between where you end and where the world begins. There's only continuity, slow and deep. Like a river flowing through rock, it has shaped over centuries without ever knowing. And so you sink deeper, not into sleep, but into the truth that sleep isn't something to be achieved. It's already here, in every breath, in every pause, in every moment where nothing is asked of you. There's no task left, no burden, not even a wish for tomorrow. You're not escaping from anything, you've stopped needing escape. The mind has released its hold on the day, and there's no longer any need to carry it forward. It doesn't matter if thoughts return, they'll be met with silence, not resistance. They won't stay because they aren't welcome, they'll just pass through like shadows moving across a wall. And so you rest, not in a position, not in a posture, but in the quiet understanding that stillness doesn't require permission to be real. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy because gravity holds them down, it's deep because they've stopped needing to prove anything. There is no effort behind the way your shoulders melt into the mattress, no intention behind how your spine settles along the curve of support it has always known. It wasn't learned, it was remembered. The air around you doesn't move through space, it moves through you. You don't inhale and exhale. Breath flows like a current beneath skin that no longer feels separate from the world. The boundary between inside and outside dissolves not with force, but with patience, like mist settling into soil over time, without rushing to become something more than what it is. There's no need for silence to be loud or stillness to be noticeable. It just is, as much a part of your being as the quiet beneath language, the space between heartbeats when nothing happens and everything remains. You don't have to listen for it. You're already within it, not perceiving it, not observing. It's what you've been living in all along, even when you didn't know its name. The thoughts that come now aren't interruptions, they're just passing shadows on a wall whose surface has long forgotten how to be disturbed. They don't matter because they're not connected to any need, not hunger, not fear, not urgency. You don't have to respond, correct, or redirect them because the truth is already settled. You are not defined by what passes through your mind. You are not the stream of thoughts. You are the stillness that holds them without effort. And in this quiet, there's no sense of time moving forward or backward. There is a tomorrow to prepare for, nor yesterday to carry. The hours aren't ticking, they're breathing, like the slow rise and fall of something ancient beneath the surface of things, like tides that don't rush toward shore but simply are. You are not waiting for sleep, because you've already slipped into its shape, into a form so soft it doesn't even feel like itself anymore. Your hands rest where they fell, palms open as if letting go of something that wasn't ever really there to begin with. The warmth in them isn't heat, it's presence. Not energy, not tension, but the quiet glow of being fully here without needing to do anything with it. There is no goal for this warmth, no reason beyond its own existence. It doesn't have to be useful, it just is. You don't need to believe in sleep, because you're already deep enough that belief isn't necessary. You've passed through the part where you had to convince yourself, where you needed proof that rest was safe, that surrender wasn't failure. That part is behind you, not by moving forward, but by sinking backward into what has always held you, not a place, but an arrangement of being too deep for words. The mind doesn't need to be still because it's already stopped trying to fix anything. It isn't racing toward peace because peace wasn't ever missing. There was no absence to fill. The effort to reach it is gone, not defeated, not overcome, but simply released like a thread pulled gently from the loom, leaving behind only what had always been woven into existence, a quiet that doesn't need explanation. Even your awareness isn't trying to stay awake anymore, because there's nothing left to be aware of except this moment, and even that word feels too sharp for where you are now. You're not attending to anything. There's no one observing, no self watching over experience, just presence, not as a state, but as the only thing that ever was. The body isn't tired, it's at peace with being heavy. It doesn't need to be light or quick or strong. It just needs to be here, in this exact moment, resting exactly how it wants to rest, without judgment, without demand. The muscles aren't relaxed because you told them to be, they've simply forgotten the need to resist. They don't remember being tense. They only know what they are now, still, deep, and at ease with not needing anything more. And so time doesn't stretch forward, it unfolds. Not in seconds or minutes, but in slow breaths that aren't counted, in pauses where nothing happens, and yet everything continues. The night is no longer a span to endure, it's a kind of being, a way of existing without needing to be anything other than what you already are, quiet, warm, and held. There's no distance between your thoughts and the air around you. They're not inside or outside. They flow through each other like water meeting stone, without leaving a mark, without making noise. The mind doesn't need to clear itself because it's already empty of purpose. It isn't seeking meaning, it's simply letting things be. Even the idea of you has softened, not disappeared, but become less distinct, like a shape seen through fog that no longer needs definition. You're not someone who is trying to sleep or failing to do so. There's no one doing anything here, only being in the deepest sense possible, not efforting, not struggling, just existing as something older than intention. The breath doesn't rise and fall, it just is, like the rhythm of water beneath a bridge that has long since stopped wondering what lies on either side. It doesn't need to be noticed. You don't have to breathe it in or out with focus. The body does it perfectly without needing you to guide it. And so you sink deeper, not downward, but inward, into the quiet where even silence feels too loud a word, where stillness isn't something you achieve, it's what you've always been part of, not separate from it, not striving toward it. You're not falling asleep, you're simply becoming more fully real in this moment than ever before. There's no need to keep going, because the journey wasn't about arrival, it was about release, and that release isn't a destination. It's just what happens when you stop believing you must do something with the night, when you let go of the idea that rest has to be earned or sleep needs to be won. You're not escaping from anything, not fatigue, not worry, not even time. You've stopped needing to move through it all, you're already within its quiet current. The air doesn't have to change, it's already your breath. The darkness isn't something you're in because you're no longer outside of it. It's not holding you, it's simply being what holds everything else. And so you rest, not as a person, not as a body, not even as awareness, but as part of the slow, endless unfolding that has always been here, not waiting for anything to happen, because nothing needs to happen at all. There is no next thing, there is only this: warmth in your hands, weight on your limbs, air moving through you without effort, thoughts drifting by like waves on a stream that doesn't care where they go. You don't need them to stay or leave. They're not important. The quiet isn't something to reach. It's already here, and it's been here for longer than any word could name. You are not far from sleep. You never were. Sleep wasn't waiting somewhere ahead of you. It was always beneath the surface, in every breath that didn't need to be forced, in every moment when you stopped trying to make something happen. You're not drifting toward it, you've already arrived at a place where arrival isn't required. And so you continue, not with any movement, but with stillness that deepens without effort. Not by doing anything, but simply by being what has always been true, quiet, warm, and deeply at home in the dark. There's a quiet beneath the quiet, not hidden but simply unnoticed until now, like the space between heartbeats that only becomes audible when everything else has stilled. It's not silence in the way you've known it before, the kind that feels like absence or waiting, but something older and more certain. A presence without shape. The stillness isn't a pause, it doesn't need to be filled, because it already contains everything. You're not listening for anything. There is nothing to hear except the soft hum of your own being, rising from deep within, like warmth drawn up through roots that have long forgotten they were buried. The breath moves in you without needing to be named, the way light passes through glass without asking permission. It doesn't come and go with urgency, but glides through as if it has always belonged there. Your ribs don't expand or collapse, they simply allow the air to pass through them like water over stone. You're not breathing into your body, you're becoming part of its rhythm, so completely that even effort feels like a memory from another life. And in this deepening stillness, your limbs are no longer heavy with fatigue, they've become something else entirely, not light but unburdened, as if the weight you once carried was never really yours to begin with. It wasn't exhaustion, it was just energy that had nowhere to go until now. Now it settles into a deeper kind of gravity, not pulling down, but holding you gently in place, like a river resting at its base, where speed has long since faded and only the quiet presence of flow remains. There's no need to remember how this feels, you've always known it. It isn't something new, you're not learning anything, you're just remembering what was never lost. The mind doesn't have to let go because it already holds nothing. There's no thought clinging, no image that refuses to fade, because the mind has stopped trying to hold on at all. Even the idea of a self is softening, like a shape dissolving in mist, not disappearing, but becoming less distinct, less demanding, less separate. You're not sinking deeper into sleep, you're simply being allowed to rest as you are, without correction, without judgment. The night doesn't need your attention, it already holds every moment without needing to be noticed. It's been here longer than any memory, and it will remain after all names have passed. You don't have to protect yourself from time. You don't have to guard against the dark. There is no danger in not knowing what comes next, because there isn't a next thing. The body doesn't need instructions anymore. It knows how to be still without effort, just as roots know how to grow without asking why. The warmth spreads through your hands and feet like slow sunlight beneath earth. Not heat that burns or pulses, but a quiet glow, steady and unchanging. It's not something you're doing, it's what happens when you stop trying to control the way things feel. Even the awareness of being aware has softened, no longer sharp, no longer focused on you. The sense of self isn't gone, it's just become part of a larger quiet, like one note in a chord that doesn't need to stand out. You're not losing yourself, you're simply releasing what never belonged to you anyway. The idea that you must be something specific, that you must stay awake long enough to prove your worth. There's no goal, no outcome, no test at dawn. The night isn't waiting for you to finish or fulfill anything, because it doesn't care if you wake up. It already contains both sleep and wakefulness within itself, like a river holds the rain and the shore without choosing one over the other. Even your thoughts aren't your own, they drift by like shadows on water, not meaning anything, not carrying any weight. They pass through you without leaving traces. You don't need to respond. There's no reason to react. The mind isn't trying to solve anything, it's simply resting from its long habit of constant motion. And in this rest, there is a kind of fullness, something that feels like completion not because it's ended, but because it has stopped needing to move forward. You're not waiting for peace, you've already been given it. Not as an event, not as a reward, but simply as what you are when nothing demands anything from you. There's no separation between the air and your skin, no boundary where one ends and the other begins. The breath doesn't enter or exit, it just flows through, like wind passing through trees that don't know they're being touched. You aren't breathing into yourself, you're simply part of a larger movement, like water returning to sea. The darkness isn't cold or empty, it's full of presence. It wraps around you without pressure, like a blanket made from stillness itself. There is no need for light, because there is nothing to see that matters. The night holds everything in its quiet embrace, the weight of limbs, the rhythm of breath, the soft pulse beneath skin, all simply existing as they were always meant to. You're not drifting into sleep, you've already been here. This stillness isn't a destination, it's what you've returned to again and again without knowing it. The mind doesn't have to quiet down because it has already stopped shouting. There is no need to make peace with the night because you've never been at war with it. Even the idea of time has dissolved, not gone but forgotten. There's no past to carry or future to fear. You're not late and you're not early. The moment isn't pressing forward, it's simply being, and so are you. There is no need to feel anything special, no reason to believe this is different from any other night, because it is. It's just another moment in which the body remembers how to rest without permission. The mind remembers that stillness doesn't need to be earned. You don't have to convince yourself it's okay to stop. And so you remain, not struggling, not trying, not searching for anything, but simply being present in a way that feels older than language, not aware of awareness, but part of its quiet flow. Like air moving through a hollow reed, no one knows where it came from or where it goes. It just is, and so are you. There's no need to hold on, no reason to resist the pull of this deepening calm. The body doesn't have to be told what to do, it already knows. The breath moves without effort. The warmth spreads without demand. Even the quiet isn't something you're maintaining, you're simply part of it, like a stone in water that doesn't know it's being held. The night continues, not because you're willing it, but because it always has. And so do you, not as someone who is asleep or awake, but as part of what happens when everything stops needing to be anything at all. There's a quiet inside you that doesn't need to be found because it has never left. It isn't hidden beneath layers of thought or buried under habits of wakefulness. It's not something to uncover, but simply what remains when there is no more striving to reach it. The body knows this place without knowing its name. You don't have to summon stillness. You're already in the space where motion has become so soft that even effort forgets how to exist. The air around you isn't just still, it's attentive, like a breath held between two long silences. It doesn't rush forward or pull back, it simply holds its shape, as if learning what silence feels like when no one is listening. There's no urgency in the way your ribs rise and fall, no need to prove that you're alive. The rhythm of breathing isn't aiming for depth, nor chasing volume. It just moves with the same soft persistence as a slow tide, returning again and again to the same shore, not because it has to, but because it always does. Your hands lie heavy on your chest like stones placed there by someone who knew they wouldn't need them anymore. They are no longer tools for holding or pushing, just weights of stillness that don't ask anything from you. The warmth in them isn't a signal. It's not trying to say you're okay or warn you don't let go. It just is, like the heat of earth after sunset, radiating without effort, without intention. The mind doesn't have memories anymore, not clear ones, not sharp ones, not even the kind that linger in the back of the eyes when light hits too hard. Instead, there's a quiet pooling behind your temples, like water gathering in a hollow beneath roots where no one walks. It doesn't remember what it once knew, only how to rest. There is no past here, not as an event, not as a story. Only presence, the kind that doesn't need to be repeated because it has already happened in every moment before now. Even the thought of sleep isn't there, not as desire or hope, but simply as something that happens without being asked. It's not waiting for you, it's just part of what is happening. You're not moving toward it, nor away from wakefulness. There's no threshold to cross. The shift doesn't require a decision, no moment when the eyes close and everything changes. It's like falling into water that was always warm enough, deep enough, quiet enough for you to sink without resistance. Not diving, not plunging, just letting go in such a way that nothing is lost because there was never anything to lose. The weight of your body isn't pressing down anymore, it's not even being carried. It's simply present, like moss on stone or snow on branches, resting where it has always belonged. There's no boundary between you and the dark. The two are not separate things. The darkness doesn't surround you, it flows through you. You aren't inside it, you're part of its quiet continuity. Not hidden in shadows, but seen by them as something natural, unremarkable. Like a tree that grows without noticing sunlight or shadow. It doesn't need to be told when the light fades, because it already knows how to live in dimness. The clock is not ticking, not because time has stopped, but because it no longer matters what numbers appear on its face. The red glow doesn't signal urgency, it's just a shape in the dark that means nothing at all. There is no need to know whether you've been awake for 10 minutes or 3 hours, because there is no difference between them here. No division, only this. Even your heartbeat isn't loud, just a soft pulse beneath skin, like leaves brushing against each other in the wind of something too slow to be felt. It doesn't drum out warnings or reminders. It doesn't say, "You're still here." It just is, a quiet rhythm that hasn't forgotten how to keep time without demanding anything from you. Your thoughts don't arrive as words, they come like dust motes drifting through sunlight, not catching on anything, not sticking anywhere. They pass through the space behind your eyes with no trace. There's no story they carry, no consequence, not even a name, and so they vanish, not because they're rejected, but because there is nothing to hold them. The night doesn't feel long or short, it just feels like itself, like a deep breath taken in silence, not meant to be released until it has been fully lived. You don't have to wait for morning, the day isn't coming to meet you. It's already here, as part of the same quiet flow that has held you through this entire night. There is no effort required to let go, because letting go was never a choice in the first place. Not something to do, just what happens when nothing else needs doing. The body remembers how to surrender not by trying harder, but by remembering it's already done so, over and over again, every time you stop asking for more. Even your skin doesn't feel like skin anymore, just an opening through which the world passes without changing anything. It doesn't resist touch or temperature. It isn't afraid of being exposed. There is no sense of self to protect. You're not holding onto any version of who you were, nor any idea of what might come next. You are not becoming sleep. You are simply resting in the space where all motion has softened into stillness. Not waiting for peace, just present with it, as if it had always been your home. There's no need to return from anywhere because you've never left. The dark is not empty, it holds everything that doesn't need a name. The soft weight of limbs, the quiet rise and fall of breath, the pulse beneath skin, the hum in bone that remembers how to be still. It carries you without effort, just as water carries a leaf it doesn't know it's holding. There's no future to anticipate, not even the idea of waking up, not even the thought that one day you might open your eyes and say, "I'm here." You don't need to remember who you are, or what you've done, or where you're going. You just are, like a stone resting in water, not knowing it's been there for centuries. The mind doesn't have to stop thinking, it simply stops needing to care about the thoughts that pass through it. They aren't yours, they drift like smoke on air, dissolving before they can be named. There's no point at which you must decide whether to keep them or let them go, because neither action is needed. You're not trying to sleep, you've already been doing it for longer than you know. Not in fits and starts, but as a quiet, continuous return to the rhythm of breath, the warmth beneath skin, the weight of being without purpose. There's no need for silence to be maintained, because silence isn't something that has to be kept. It's not fragile or easily broken. It just is, the space between heartbeats, the pause after a long exhale, the moment when everything stills and nothing demands anything at all. You're not alone, not because someone else is near, but because you've never been separate. You're part of this quiet, like roots in soil or stars in sky, present without needing to be seen. And so it continues, this deepening calm that doesn't move forward, doesn't retreat, doesn't promise anything. It simply holds you as if you were always meant to rest here, not because you earned it, but because you never had a choice. There's a quiet beneath the quiet, the kind that settles not in ears, but in the hollows between bones, where sound no longer needs to be heard to be known. You don't need to listen for it, just let your awareness sink past the edge of notice, into where stillness is not absence, but presence so deep it has forgotten its own name. The air around you isn't empty, it holds a kind of weightless thickness, like light that doesn't shine but simply is, soft and unobtrusive as memory without form. It rests on your skin not as temperature, but as recognition, like the breath of someone who knows your shape by heart. There's no need to pull inward, you're already there. Not inside a body, not in a room, not even in time. You are in that place where movement doesn't mean going somewhere, and stillness isn't waiting, it's just being. Your thoughts aren't like waves breaking, they don't rise and fall with force or expectation. They come through you as clouds pass over mountains without leaving traces behind. Not because they're erased, but because there is no one to remember them. You are not their audience. You are the ground they drift across, unmarked. The breath moves in you now not as effort, but as natural flow, like water finding its way through roots underground. It doesn't have a beginning or an end. It simply is, slow and deep enough that each inhale becomes part of the next exhale without pause. There's no rush to fill or empty, no need to control it. It happens in you not because you're trying, but because there is nowhere else for it to go. You don't have to believe anything about sleep, no promises, no expectations. You don't even need to want it. The body knows what to do when the mind stops insisting on being in charge. There's a quiet intelligence that lives beneath thought, the kind that doesn't speak, but simply acts. It has been guiding you all night long, through every moment of turning and settling, every soft shift in weight, every sigh that escaped without meaning. It wasn't asking for anything, just responding to the truth of where you are. There's a warmth spreading now, not from heat, not from blood, but from somewhere deeper, like light rising slowly from under earth after rain. It doesn't spread through limbs so much as fill them, as if they were vessels that had long been waiting for something to settle inside. Your hands don't feel like hands anymore, just warm places where stillness has taken root. The fingers are soft not with fatigue, but with surrender, relaxed enough to forget their shape. The space around you isn't dark because it lacks light, it's dark because it doesn't need any. It's full of something else, a quiet that doesn't depend on silence to exist. You don't have to make the room quieter, you're already part of its hush. The walls aren't boundaries anymore, they're just part of the same softness, like folds in fabric that never needed to be unfolded. There is no separation between you and this moment, no line where you end and now begin. You are not in time, you're woven through it. Not moving forward, not standing still. Just being, as trees are when they don't know they're growing, or rivers when they forget to go anywhere. Even the idea of morning has softened, no longer a destination, no longer something to prepare for. It's just another part of this quiet flow, like rain that comes without warning but leaves behind stillness. You aren't waiting for it, you're already in its shadow, and you don't need to see it to know it's coming. There's nothing to fix, no thought to correct, no feeling to release. Nothing needs to be changed because everything is already as it should be, because there was never a version of you that needed to arrive anywhere else. You're not trying to sleep, you've been sleeping for hours without knowing it. Not in the way people mean, the kind where you're unconscious, but in the deeper, older sense, resting as part of the world's rhythm, like tides or trees breathing. The mind doesn't have to stop, just let go of its habit of checking on itself. It doesn't need to look for signs that sleep is near. There are no milestones, no progress bar. You're not making time, you're letting time make you. There's a kind of stillness that isn't quiet, it's full of breath without sound, presence without movement, awareness without focus. Like air after storm, when everything has settled but nothing feels finished. It's not empty, just free from needing to mean something. You don't need to be anywhere else. Not even in your own skin, you're just resting within the shape it makes on the mattress, as if you were always meant to lie there, not for comfort, but because this is where stillness finds its home. There's a soft pulse beneath everything, not of life, not of fear, but of being, like a heartbeat that doesn't belong to any one body. It's in your bones, yes, but also between them, in the spaces no hand can reach. You're not separate from it, you're part of it, as air is part of wind. The night isn't ending because it never began. It's just being what it has always been, a space where motion slows and nothing demands anything at all. There's no need to hold on or let go, no struggle, no effort, just this deep, continuous return, not to sleep, not to rest, but to the quiet truth that you've been here all along, exactly as you are. And so it continues, this slow unwinding of every last thing that thought ever held too tight, not because you're doing anything, but because there's no one left to do it. The mind doesn't need to be cleared, it just needs to stop trying to clean itself. You don't have to become still, you're already in the shape of what stillness looks like. There is no next moment that must be earned, no future to prepare for, no past to carry, just this soft weight, this quiet pulse, this breath without beginning or end. The house may be silent, but you are not alone. You are part of something deeper than sound, older than memory, quieter than thought. And it keeps going, not because you're holding on, but because there's nothing left to let go of. You're not drifting, there's no need to drift, because you've already arrived at this depth where arrival doesn't matter. The kind of quiet that isn't absence but presence in its purest form, like a room filled with something too soft to name. Not silence, not stillness, but the space between breaths, held open by nothing except itself. It's not empty because it's full of what can't be measured. The warmth your body gave up slowly during the day, now returning in waves beneath the skin, like a current that never stops flowing even when you forget where it began. You don't feel cold anymore, not because it's warm, but because heat has become irrelevant. It doesn't matter whether your feet are cool or your hands glow with quiet fire. There's no need to regulate temperature anymore, just as there's no need to adjust the weight of your limbs. Your body knows where it belongs on this mattress, and it settles deeper each time you breathe. There's a rhythm that isn't yours but has always been part of you, the slow pull of gravity not pulling down but drawing inward, like roots sinking into soil without effort, like water finding its level in a bowl with no movement at all. You're not resisting this, there's nothing to resist. There's only the fact that your body knows how to be still before it learns how to wake up. And so you are learning again, not through doing, but by being allowed to stop pretending you need to do anything at all. The kind of letting go that isn't surrender but recognition. This is what happens when nothing demands your attention. No phone, no clock, no thought that insists on meaning. Just the quiet hum beneath everything, the low frequency of a world that doesn't announce itself, just exists in layers, like shadows under deep trees. Even your thoughts aren't gone, they're simply not urgent anymore. They come and go without weight, like leaves caught in air currents drifting past without landing. Whether it's a name remembered from childhood or the shape of someone's voice last week, those fragments don't stir you now. Not because they've disappeared, but because they no longer have power to pull you out. You aren't watching them, you're not reacting. They pass through your awareness like mist across glass, visible for a moment, leaving nothing behind. There is no need to hold on to anything or let it go. There's only this ease in which everything can be allowed. The air around you isn't just still, it's thick with possibility, but not the kind that comes from effort. It's thick like old paper, worn smooth by time, full of marks and memories that never needed to be read. There's no story here, not a beginning, not an end, but only this continuity, a stretch of being where every part connects without explanation. The soundless pause after a word ends, the space between two heartbeats when the body forgets it ever had rhythm. Those moments aren't missing anything, they're complete in themselves. You don't need to remember how to sleep because you've already been doing it all night long, even if your eyes are open. Not in the way people think of sleep, as a state that begins with drowsiness and ends with unconsciousness, but as an unbroken flow, like water passing through cracks in stone without noticing where it's going. You're not losing time, you're becoming part of its shape. The hours aren't ticking past, they're dissolving into the same quiet you've been sinking into since the moment you closed your eyes. There's a kind of stillness that doesn't ask for permission to be there. It simply is, like shadows in corners when no one has walked by, like dust motes suspended midair in sunlight that never shone. You don't need proof that it exists because you're already living inside its space. No need to prove anything to yourself or anyone else. You've stopped measuring your value against wakefulness. The fact that you're lying here, breathing without effort, is enough. Your breath doesn't have a pattern anymore. It's not shallow or deep, fast or slow. It's just there, like air in the lungs of someone who no longer has to worry about surviving. There's no urgency behind it. No fear that the next one might be too weak or too short. You're not trying to control it. You're letting yourself become part of its natural flow, like a river learning how to move without knowing where it's going. There's something tender in this moment, not because it's beautiful, but because it's real. Not manufactured by effort, not earned through discipline, not won from struggle. It just is, the kind of peace that doesn't arrive after pain, but lives alongside it, unbothered, unshaken. The body remembers what the mind has forgotten. That rest isn't something you earn, it's something you're allowed. And so you continue to sink, not downward into darkness, but inward into softness. Not toward sleep, not toward waking, but toward a place where neither matters. You are becoming part of the night in a way that doesn't require recognition, the kind of belonging that happens without intention, like rain returning to clouds or stars returning to sky. There's no need to listen for signs anymore, no ticking clock to mark time, no thoughts about tomorrow, no worries about whether this will last. You aren't holding on, you're not even aware you're letting go. It simply feels natural, like the way roots grow when no one is watching, or how shadows stretch without being asked. Even your skin isn't separate from what surrounds it. There's a quiet merging between warmth and air, between breath and stillness, where boundaries blur until they disappear entirely. You're not lying on the mattress, you're part of its shape, just as trees are part of soil or rivers part of earth. The body doesn't need to be fixed, it only needs to stop trying. The kind of quiet that isn't silent but full of what can't be spoken, what can't be held. Not absence, not emptiness, but presence so deep it feels like nothing at all. And yet everything is here, the weight in your limbs, the soft pulse beneath your ribs, the breath without direction or purpose. You're not trying to sleep, you've already stopped needing to try. There's no version of you that needs to arrive somewhere else. No future moment that must be prepared for. Just this unbroken stretch of being where nothing asks anything at all. There is no effort required, not even the effort to stay present, because presence isn't something you maintain. It's what remains when everything else has settled. And so you are here for now, and there's no reason to leave. No need to wake up, no demand to return. You're not missing anything by staying. In fact, you've never been more complete than in this moment where nothing needs to happen. The night isn't ending, it's simply continuing, not because it has a purpose, but because it doesn't need one, and neither do you. You're not floating, not falling, just being held by a quiet that doesn't need to be named. The air around you isn't thin or cold, it's thick with stillness, like honey drawn slowly from the comb, slow enough that the light itself seems to hesitate before passing through. There's no separation between what's inside and what's outside anymore. Your breath moves in time with the settling of dust, not because they're connected, but because both have stopped pretending to be separate at all. The weight of your body isn't pressing down, it's dissolving into the shape it was always meant to occupy. Like a stone that has long known its place beneath the surface of water, you've stopped resisting the way gravity holds you now, not as an obligation, but as a gentle return. You're not waiting for something else to happen. There's no expectation buried in your muscles or tucked behind your ribs. No hope that this will change, no fear it won't last. The mind isn't quiet because it's been silenced. It's quiet because it's stopped speaking its usual language of urgency and alarm. It doesn't have to explain itself here. There's no need to justify why you're not thinking about the meeting tomorrow, or whether the light under the door is still on, or if someone might call in the morning. The mind has simply released its habit of translating every sensation into a story that demands action. You don't need to be anywhere else. You're already where you belong, even though no one told you so. Not because of what you've done, not because of how long you've tried, but because rest isn't earned, it's permitted. And permission comes not from effort, but from surrender. You aren't letting go. There was never anything to hold onto in the first place. The night doesn't know it's long or short, it just is. It stretches without fatigue, expands without hunger. Like a river that has forgotten its source, you're no longer measuring your journey by where you started or how far you've gone. There's only this soft descent into a kind of knowing that requires no words. Your hands are warm not because they're moving, but because the blood is flowing freely through them, like sap in a tree after rain, has finally soaked deep enough to awaken the roots. Your fingers don't twitch or clench, they just rest as if they've been waiting for this moment all along. Not for something grand, not for any reason, just to be still. There's no effort behind your heartbeat. It doesn't race to prove anything or slow down to hide. It moves at its own pace, steady and unbothered, like a pulse felt in the quiet between two waves. You're not listening to it, you're living inside it, just as you live inside breath, inside warmth, inside time that has stopped measuring. Even your thoughts have softened, no longer sharp edges or sudden spikes of worry about whether this will work, whether you'll wake up again at 3, whether tomorrow will feel different. They drift like leaves across a frozen pond, not floating forward with purpose, but simply carried by the quiet current beneath everything. You aren't trying to fall asleep. You've already stopped needing to fall anywhere. You're not on your way to sleep. Sleep isn't a destination. It's not something you reach after crossing bridges or climbing hills. Sleep is here now, not as an arrival, but as a continuation of what has always been true, that you are allowed to rest. The house still stands around you, the walls and floorboards keeping their silence, but they don't belong to any story anymore. They're just part of the same stillness that holds your breath, your hands, your heartbeat. You aren't in the house, you're part of its quiet, like a thread woven into the fabric of night. There's no reason for you to return to wakefulness, no mission left unfulfilled, no task unfinished, no voice calling from outside. The world can wait. Even tomorrow has paused. No one needs you here yet, not really, not even yourself. Your body doesn't know that it was tired, it only knows what it means to be at peace. It's not asleep because it failed to stay awake. It's resting because it no longer feels the need to survive the night. There is no enemy in this moment, no struggle, no tension between mind and body, no war for control. Even your skin isn't guarding you, it has stopped pretending it needs to protect anything. It doesn't resist the cool of air or the warmth beneath the sheets. It just lets itself be touched by everything without flinching, like soil that accepts rain not as a gift, but as a natural part of being. There's no fear about what might come when you wake, whether your thoughts will return, whether the old patterns will rise again like smoke from embers. You don't need to prepare for them. They may come, but they won't find you ready to fight. Not here, not now. This isn't escape. It's not running away from anything. It's not avoidance or denial. It's simply allowing yourself to be held by a moment that doesn't demand anything of you. No performance, no proof, no reason for being. Just presence, deep and unasked for, like the way stars appear in the sky without needing an invitation. You're not sleeping. You've stopped thinking about sleep altogether. There's no need to believe it will come or fear it won't. You aren't waiting. It isn't happening because you want it to, but because there is nothing else left to do. The night continues, not with urgency, not in protest, not as a challenge, but quietly, steadily, without any desire for change. And so do you, not striving towards stillness, not chasing peace, just becoming part of the quiet that doesn't ask anything back. A place where no one is expected to be better, stronger, more awake. There's nothing left to prove, not to yourself, not to anyone else. You've already shown up in your own way, and that's enough. That has always been enough. The air moves through you like a river passing under stone. No sound, no effort, just the quiet flow of what cannot be stopped. Your breath isn't trying to deepen, it simply exists in its natural rhythm, like waves returning to shore without being called. You're not even aware that your body is breathing, because it's been doing so all along, unnoticed and unbothered. There's no memory of the day anymore, not the noise, not the tasks, not the fatigue or the small frustrations. Not because you've forgotten, but because they've settled into a deeper layer, like roots below soil that don't need to be seen. You're not becoming something new, you're remembering what has always been true. That rest is not a reward for effort, but a condition of being alive. That stillness isn't the absence of motion, it's the presence of ease, and you are already home in it. The house is quiet, but so is your mind, not because it's empty, but because it's full of something quieter than thought, belonging. You're not lying down, you're dissolving into the night, like a shadow that no longer needs light to exist. There's no need to wake up, because you've already arrived at what you were always meant to be. Not in time, not in space, but simply here. And nothing asks you to leave. You're not drifting, there's no motion to speak of, only a softening that spreads through you like mist rising from earth after rain. The air around you isn't thin or sharp, it holds weight and warmth, not in resistance but in acceptance. It doesn't press against your skin, it simply lets itself be there, as if it has always belonged just where it is. You don't have to adjust to it, there's no need to breathe deeper, to relax further, to become more still than you already are. Stillness isn't a goal here, it's not something you're moving toward or trying to achieve. It's the ground beneath your awareness, like soil that has never known anything else. There's no line between where your body ends and the dark begins. You don't feel edges anymore, no boundary between breath and air, no separation between warmth in the sheets and the quiet of night. The space around you isn't empty, it's full of a kind of silence that doesn't demand attention, but simply is. It holds everything without needing to be named. There's no sound, not even the faint hum of electricity or distant traffic. just absence, not as emptiness, but as presence so complete it can't be described. Your hands are still, not because you've instructed them to be, but because they no longer feel the need to do anything. They don't reach for comfort or pull away from touch. They simply rest, like stones lying in a stream that have stopped being moved by current and now only know their own shape. You're not aware of your fingers, your palms, your wrists, not as separate parts, but as part of something larger, the quiet pulse beneath stillness. The blood flows through you without urgency, not rushing toward anything, not slowing down to wait. It moves like a slow tide that doesn't care about arrival or departure, just movement itself. There's no tension in your chest, not even a ghost of it, a memory of tightness from before the day ended, from when your thoughts ran too fast and your breath came shallow. That has all settled into the space below where thoughts can't reach. It doesn't need to be spoken about or examined. It isn't something that needs fixing. It's simply gone, like smoke released into air. No residue remains. You don't have a name for this moment, not one you use in waking life. You wouldn't call it peace, not because it isn't peaceful, but because the word feels too small, too sharp, too much like an idea trying to fit something that doesn't want to be pinned down. This is deeper than comfort. It's not relief. It's not even absence of suffering. It's simply being without resistance or demand. The kind of stillness that exists before thought begins and after it ends, where time isn't measured but felt in pulses, like a slow heartbeat beneath the skin of night. The dark doesn't feel heavy, it feels like a blanket made of silence, not covering you but wrapping around your awareness as if it were always meant to be there. It doesn't hide anything, it reveals only what is already true, that you are enough exactly as you are without needing to change or become someone else. There's no need for effort here, no reason to prove yourself awake, alert, capable. You're not being tested. No one is watching. The world outside this room doesn't care if you stay still or move, sleep or wake. It's already gone on without you. And so are you, not in distance, but in depth. Not as a body lying down, but as presence that has stopped seeking confirmation from the world. You're not waiting for the night to end, you don't need it to. The hours pass not because they have to, but because they do, like stars moving across sky without anyone watching, like roots growing beneath soil in silence, like water finding its way through stone when no one is looking. There's a warmth that spreads from your center outward, not fire, not heat, but something quieter, the kind of warmth that comes from being undisturbed, from having stopped fighting to stay awake. It doesn't burn, it simply stays, like embers that have cooled into ash but still hold the memory of flame. You don't need to carry it with you, you're already part of its quiet glow. Your mind isn't blank, there's no such thing as emptiness here, but there's also no urgency. Thoughts don't rush in, they float past like leaves on a slow river, not landing, not clinging. They pass through your awareness without being noticed, just as clouds drift across sky without making an appointment to be seen. You don't say, "I am thinking," or "this is happening," because there's no separation between you and the movement of mind. You're not above it, below it, inside or outside, just part of its natural flow. There's no need to let go, there's nothing to release. The weight that used to press on your shoulders wasn't from burden, it was only from resistance. Now there is none. It doesn't matter if you wake at 3 or 5 or not at all, you're already where you were meant to be, in the space between thought and stillness, between effort and rest. You don't have to earn it, you don't have to work for it. You're not sleeping, not yet, but you've stopped trying, and that's what matters. The difference isn't in being awake or asleep, it's in whether your mind is fighting itself. Here, there's no war, no one needs to win. There's only the slow, steady release of all expectation, that sleep will come, that you'll feel better, that tomorrow will be different. That need has dissolved into air. The house continues its quiet, no creaking floorboard, no sigh from the walls, just silence that doesn't ask to be noticed. And you're not even aware of being in a house anymore. There's no boundary between your body and the night. The dark isn't outside, it's inside too, like breath that doesn't need to return, like a name whispered once and never said again. There's no past here, not yesterday, not last week, not the years before, not because you've forgotten, but because memory doesn't matter anymore. It has settled into stillness, like dust on a shelf in an empty room. No one comes to claim it. It stays where it is, and so do you. Your breath slows not because you're trying to slow it, it simply does. Like waves returning without being called, like the turning of earth when no one is watching. You don't count them, you don't follow them. They are just there, like a rhythm that belongs to something older than your body, older than time. You aren't becoming anything, just letting go of the need to become. The effort has stopped. There's only presence, the kind that doesn't ask for proof or permission. It simply is, and in that being you're already whole, not fixed, not healed, but complete, not because everything is resolved, but because there's no longer a demand for resolution. The night moves forward without sound, without urgency, without needing to be anything other than what it is. And so do you. You don't need to wake up, because you've already arrived at the only place that matters, here now in this breath, in this stillness, in this absence of doing. There's no fear about tomorrow, not because it won't come, but because there's no need to prepare for it. The mind doesn't race ahead. It doesn't build stories or rehearse words or imagine consequences. It just rests, like a river that has forgotten how to rush. And you're not even aware of being the river, you're only the water. The dark is soft, but it's not gentle, it's real. Not kind, not cruel, just true. And in its truth, there's no place for doubt, no room for anxiety. Only this, that you are here, not because you've earned it, not because you've tried hard enough, but simply because you exist. That is enough. The air moves through you like a secret past between stars, without words, without sound, without meaning. It doesn't need to be understood. It only needs to be felt. And so you are, not trying to feel it, you're already inside it. There's no memory of struggle, not the fight for sleep, not the night when thoughts spun too fast, not the mornings when your body refused to rise. They've all dissolved into this quiet, the way smoke vanishes after fire burns out. There's nothing left to hold on to, but there's also nothing left to lose. You're not drifting, there's no distance between you and the dark, only a quiet that has no edge, like the moment just before dawn when the world holds its breath but doesn't know it yet. The air around your body isn't cool or warm, it simply is like the space between heartbeats when time forgets to move. There's nothing to adjust, nothing to guide. Your skin doesn't feel the sheets anymore, not because they're gone, but because their texture has melted into a kind of silence that doesn't need names. You don't remember what it means to be tired, only that your body knows how to rest without being told. The muscles aren't loosening, they've already let go, like roots in soil that no longer care if the tree is still growing. There's no effort in release, it just happens as naturally as water finds its level when a jar is tipped. No one watches, no one checks, nothing needs to be reported. The quiet isn't empty, there's something here, deep beneath sound and sensation, like a hum that doesn't vibrate but still exists. It's not noise, it's not thought, it's just being in the way that mountains are being, not because they want to be, but because they've stopped trying to change. Your breath is no longer something you're aware of, just an unfolding, like a slow curtain drawn across a window long forgotten. The air enters and leaves without invitation or resistance. There's no need to make space for it, it already fills every corner of your awareness as if it had always belonged there. You don't have to breathe for sleep, you're breathing into stillness, like a word spoken so softly that even silence listens. There's no separation between where you end and the night begins, no line drawn in the dark. The darkness isn't outside, it's the shape your body has taken. It doesn't press against you, it flows through you, carrying nothing but peace. You don't need to be protected from it. There's no danger here, only stillness that knows its own name. The idea of tomorrow is not gone, but it's soft now, like a memory wrapped in cotton. It doesn't pull or tug. It doesn't demand attention. There's no urgency about what comes next because you're already where the future begins, present without condition. No performance required, no proof that you belong. You don't have to believe in sleep. It's not something you need to earn. You've already stepped into it, even if your mind hasn't caught up yet. The body knows before the thought does. The lungs know before the eyes open. There's a truth here deeper than language. That rest doesn't depend on effort, but on permission. And this moment is permission, not given by anyone, not earned, just there like gravity or silence, like the way stars keep burning long after their light has stopped being seen. You don't have to be anything to deserve it, you simply are. And that is enough. That is more than enough. The energy of the day, what lingered in your shoulders, what hummed behind your eyes is not gone. It's just changed form, not wasted, not lost. It's turned into stillness, like fire becoming ash, not destroyed, but transformed. There's no need to mourn it or miss it. What you're feeling now isn't the absence of energy, it's its quiet return to itself. You don't have to think about how long this has been going on, only that it continues, not as a task, not as something to finish, but as an unfolding, like roots spreading in darkness without knowing where they'll end up. There's no hurry, no direction required, just being here, not waiting for anything, but already having arrived. The idea of time has softened too. It doesn't march forward anymore. It doesn't tick or count. The night doesn't measure itself by minutes or hours. It only is. And so do you. You're not late, you're not early. There's no schedule to keep, no clock to answer to. Only this, the quiet that moves through your body like a tide that remembers its own rhythm. You don't need to be asleep to rest, only to stop fighting. The war isn't in the dark. It was never real. It only existed in the part of you that believed it had to do something, prove something, become someone else. But now there's no one left to convince, not even yourself. There's a warmth building slowly inside your chest, not heat, not fever, but a quiet glow, like embers after all the flame has died down. It doesn't burn, it just is. And it spreads gently through you, not chasing anything, but simply existing where it is. Your hands, still and soft, are no longer separate from the air around them. They're part of the stillness now, like leaves that have stopped trembling in the wind. There's no need to move, no reason to grasp, just space and breath and quiet. The idea of struggle, it doesn't vanish entirely, but it changes. It becomes small, not gone, but not loud. It doesn't shout or demand attention anymore. It just sits quietly in a corner of awareness like an old letter never mailed. You're not holding on to anything, nor are you letting go. There's no need to let go because nothing was ever taken. You're simply open, like the night before rain, when everything feels ready but doesn't yet know why. There's no story to tell about how you got here, no journey to recount, no milestones along the way, only this, that you've stopped moving forward, and in stopping, found yourself already at the end of the path, not because it was long, but because you didn't need it to be. The air is thicker now, not heavy, but full, like something has settled into your bones without being invited. It's not pressure, it's presence, a kind of weight that doesn't press down, it holds. And the silence, it isn't waiting for a sound, it isn't afraid of emptiness. It knows what it is, the space where everything returns to itself, where breath becomes still and thought dissolves and effort stops being necessary. You're not asleep, not yet, but you've stopped trying, and that's all that matters. That moment when desire disappears into acceptance, when wanting nothing isn't a failure, but a kind of arrival. There's no need to be anything other than what you are. No one is watching. No future demands your attention. The past has already left its mark, not in pain, not in regret, but in stillness that remembers how to rest. The dark moves through you like a name whispered once and never spoken again. It doesn't ask for return. It doesn't need acknowledgement. It only needs to be felt. And right now, it's all around you, inside you, beneath you, above you, not as something separate, but as the shape of your own breath. You don't have to remember why this matters. You already know. You're not learning anything new. You're only returning to a truth that was always there. That rest is not earned. It's simply given when you stop fighting for it. And so, without effort, without voice, without motion, this continues. Like the turning of earth when no one sees. Like roots deep in soil knowing they've already found what they needed. Like water finding its way home without ever being told where to go. You don't have to be asleep. You don't have to wake up. There's only this, a quiet that doesn't need to speak, and a body that knows how to stay still even when the world is moving. Not because it wants to, but because it no longer has to try. The breath continues, not as a rhythm to follow, but as a presence, as if the air itself remembers you, and in remembering stays. There's a stillness that doesn't come from holding your breath, but from breathing so softly it no longer feels like effort, just a quiet passage of air through a space that has long since stopped needing to be filled. The kind of silence where even memory rests without asking for permission. There's no need to remember how you got here, because the path never asked to be walked. It simply was, and now it's beneath you, not as ground, but as something deeper, a kind of quiet that knows your name before you speak it. Your body is no longer an obstacle to sleep, nor has it ever been. It's only been misread, mistaken for noise when in truth it was always listening. To the air, to the dark, to the slow unfurling of time that doesn't care how fast or slow you go. You're not behind, you're not ahead. There is no timing to be met because time itself has slowed, not as a punishment, but as an invitation to stay where you are and feel what it means to simply exist without needing to do anything. The warmth in your hands isn't fading, it's changing shape. It's not just heat anymore, it's something older, more patient, the way sunlight pools in corners long after the sun has passed, a residue of stillness that remembers how to stay put, the kind of quiet that doesn't try to fill a room but instead lets the walls breathe. There's no pressure to be present, only presence itself without condition. Your breath is not being controlled, it's returning. Not to you exactly, but to something older than your will, older than desire. A rhythm that has always been there, like a pulse beneath the earth, like a low hum in wires long forgotten. You're not guiding it, you're letting it be guided by what needs no guide. The air isn't passing through you, it's settling into you like snow onto grass, like dust onto shelf after years of being untouched. There's no need to stop thinking, just to let the thoughts pass without clinging. They don't have to disappear. They can float like leaves on a slow river, not racing toward an end, not fearing the current. Some may linger, others will drift away, but none are yours to keep. None demand your attention. You're not their keeper, only their witness. And what if being witnessed is enough? What if the act of noticing, without reaction, is itself a kind of surrender that brings no loss, but only more room? The dark isn't empty, it's full in its own way, like water beneath ice, like roots under stone. It doesn't ask for light to be real, it knows it already is. The absence of sight has become something rich, a texture, not an absence. A kind of depth that can only exist when eyes are closed and the world outside no longer needs your name. There's a quiet in your chest, not silence, but fullness, like a room where all the furniture has been removed, yet still holds the shape of what was once there, not emptiness, just space that remembers how to be complete without anything inside it. Your thoughts don't need to stop, they just need to slow. They can move like clouds over mountains, not rushing toward a destination, but drifting with no purpose but their own existence. One may hang low for a moment, then fade into the sky behind you. Another might linger near your shoulder, curious, quiet, and pass without being noticed. You don't have to decide what's true or false. You just need to let go of needing to know. The body doesn't ask questions, it only knows how to rest when it stops resisting. And right now, there is no resistance. Not even the memory of resistance remains, only a kind of soft remembering that you've always known this place. It's not about becoming someone else. It's not about being better or stronger or more capable. It's just about letting go of needing to be anything at all. The effort isn't gone, it's been folded into stillness, like a letter tucked inside an old book and never read again. There's no need to feel grateful for this moment, only to let it be. Like water that doesn't thank the sky for falling. It just falls, and in falling, becomes part of something deeper. Your body is not tired because it has been awake too long. It's resting because it finally remembers how. The way a stone sinks into soil without fighting gravity, it simply settles where it was always meant to be, not pushed, not pulled, just allowed. The air around you isn't still, it's thick with the weight of silence, like breath held in a room full of people who have all stopped speaking at once. And yet no one is missing, no one is lost. The quiet isn't lonely, it's complete. It doesn't need to be broken by sound because it already knows its own shape. There's no separation between your mind and the night, only a slow merging, like smoke rising from a fire that has long burned out but still drifts upward in gentle spirals. You're not inside your head anymore. You're part of the dark now, not as an observer, but as something older than thought, a quiet pulse beneath all things. And if you were to dream tonight, it wouldn't be because you've woken up, but because the mind has finally stopped trying to stay awake. Because sleep is not the opposite of wakefulness. It's simply what happens when there's no longer any need to fight for either one. No one needs you to be alert. No task demands your attention. The world will keep turning whether you're aware or not, and so can you, without effort, without fear. You don't have to protect anything, not your thoughts, not your rest, not even the idea that you might wake up. The body knows its way home, not through logic, not through planning, but through a kind of memory buried deep in muscle and bone. That peace is not something earned, but something found when you stop running from it. And so this continues, not as an act, not as a choice, but as a quiet return. Like footsteps on gravel long after the path has been forgotten, like light at dawn not because someone turned it on, but because the night had simply done its work and let go. There's no need to be aware of that awareness anymore. You're not being mindful, you're just here, in the dark, with your breath, with your body, with the quiet that has always been waiting for you to stop moving long enough to hear it. The minutes pass, not as numbers, not as time, but as a kind of soft folding inwards, like layers of cloth drawn slowly over something that never needed covering. Nothing is hidden, nothing is revealed, only stillness and warmth and the slow unmaking of effort. There's no destination anymore, only presence, and even that doesn't need to be named. You're not drifting towards sleep, you're already in it, not because you've fallen asleep, but because you've stopped trying to get there, because the act of letting go is itself a form of arrival. And so, without sound, without motion, without voice, this continues. There's no need to measure how much longer this lasts, because time has already softened into something that doesn't press or pull. It just is, like the way a river slows as it nears its end, not rushing but flowing with an ease that feels like surrender. You're not holding on to anything now, not even the idea of being present. There's no intention behind your breath. It simply moves in and out, not because you've asked it to, but because it has remembered how. The air isn't thin or cold, it's thick with quiet weight, like dust settling slowly on a surface that hasn't been disturbed for years. And the dust doesn't mind being still, it knows its place. Your hands rest now, palms open and unclenched, not in surrender but in release. They don't need to do anything. They aren't waiting for something to happen. There's no future they must prepare for, no past that demands recall. The fingers are quiet not because you've told them to be, but because they've stopped pretending they have a role to play. Even the warmth in your skin isn't trying to prove it exists, it just is. Like sunlight on stone after long rain, not shining because it wants attention, but simply because there's no reason not to. The silence isn't empty, there's life beneath it, like roots deep in soil that don't speak but grow anyway. You can feel the slow pulse of stillness moving through your bones, not as a rhythm, but as a kind of memory. The body remembering its own shape when there was no one watching, no one judging whether it looked right or felt strong enough. It's not trying to be anything now, no posture to maintain, no mask to wear. There's only this, the quiet hum that stays even after sound has gone, like a note left vibrating in empty space. Your shoulders have dropped, not because someone told them to, but because they've finally realized there's nothing left to carry. The weight wasn't heavy at first, just persistent, like something you'd forgotten was there until it began to ache. Now that it's gone, not even the memory of effort remains. There's just a kind of lightness that doesn't need to be described. It simply is, like air rising from water after a stone has settled. There's no place left to go, no destination hidden in the dark ahead. You're not walking towards sleep, you're already where sleep lives, not as an event, but as a condition of being. It isn't something you reach for, it's what happens when all reaching stops. The mind doesn't need to be quiet, it just needs to stop trying to stay awake. And that quiet isn't forced or earned. It's the natural state of things when no one is asking anything. The air around you feels like a kind of holding, not tight, not cold, but warm and patient, as if the night itself has opened its arms and said, "Here, rest." There's no need to earn it, no requirement to prove your worth through stillness or silence. You're not being observed, judged, or recorded. The dark doesn't care about performance, it only knows how to receive. You don't have to protect the quiet, you're already part of it. Not separate from it, not trying to enter it, but simply in it, like a shadow that has stopped chasing light and just exists in its own shape. There's no need to be aware of being aware, no demand to remember your name or where you came from. The body doesn't care about memory, it only remembers how to rest, and so it does. The breath is longer now, not because you've changed it, but because the effort behind it has dissolved. It flows deeper than before, not needing to be noticed, not seeking validation. It's just there, moving in and out like a tide that doesn't announce itself. It simply returns, again and again, without fanfare. Your thoughts, when they come, are no longer obstacles. They don't need to be named or dismissed. They drift through your mind like leaves on still water, not catching, not clinging, but floating until they dissolve into the surface. There's no judgment when one appears, no reaction, no resistance. It simply is, and then it is. There's a kind of quiet that doesn't need sound to exist. It exists in absence, in release, in what remains after all striving has stopped. This quiet isn't empty, it's full with the weight of not needing anything. The mind doesn't have to be useful. It doesn't have to produce ideas or solutions or plans. It can just be, like a book left open on a table that no one reads, but still holds its shape. Even your heartbeat is softer now, not racing, not anxious, just steady, as if it's finally found the rhythm it was meant to follow all along. It doesn't need to prove itself. It doesn't have to be fast or strong. It just moves forward in time that no longer needs counting. There's no fear of waking, because there's nothing left to wake to. The world outside this room isn't waiting for you, and it won't change if you stay here a little longer. There's no appointment, no task, no role that requires your presence. You're not needed anywhere except where you already are. And so the stillness continues, not as an act, but as a kind of return. Like water soaking into earth after drought, like roots finding purchase in darkness, like a fire that has burned down to embers and now rests without needing to be fed. The body knows this place. It's been here before, long ago, when you were small and tired and didn't know how to ask for rest. There's no need to believe in sleep, only to let it happen. Not as a goal, not as something to be earned or reached, but simply as what comes next when all effort has stopped. When there's no longer any fight against the dark, when you've stopped trying to stay awake just so you can prove you're still here. You don't have to keep track of how long this lasts. You don't even need to know that it continues. It doesn't matter if time passes or stands still. The only thing that matters is that you are not pushing against anything, no thought, no sensation, no moment, just allowing the quiet to be what it is. And so this breath goes on, without purpose, without direction, without need, like a thread drawn slowly through a needle not for stitching, but simply because the motion feels right. The air moves in you like wind through an old house that has forgotten its own name, but still stands, still holds, still listens. The dark isn't cold, it's warm with what it doesn't say. It doesn't need to explain itself. It doesn't have to be useful, it only needs to be. And so you are too, just as you are, just as you've always been, not more than this moment, not less, only here in the quiet, where effort has let go and stillness has taken its place. There's no need to remember anything, no need to keep track of thoughts or dreams or past worries. There's only this soft breath, this weightless body, this dark that doesn't demand anything except your presence, and even that is not asked for. It simply accepts you as you are, unmade, untouched, unscheduled. And so the stillness stays, not because it's waiting to be noticed, but because it has always been here, waiting not for you to arrive, but for you to finally stop running from it. You don't have to be awake to know you're here. The body remembers its own language, the way it settles when nothing else demands a reply, when no one calls your name from another room or asks for your attention in any shape. You are not being tested. No one is watching to see if you've done enough, said the right thing, kept up with everything expected of you. There's only this slow fall into where all movement has quieted, and even breath doesn't need a reason anymore. It just happens, like water seeping through stone, like dust drifting down in still air, like time itself slowing not because it wants to stop, but because it no longer feels the pressure to keep going. The edges of your awareness soften as if they've forgotten how sharp they once were. There's no need to hold onto anything, no memory that must be protected, no thought that needs a home. Even the idea of being you doesn't feel like an obligation now. It just is, like warmth in the palms when you finally stop clutching your hands too tightly. The mind isn't working towards something, it's resting between thoughts, not waiting for them to come or go, but simply allowing them to pass through like shadows over a field at dusk. No judgment, no resistance. There's no need to be alert, only present, not in the way that demands focus, not in the way that asks you to stay on guard, but as if you've slipped into a room where nothing is expected of you except to sit quietly and let the silence settle deeper than any word ever could. The kind of quiet that doesn't announce itself with absence, but fills up everything that once felt too loud, too urgent, too full of noise from outside or inside. Your skin feels like it's breathing on its own, not in rhythm with your chest, not tied to lungs, but slowly expanding and contracting as if the air has learned how to move through you without needing permission. It doesn't have to be fast. It doesn't need to carry anything forward. Just exists, like a leaf drifting down from a tree that no longer needs to hold it. You don't have to want sleep. You don't even have to believe in it. There's no promise behind this stillness, no future you're working toward, only the now, and the now feels like something older than time itself, like the first breath after being underwater, not because you were drowning, but simply because you'd forgotten how to live without rising. Even your thoughts don't need a shape. They come and go like birds crossing overhead in slow motion, no one chasing them, no one trying to name them or stop them. There's space enough for all of it. The quiet that speaks through stillness, the pause between heartbeats, the way darkness holds its breath when nothing else is stirring. There's no need to stay awake just so you can prove you're still here. No need to keep track of time, because it doesn't matter if minutes pass or years vanish. What matters is not how long this lasts, but that you are letting go of every attempt to measure what cannot be measured, to control what refuses to be held. The body isn't tired in the way that calls for rest. It's simply ready, not waiting to recover from fatigue, not searching for relief, but already there, where recovery has already happened and no one knew when it began. Like roots sinking deeper into soil after a storm, like water pooling at the bottom of a valley where nothing else can go. There's no effort in being still, not because you're trying to be still, but because there's nowhere left to go. No need to reach forward or pull back. The mind isn't fighting sleep, it's just stopped pretending it needs anything other than this. It doesn't have to fix things, it doesn't have to stay sharp. There's no fear of forgetting, no dread about being unprepared. Even the idea of tomorrow feels distant, not because you're ignoring it, but because it hasn't arrived yet, and there's no reason to prepare for something that hasn't come. The future isn't knocking on your door tonight, it's not asking for anything except space, and space is exactly what you're giving. There's no need to be useful. No one needs a version of you that's alert, efficient, productive. Tonight, the only thing being asked of you is presence, not performance, not achievement, just being here as you are with no condition attached. Your breath moves through you like something ancient, like a river that remembers how to flow even when there's no rain, even when the sky has forgotten its name. It doesn't need direction, it doesn't have to follow any course. It just moves forward because it already knows where it belongs, and so do you. You're not trying to fall asleep, you're not even trying to stay awake. You're simply in that quiet space between wanting and yielding, where nothing is demanded and nothing is lost. There's no need to be anything other than what the dark holds, a shape without definition, a presence without purpose, a stillness with no explanation. The house around you sleeps too, not just the walls or the floorboards, but the air itself, as if it has learned how to rest after carrying so many days of noise and motion. It doesn't need to be awake to know peace. It simply is, like sunlight that falls on a windowpane without needing to say why. And you're not separate from this. You're part of the quiet, not because you've earned it, not because you've tried hard enough, but because you've stopped trying at all. The moment you released the need to be somewhere else, something in you let go and settled into the dark like a stone sinking through water. No resistance, no sound, just stillness that has always been waiting. There's no reason left to stay awake, not for worries, not for plans, not for any thought that once felt important. Nothing remains but this, the slow drift of breath, the warmth beneath your skin, the way silence doesn't need words because it already says everything it needs to say. You don't have to be ready, you don't have to feel anything specific, no emotion, no sensation, no clarity. Just allow yourself to dissolve into what's already here, a moment that isn't being held, a stillness that doesn't ask for proof, a dark that accepts you without asking who you are or why you're there. The mind doesn't have to make sense. It can be full of gaps and shadows and unfinished thoughts, and they don't need fixing. They don't need answers. They just exist, like stars in the sky when no one is looking. And so you stay, without needing to hold on, without fearing what might come next. Not because you're strong enough to endure, but because you've finally stopped believing that strength has anything to do with staying awake. There's nothing left to prove, no need to keep going, no reason to be anywhere else except exactly where you are, in the quiet, not as a place you're trying to reach, but as something that's already holding you. You're sinking into the dark not because you've given up, but because you've finally stopped fighting to be somewhere else. There's no need to reach for sleep like it's a prize behind a curtain. There's only this: the way your body feels heavier now, as if gravity has softened just enough to let you settle without effort. The air around you isn't thin, it's thick with stillness, not in a suffocating way, but in the same way that deep water holds things gently, quietly, without ever needing to speak. You're no longer resisting what is. You've stopped measuring how long it takes or whether it's happening fast enough. There's nothing left to chase because you've already arrived. The quiet isn't empty, it's full of something deeper than sound, fuller than silence, a kind of knowing that doesn't need words. It lives in the space between breaths, where time slows and stretches like warm wax, not breaking but just becoming. You don't have to remember anything tonight. There's no test at dawn, no list waiting on your mind. The thoughts that pass through you now are just passing through, like clouds over a mountain, drifting across the sky of awareness without leaving marks. They come and go without invitation, and they leave without apology. And still, you remain, not because you're holding on, but because there's nothing to hold onto. Your skin feels warm in patches, like sunlight settling into old wood after a long day. There's no urgency to the warmth, no need for it to spread or deepen. It just is where it is, like embers glowing under ash, quiet, patient, already at peace. You're not trying to feel better, you're not even trying to be comfortable. Comfort isn't required here. The body doesn't have to be calm to rest. It only has to stop resisting, and you've stopped. Not because you've mastered anything, but because the effort itself is gone. The dark isn't cold. The way it holds you feels like a hand placed gently on your shoulder at night, not to guide, just to say, "I see you, you're safe." It doesn't ask for anything in return. It doesn't need proof that you've been good or careful or productive. All it asks is that you stay just as you are, no performance, no explanation, just presence. There's no noise from outside, not footsteps, not voices, not even the hum of distant machines. The house has turned inward, like a creature folding its limbs to rest. Even the walls have gone soft around the edges, losing their sharpness, becoming less like boundaries and more like breath, inhaling, exhaling, holding space without claiming it. You're inside that slow rhythm now, part of something larger than your thoughts, deeper than your memories. Your hands lie still, palms up or down, it doesn't matter which. The fingers aren't tense, not even slightly. They've forgotten what effort feels like. There's no need to grasp, no reason to hold on. Even the idea of holding has faded, like a word spoken too often until it loses meaning. You don't have to keep anything safe anymore. Not your mind, not your body, not even the fragments of worry that used to circle in your head like restless birds. Let them drift. Let them disappear into the dark where they belong. There's no need for clarity tonight, no reason to untangle thoughts or assign meaning. They don't have to make sense. You don't have to fix anything, not even yourself. Just let go of the habit of being always ready, always watching, always waiting. The silence isn't empty, it's full of something quiet and ancient, like roots beneath soil that move slowly through darkness, growing without needing light. There's no rush, no need for growth to be visible or proven. The earth doesn't ask why it holds trees in place. It just does because that is its nature, and so do you. You don't have to understand this moment. You don't even have to remember it tomorrow. It isn't meant to last, nor should it. It's enough that it exists right now, not as a goal or a destination, but as a kind of grace. The body resting when no one is watching, the mind quiet without having earned its peace. There's no reason to stay awake, not for past regrets, not for future plans, not even for the faint echo of what you might have said if someone had asked. The night doesn't care about your words or your choices. It only cares that you're here, present in this breath, this weight, this warmth. Your eyelids don't need to be closed. They've already been shut for a long time. But even if they were open, the dark would still surround you like water. You wouldn't see anything different. The world outside is irrelevant now, not because it's unimportant, but because it doesn't matter in this moment. The body knows what to do when no one is directing it. It settles into its own shape, finding comfort not from effort, but from surrender. There's a kind of intelligence in stillness that doesn't come from thinking. It comes from simply being allowed to be. You're not falling asleep. You're just becoming more deeply the quiet that has always been here. The sleep isn't coming because you've done something right. No, it's arriving because you've stopped trying to make it happen. You don't have to wait for it. It doesn't need permission. It's already part of this moment. The breath moves without being noticed anymore, the way water flows through a canyon without needing to be seen. There's no beginning or end, just the continuous, gentle motion of life continuing on its own course, not because you're guiding it, but because it doesn't need guidance. It just is. And so do you, not in spite of being still, but because of it. The mind isn't quiet because it's blank. It's quiet because there's nothing left to hold on to. No thought feels urgent anymore. No worry demands attention. Even the idea of time has softened. There's no past dragging behind you, no future pulling ahead. There's only this, a single breath moving through you like something that remembers its own rhythm. The dark isn't cold. It doesn't judge or wait for anything. It simply holds you as it always has, not because you deserve it, but because there's nowhere else to be. There's no need to be awake, no reason to stay alert. The body can rest without knowing why. The mind can still without needing a purpose. You're not failing at sleeping, you're succeeding at being, and that is enough. You don't have to do anything more than just keep breathing. Just let the air move through you like it's been doing for years, unnoticed and unremarked upon, quiet, constant, always there. The way a river keeps flowing even when no one hears it, even when no one sees it. There's nothing left to prove. No need to be someone else. You're not supposed to be anything at all, but you are here, and that is enough. Not because of what you've done or how much you've tried, but simply because you exist in this moment, wrapped in the quiet, held by the dark, and free from having to be anywhere other than where you already are. You're not drifting. There's no motion to drift, only a softness that has settled into every space between your bones, like dust after silence. The kind of stillness that isn't empty but full with what can't be named. The quiet hum beneath all sound, the warmth that doesn't come from heat but from being allowed to stay. Your skin remembers its own weight, how it feels when nothing is pressing down and nothing needs lifting. You aren't holding yourself together anymore. The body knows how to let go without a signal, like roots deep in soil, forgetting they were ever anchored to the surface. There's no need to be steady. You're not being tested. The air inside you moves with such ease it might as well be still. Not because you've stopped breathing, but because your breath has become part of the quiet itself. No longer a task, just another current in the dark river that flows through everything without asking permission or making noise. There's no moment when it begins, no moment when it ends. It simply is, like shadow, like sleep. You don't need to be asleep yet, not for anything. Not for tomorrow, not for clarity, not even to remember how you came here. You're already where the mind rests without trying, in a place that doesn't require effort or attention. There's no reason to wake up just because the clock says it might be time. You've been awake long enough. The hours have passed. They don't matter now. Not what happened earlier, not what will happen later, only this. Your body sinking into its own shape, like wax melting slowly under a distant sun. There's a kind of depth to stillness that doesn't come from silence, but from absence of demand. No one is watching. No one needs you to be anything other than exactly as you are right now, in this unmeasured breath between heartbeats. You don't have to earn peace, you're already in it. Not because of what you've done or not done, but simply because the world has stopped asking. The dark isn't waiting for you to fall asleep. It's always been here, patient and full. It doesn't care if your thoughts still flicker like old bulbs in a forgotten room. It holds them all anyway, gently, without holding on. You're not supposed to fix anything. No need to quiet the mind or smooth out the edges of memory. Even the worry that you might wake up again is already being held by this dark, just as it was when your eyes first closed. The weight in your limbs isn't heavy, it's soft, like down after a storm has passed, like feathers that no longer need to fly. It doesn't pull you under, it simply lets you be carried. There's no resistance left, no little voice saying wait or not yet. The body is not afraid of letting go. It knows what happens when the effort stops. Something deeper takes over. You're not trying to sleep. You're becoming part of the slow, steady pulse that lives beneath all things, like a rhythm only your cells recognize. There's no goal here, no progress to measure. You're not moving toward anything, only staying just as you are in this moment where time has forgotten its name. The past doesn't echo anymore. The future doesn't whisper. Even the clock is quiet now. There's a warmth that spreads from your center, not heat, but presence. Like sunlight after long clouds have passed, not bright or demanding, only steady and certain. It isn't coming from outside, it's rising up through you, as if something inside has finally found its way home. You don't need to reach for it. It doesn't ask anything of you. Your hands lie flat on your body like they've been there forever, not remembering how long, just knowing that this is where they belong. They aren't cold or tense. They're soft with ease, as if they've stopped trying to do something and finally remembered what rest feels like. Your feet don't ache anymore, just feel heavy in a way that doesn't mean burden, but belonging. Even the thoughts that linger, the ones that used to pull you up, are no longer pulling. They aren't chasing anything now, they're just there, drifting through your mind like clouds above mountains, not changing course, not demanding attention. The body doesn't need them. It has stopped listening. You don't have to be awake to know this. The quiet isn't something you've made. It's been here all along, waiting for you to stop fighting it. Sleep isn't a destination. It's an unfolding that happens when nothing is being done. You're not failing because your mind wanders. Your body has already begun what no willpower could ever start. Even if the next hour passes with little change in awareness, you don't need to feel anything, see anything, know anything. Just let the dark keep holding you like it's always meant to. No reason to rush towards sleep or fear waking. You're not missing out, there's nothing to miss. The night doesn't demand performance. It only asks that you stay. Your breath slows further, not because you're trying, but because your body has found a new way of being. There's no effort in it anymore, no need for control. It moves with the same quiet certainty as roots spreading underground, unseen, unhurried. You don't have to think about what comes next, you're already there. The silence isn't empty, it's full of everything you've forgotten, not memories, but sensations. The warmth near your collarbone, the softness at your temples, the way air passes through you without resistance. It's all still here, even when you can't name it. You don't need to be present in a special way, just be. Not alert, not relaxed, just existing with no purpose other than being. That is enough, more than enough. There's no reason to stay awake, not for the weight of what might happen tomorrow, not for anything that's already passed. You're not responsible for the next breath or the one after that. It will come when it comes, without you guiding it. The dark holds your body like a secret held between two hands, one warm, one still. It doesn't want to be understood. It only wants to be known through surrender. And you are giving it that, not by trying, but by simply stopping the effort of being anyone other than what you already are. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be, not because sleep is coming, but because it's already part of this moment. It's been here all along, quietly waiting for your body to stop pushing against it. There's no clock in this place, no red numbers blinking with judgment or expectation. There's only the quiet that doesn't care how long you stay, as long as you're still letting go. And so you do, not with force, not with desire, but like a leaf finally settling into soil after years of wind and motion. No need to be anything more than what is already true, soft, warm, heavy, still. The kind of presence that doesn't speak, but simply is, unmoved by time, untouched by effort. The air moves through you without being noticed. Your blood flows with no sound. Your mind rests not because it's blank, but because there's nothing left to hold onto and nothing left to fear. Even the thought of waking feels distant now, like a story someone else once told about another life. You're not falling asleep. You're becoming what has always been, part of the slow, deep rhythm that doesn't require you to do anything at all. And so it continues. You're sinking not into a place, but into a state where depth isn't measured by how far down you've gone, but by how little resistance remains. The kind of stillness that doesn't need to be earned because it's always been true, not something borrowed from the night, but something returned to, like water finding its level after years in motion. Your skin no longer feels like a boundary, it's porous, letting in what was already there all along. The low hum of earth beneath sleepless hours, the slow pulse of time that doesn't tick or rush, but simply is. You're not drifting, there's nothing to drift from. There's only this quiet continuity between breath and silence, where each inhalation is no different than the last, and the space between them holds more weight than any word ever could. There's a warmth gathering now, not in your hands, not at your chest, but deeper, like something buried beneath layers of old motion finally surfacing. It comes from below, as though the ground itself has begun to speak through you, gentle, ancient, unbroken by effort. No need to ask what it is. You don't have to understand how it got there or why now. It's simply here, a quiet heat that doesn't burn but melts, dissolving the last taut threads of tension that were never yours to carry. This isn't relaxation. Relaxation suggests effort, a kind of letting go you must reach for. But this is surrender, not as an act, but as a return to what's already home. Your body isn't resting, it's remembering. It remembers the way it felt when stillness was natural, before thought became duty and breath turned into a chore. The muscles in your limbs don't know they've been tense, because their memory is longer than their awareness. They're responding not to command, but to invitation, an unspoken tone carried through bone and blood, like roots recognizing water without needing to see it. There's no intention behind the softening. You didn't choose this stillness. You simply stopped fighting against it, and so it came. The night doesn't need your attention. It only needs your presence, your quiet existence in a world where nothing is expected and nothing is required. You don't have to fix anything, explain anything, or even be aware of what's happening. The mind can wander through the dark like an old hallway with no doors, no purpose, just passage. Let it go on. It doesn't matter if you notice the thoughts, their arrival or departure, because they're not yours to hold anymore. They drift past, as clouds might over a lake that reflects nothing but sky. You don't need sleep because you've already stepped into its rhythm, not in the way of lying down and waiting, but in the way that stars exist without being seen or roots grow without announcing it. The body knows how to rest not by planning, but by forgetting how to move. And so you do. Not slowly, but completely, like a stone sinking through water, where no effort is needed because gravity has already decided. There's space now, not empty, not full, but sufficient, enough quiet for all the unspoken things, Enough stillness for every thought that ever tried to speak and never found a voice. You're not closing your eyes, you're opening into them. The darkness isn't absence, it's a presence so complete it no longer needs words. It doesn't ask you to believe, or try, or hope. It only asks that you stop resisting the way things already are. The air in this room is thick with stillness, not heavy but full. Like honey moving slowly through space, carrying weight without pressure. You feel it passing over your skin not as touch, but as recognition, like a hand laid gently on your back by someone who knows exactly how you've been holding yourself for years. Not correcting, not fixing, just being there. Your breathing isn't slowing because you're trying to. It's settling into the same pace that has always existed beneath effort. There's no need to guide it, or count it, or make it deeper. It moves like a current in an underground river, steady, unseen, flowing where it wants with no reason and no demand. The only thing it needs is space, and you're giving it that. You don't have to be asleep to be resting. You don't need to feel anything special to be part of the quiet. There's no threshold to cross, no door to walk through, only this. A slow unfolding where time doesn't pass so much as pause, and every moment is indistinguishable from the one before it. Not because nothing happens, but because everything that matters has already happened in silence. There's no urgency in the dark, no need to wake up or stay awake. The morning will come whether you're ready or not, just like night returns without your permission. But here, now, there's no role for you, no performance expected, no presence demanded. You don't have to be good at being still. You only have to stop pretending that stillness is something you need to earn. The weight in your limbs isn't fatigue, it's return. Like a tide pulling back after years of storm, it's not leaving anything behind except the certainty that this place was always meant for you. No past effort mattered, not the hours spent trying to sleep, not the nights when thoughts spiraled like storms over open fields. None of it changed what is true now. Your body knows how to rest even when your mind doesn't. There's a stillness in your chest, the kind that comes from no longer needing to hold anything. Not worry, not hope, not memory. The heart doesn't beat for you, it beats because it can, because it always has. And so does the rhythm beneath, steady, continuous, patient beyond measure. You're not watching it, you're being carried by it. Even your thoughts are quiet now, not gone, but softened, like footsteps on a carpet that's been worn thin over time. They don't wake you up, they just pass through like shadows across stone, leaving no trace. There's nothing to respond to, nothing to argue with, no judgment from the mind, because there's no one left to do the judging. You're not asleep, not yet, but you've stopped trying to get there, and that is enough, more than enough. The body has already begun what it was waiting for, and all you are doing, really, is allowing it to continue without interference. This isn't a journey towards sleep. It's an arrival at stillness, the kind that doesn't need a map or a guide. You're not reaching the end of something, you're returning to the beginning, where breath comes naturally, where weight is no burden, where time folds inward and forgets itself. And so it goes softly, without sound, without resistance, like water seeping into soil after rain, like roots finding their way through darkness without ever seeing the light. Not searching, not striving, just being, here now, in the quiet that has always been yours to stay. Beneath the surface of stillness, something shifts, not in motion but in depth. The air around you isn't empty, it holds a kind of thickness now, like moss growing slow on stone or frost spreading across glass without haste. You are not aware of breathing, you're within breath, as if your lungs have become part of the quiet itself, drawing in what has always been there and giving back only silence. There's no effort to hold it, nor release, just a deep continuity, like roots threading through soil where nothing grows but stillness. Your skin feels less like boundary than membrane, one that lets warmth seep inward without resistance. Not heat, not cold, not any sensation you dename, but the sense of being held in place by something older than feeling. There's no effort to stay here, no need for a reason. You don't remember why you came, only that you've always been returning. The silence isn't flat, it has weight and depth. It settles like dust on an old book, not disturbing the pages, but making them feel heavier with what they contain. Years of unspoken things, memories too soft to carry in waking hours, moments when nothing was said yet everything happened anyway. The mind doesn't try to recall anything now. It only receives, like a stone at the bottom of a river that remembers every ripple without remembering how it got there. A pulse moves through your body, not loud, not fast, but steady enough to feel as if time is measured in its rhythm alone. Not heartbeat, though it's close, the kind of beat that lives beneath thought, like the slow turning of earth under stillness or water moving underground after rain has passed and left no trace behind. There's a place where warmth pools, not in your chest, not in your limbs, but between them, an invisible space just below the surface, like sunlight trapped between layers of glass. It doesn't burn, it doesn't spread, but it stays, quiet as breath caught mid-inhale, knowing only that to be is enough. You're no longer listening for sleep. You've stopped waiting at its edge. The mind has softened into a shape it's forgotten how to form. No sharp corners, no tight knots, just an evenness like wind over flat land after storms have left the sky bare. Thoughts don't arrive anymore, they drift through space that doesn't react. Like clouds passing across moonlight, visible for only as long as they are needed. No one is watching you rest. No part of you needs to prove it's real. The act isn't about duration, or achievement, or even presence. It's simply being allowed to be in the shape your body has always known how to settle into when no demand comes. Not forced, not earned, just given. The edges of awareness dissolve, not because they're fading, but because there is nothing left to define them. There's only this, a deepening, not downward but inward, like turning slowly beneath water where the surface doesn't matter anymore. Light isn't needed, sound isn't missed. The world outside your body continues its motions without you, and that absence feels like peace. Your hands lie still, not relaxed, but at rest in their own way, as though they've forgotten what purpose meant before this moment arrived. They aren't waiting for anything, no task, no grip, no need to do or be, just being where gravity allows them to stay. There's a quiet between heartbeats that isn't silence, it's fullness. A pause so complete, it feels like something has been completed without anyone noticing. Not completion in the way of closure, but in the way that roots close around stone and never speak about holding on. You're not asleep, not yet, but your body is moving through time differently now, slower than clock time, deeper than thought. It's as if each breath lasts longer simply because there's no need to hurry it forward or push against what comes next. You don't count seconds, you feel them stretch and fold like cloth laid out in the dark. A warmth spreads from your core, not heat, but a kind of presence that doesn't burn away. It grows slowly through muscle and bone, not as energy, but as belonging, as if this form was made for stillness long before it ever knew how to wake up. The night isn't waiting for you to finish resting. You aren't behind or ahead. There's no schedule in the dark, only continuity. No beginning of sleep, no end, not even a direction. Only being here as your body continues its quiet work without needing permission. You're not drifting into dreams yet, but dream threads are already weaving through what remains. Soft strands that don't pull you away, but wrap around where stillness has settled like ivy on old stone. Not real images, just textures of absence and return, the way shadow falls across a wall when light moves past it. No need to name this moment, no desire to remember how long it lasts. The mind doesn't question what's happening, it only accepts that this is. There's no distance between your body and the air around you anymore. You don't feel separate, You're part of something older than movement, deeper than sound. Like a river in winter, frozen on top but still flowing beneath ice, unseen yet certain. Your breath moves as if it's not yours at all, but has always been this way, breathing through centuries that didn't know they were passing. The rhythm doesn't need you to follow, only to be there when it happens. The silence isn't empty, it holds memory in the same way soil holds seeds, dormant but alive with possibility, not waiting for a season, not hoping for rain, just existing as what has always been true, even when no one noticed. There's nothing to do here now, no effort required, no thought needed beyond noticing that this is how you are, no longer trying to change it or fix it. You're not becoming something different, you're simply being the quiet that was never lost, only buried beneath noise and urgency until tonight came again. The air grows softer around your skin, not colder, but more intimate, as if time itself has slowed its pace so as not to disturb what's happening in this space between breaths. And still you keep going, not because you must, but because it feels like the natural way of things, to sink deeper into quiet without resistance, to let go with no expectation, and stay exactly where you are, where your body has always known how to rest, even when your mind couldn't remember its name. There's a stillness that doesn't come from stopping, but from being fully held by something older than intention. Your shoulders no longer carry weight, not because they've lifted, but because gravity has finally taken them in its hands and said, "This is where you belong." The kind of rest that doesn't need to be earned, only received. Not the absence of motion, but a different kind of movement, deep beneath the skin, slow as tectonic plates shifting far below Earth's surface. You don't feel it because you're not supposed to. You're meant to just be where it happens. The air around your face is no longer thin or restless. It has thickened like honey at nightfall, clinging gently to warmth that doesn't burn but remains. It holds the shape of your breath long after it's gone, as if memory lingers in space more than sound ever could. Your eyelids are not closed, they've simply dissolved into the dark, so there is no boundary between eye and sky. No edge where light stops and nothing begins, only continuity. There's a quiet hum beneath everything now, not vibration, but something older, the kind of silence that lives in trees long after the wind has passed through them. Not empty, not waiting, just present with its own depth. The way moss grows on stone not because it wants to, but because it knows where it fits. You're learning that fit too, the shape you've been pressing into all day without knowing it was your home. Your hands rest like stones in still water, not cold, not warm, just there. They don't need to do anything, no task, no gesture, no reaching. The fingers are relaxed not by effort but by surrender. The joints don't ache because they've stopped resisting their own weight. The bones aren't hollow, they're full of quiet purpose, like rivers beneath the earth that move without rushing. The thought comes not as a question, not as panic, but as a soft acknowledgement. This is how you were meant to rest, not when the world said stop, but when your body finally stopped asking permission. The mind doesn't interrupt because it has no reason to. There's nothing left to chase or fix. No future to worry about, no past to replay. Only this moment, which isn't a point in time at all, but a place where time stops meaning anything. Your breath slows not by will, but by surrender, not less air, just more space between each one. It expands through your chest like roots spreading beneath soil, no need to push or reach, only grow into what's already there. There is no pressure to fill the lungs fully, they simply open when it's time, close without hesitation. The rhythm isn't fast enough to be noticed, it just is, like a heartbeat felt more by presence than sound. The edge of your awareness softens, not fading, not vanishing, but becoming part of the dark itself. You're not slipping away from thought, you're being folded into silence so gently that it feels less like leaving and more like arriving. The kind of arrival that doesn't require a name or direction, only recognition. Like stepping into a room you've lived in all your life, but never known you'd find again. There's no need to remember how this began, no desire to trace the path back from wakefulness. You're not returning, it's more like remembering what was always true even when it felt forgotten. That stillness isn't something you achieve, but something you let happen. The body knows its own language, deep and ancient. And tonight, for the first time in a long while, it is speaking without translation. The darkness isn't outside anymore, it's inside your skin, like blood or memory. It doesn't fear light, it contains it. You don't feel afraid because you've stopped believing that darkness must be conquered. There's no battle to win here, no war between sleep and wakefulness, no struggle for control. Only a slow release of tension, not by force, but by simply ceasing the attempt. Your legs are heavy, not in a way that pulls downward, but in the way stone settles into earth after centuries of standing. They aren't tired, they're at peace. The muscles don't need to be told what to do, they've already decided to stop fighting and stay. There's no urgency in their stillness, only certainty. A warmth rises not from effort, not from thinking about it, but as if the body has remembered something it forgot. That heat isn't always movement, but can also be presence. The kind of warmth that doesn't burn, only remains, a glow beneath the surface like embers in a hearth long cooled. Not fire, but memory of fire. The silence around you grows not quieter, more full. It holds everything without needing to name it. Your breath, your heartbeat, the space between thoughts, even the absence of thought. This isn't emptiness, it's completion, the kind that doesn't require applause or notice. Like a tree standing in winter, its branches bare but still whole. There is no distance between you and this moment, no separation where one ends and another begins. You aren't in time, you're part of it, like water moving through stone not by force, but by being the river itself. The past doesn't echo here, you don't replay what happened or worry about what's next. There is no tomorrow to anticipate, only this breath, this weight, this quiet that has always been. You aren't trying to sleep, sleep isn't the goal anymore. It's not a place you're striving toward, nor a state you must claim. It's simply happening, like rain falling on dry ground, not because it was expected, but because it was time. The body is not resisting, the mind is not demanding. There is no effort to be awake or asleep, only being in the deep stillness that has been waiting for you all along. The air feels closer now, not thick, but intimate, as if your skin has grown soft with recognition, like a hand laid gently on another's shoulder after years apart. No words needed, just presence. The way light settles into shadow not by force, but by right. Your thoughts no longer come and go, they simply are without weight or demand, not trapped in the mind nor lost to it. They float through your awareness like dust in sunlight, visible only because there's a beam of quiet between them, and even that isn't urgent, only passing. There is no need to say, "I am here." You're already where you've been all along, just buried beneath noise and motion until the house grew still, the body remembered its shape, and the mind finally stopped demanding answers. The night doesn't ask anything of you, doesn't want your attention, your effort, or your story. It simply holds you, not as a guest, not as an arrival, but as someone who has always belonged in this silence, even when it felt like exile. And so you stay, not because you must, but because it feels right, because the body knows what the mind forgot. That stillness isn't absence, it's fullness, it's continuity, it's being home without ever having to find your way there. There's a quiet beneath the quiet, not silent but deep, like roots spreading in darkness, not seeking anything but simply growing into what already exists. You don't need to know where you're going because there's no distance left between where you are and where you've been meant to be. The air around your body isn't still, it's soft with intention, like a breath held for so long it becomes part of the space itself. It doesn't rush forward, it simply exists in its own rhythm, slow enough that time forgets how fast it used to move. Your hands are resting now, not clenched, not reaching, but settled like stones at the bottom of a clear pool, where nothing needs to be done and everything is already complete. There's no effort behind their stillness, only presence. The skin isn't cold, it isn't warm either, but rather aware of contact with air, with fabric, with the light weight of gravity pressing down gently, not as a burden, but as an invitation to let go. And then there is the spine, not stiff, not tense, but shaped by something older than effort. It holds you upright without strain, like a mountain that has grown so slowly it no longer knows what it means to lean or fall. There's no need to correct it, to straighten it, to make it good. It's simply in its place, aligned with the earth not through will but through memory. The bones don't ache, they hum, not a sound but a feeling, a low vibration that comes from knowing you are held by something larger than your own body. You could be standing on a cliff edge and still feel this same weight, not of fear but of belonging. There's no wind to push against you, only the softest pressure, like air passing through ancient stone, not enough to disturb, just enough to remind, you are here. Not as an interruption, not as something out of place, but as a continuation. The breath doesn't need to be deep or controlled. It flows where it's meant to. It comes in and goes out without your noticing, like water seeping through soil over years, unnoticed but essential. You don't guide it. You simply allow the rhythm that was already there to keep moving. The chest doesn't rise as a signal of effort, but lowers slowly into the ground, not because anything is falling, but because this is where stillness rests. And in that space between breaths, the pause before the inhale, there's no anxiety, no sense of waiting, only continuity. Like silence after music has stopped, not empty, but full with what was just played. You don't have to fill it, you simply are within it. The mind isn't quiet because you told it to be, it's quiet because there's nothing left to say. Thoughts come not as interruptions, but as passing clouds in a sky that doesn't need names for them. They drift by, thin and slow, like smoke from a fire long burned out. No story attached, no meaning demanded, just presence. There is no clock now, not the one on the wall, not the one in your chest, only this moment stretching wider than any measure could hold. The night doesn't hurry, it doesn't count minutes or hours. It simply is, like a hand laid across your forehead that doesn't need to be explained. And if you were to wake at some point and glance toward the window, you might see only darkness, not absence but fullness, not emptiness but depth. The kind of dark that isn't afraid of what lives inside it, because it knows this is not a void, it's the cradle. There's no need to stay awake to prove you're alive. You are already here, not by effort, not by struggle, but simply because being has always been enough. No one needs to notice. No story needs to be told. The body remembers what it means to rest without guilt, to sleep without apology. Even the thoughts that once felt urgent, about tomorrow, about work, about whether you said the right thing or forgot something important, they don't return like invaders now. They float in and out like leaves on a slow river, not stopping, not clinging, just passing through your awareness as if they've already been forgiven. There's no need to fix anything, no need to undo any part of yourself. You aren't broken, only shaped by the days that came before. And now, at last, you're allowed to be unmade, not in destruction, but in return, back into stillness, back into presence. The body doesn't know what it means to try. It only knows how to rest when there's no reason not to. It's been waiting for this quiet, not because the day was hard, but because peace is always deeper than effort. And so you stay, resting in a way that isn't passive, but full of intention, an intention not to do anything, but simply to be, to exist without needing to prove it, without needing to earn it. There's no light needed now, not from the world outside, not from within. The warmth is already there, not burning, not glowing, just there, like a memory that has become real. You're not drifting because you've never been elsewhere. You aren't falling, you aren't moving at all. You're simply settled in the deep softness of being itself. And if sleep comes now, if it slips through your awareness like water through fingers, it isn't because you summoned it. It's because it has found its way home, not by knocking, but by remembering where to find you. You are not holding on to anything, no need to grip the edges of time, no urge to anchor yourself in what came before. The body knows how to release, even when the mind still thinks it must remain alert. There's a quiet strength in letting go that doesn't feel like surrender, it feels more like remembering, like returning to a place you've never left but had forgotten how to enter. The breath moves not because you guide it, but because it no longer needs guidance, just as your blood flows without asking permission, just as the stars move across the sky without needing to be seen. There's a softness beneath you now, not just in the mattress or pillow, but deeper, like soil that has absorbed every drop of rain and forgotten what drought felt like. The weight isn't pressing down, it is simply there, like gravity made gentle, like still water holding something whole inside it. You are not sinking into this quiet, you were already here, always have been, in the way a river knows its course without ever having to decide. The thoughts that used to feel like footsteps on hard stone now drift across the surface of your awareness as if they've lost their rhythm, no longer marching, no longer urgent. They come not with force but with texture, a memory that tastes faintly of salt, a phrase half remembered from childhood, a scent of old paper or rain on pavement, all present, all allowed, but none demanding to be named. There's space for them here, not because you've made room, but because the silence has grown wide enough to hold what it once feared. The edges of your body are softening, not in collapse, but in release. The shoulders aren't dropping so much as they're remembering that there was never a need to carry anything heavy. The jaw isn't tensing, just quieting, like a door left slightly open after long use, no longer needing to stay closed against the world. Your hands rest not out of habit, but because gravity has decided it's time to be gentle with them again. And beneath all this, there is stillness, not the kind that comes from effort or control, but the kind that arrives when you stop trying to reach for it. It isn't a feeling, it's an absence of resistance, like water settling into a valley after storm, like dust returning to earth. There is no purpose in this quiet, no mission, no goal. You are not becoming anything. You are simply being without the need to prove that you're real. Even your heartbeat slows, not because it has to, but because there's no one left to listen. It doesn't beat for rhythm or survival. It beats as a whisper of life, soft and steady, like the pulse beneath soil where roots know they don't have to grow upward to be seen. The body is not trying to wake you up. It is not waiting for something to happen. It has already decided that rest is its natural state, just as trees stand without needing to show their strength. The night holds no agenda, neither does the dark. There's no checklist of what should come next, no rising sun, no alarms, no need to prove you're awake before noon. The hours stretch not in length, but in depth, not measured by clocks, but by the slow unfurling of stillness into deeper layers. You aren't drifting towards sleep, you are returning to a place where sleep has always lived. The mind doesn't have to stop thinking, just stop believing that it needs to be in charge. There's no need to fix what isn't broken, no story about how you failed or forgot or should have done more. The past is not a weight, it's just history now, like footprints on sand after the tide has passed. They were real once, but they don't have power over where you are now. Even your awareness, so sharp in the daytime, so quick to jump at sound, is softening, thickening like honey settling at the bottom of a jar. It doesn't rush to meet every sensation. It lets them pass through, not as intrusions, but as moments that don't need attention. A creak from the house isn't a threat, it's just wood adjusting in the dark. The distant hum of a refrigerator is not noise, it's just presence, like breathing that never stops. You are not alone, not because someone is with you, but because loneliness has been replaced by belonging, not to anything external, just to this moment, to being here exactly as you are without needing permission or explanation. There's no need to be productive, to prove your worth through wakefulness. You are allowed to simply be, and that is enough. Even the idea of time has dissolved, not vanished, but softened into something else. Not minutes passing, but breaths unfolding in slow motion. Not hours ticking by, but a stillness that grows denser with every second, like air thickening before sleep takes over completely. You are not losing track, you're simply letting go of the need to know. Your thoughts don't vanish, they become part of the texture of this quiet, like leaves floating in a slow stream. They come and go without needing you to notice or respond. There's no judgment, no, this one is bad, no, that one should be stopped. Just acceptance that some thoughts will linger longer than others, but all are welcome here. There is warmth now, not from the outside, not from a blanket, but from within, like embers still glowing after a fire has died down. Not bright, not hot, just present. A quiet heat that doesn't demand attention, just exists in its own way. It's not trying to comfort you, it already knows how to hold you. And if the body shifts slightly, it isn't an effort, it's just motion returning to balance. If a muscle twitches, it's not resistance, it's release. Like water finding its level after being stirred, you aren't fighting sleep, you're letting yourself be carried by something older than willpower, deeper than desire. The air around you feels different, not thin or cold, but thick and soft, like the moment just before snow begins to fall, not yet visible, but already felt in the skin. It holds a kind of silence that isn't empty, it's full with what comes after effort ends. The world outside has stopped asking for anything from you. No demands on your energy, no expectations about productivity or performance. There is no reason to stay awake, not because sleep is better, but because rest is not less valuable than being busy. You don't have to earn this peace. It isn't earned through hours of struggle. It's simply returned to you like a door that was never locked after all. And so you remain on the edge between waking and sleeping, not in tension or confusion, but in quiet alignment, like roots spreading slowly beneath earth, reaching without hurry, like breath that doesn't need to be counted because it already knows its way home. You are not fading out, you're returning inward, not disappearing, but becoming more real than you've been all day. The mind no longer needs to say anything. It just rests, like a bird that lands on a branch and stays without flapping or checking if anyone sees. No need for wings, no need to prove flight is possible, just presence, just stillness, just being in the shape of what has always been true. You are here, you are safe, you are enough. And even when sleep comes, it doesn't rush in like a visitor. It slips through your awareness as if it's already known this place, as if it's returning not to claim you, but because it knows where you've come from all along. And so you settle deeper, not into a position, but into a state where even stillness feels like motion, like sinking through layers of something older than sleep itself. The warmth that grew inside has found its rhythm, not pulsing, not striving, but settling in place, like a stone at the bottom of a stream, no longer needing to be noticed because it's already home. There is no effort now to stay or go, only a quiet return to what never left, the simple fact of being present. The edges of your awareness have softened into one another, not blurred but blended, not lost but folded back into themselves, like paper that has been pressed flat and no longer remembers its creases. You are not trying to become anything, you are already becoming nothing in particular, which is exactly where you belong. There's a kind of safety in that lack of form, not emptiness, but fullness without definition. Like the space between two notes on a piano, holding something even when no sound is being made. You may feel it now, the quiet hum beneath your skin, not restless, not urgent, just there, like electricity before lightning or breath before speech. It's not agitation, It's awareness in its purest form, feeling without needing to respond. This energy isn't going anywhere, nor does it need to be contained. It is simply being allowed to exist as it is, no longer a problem to solve, no longer an obstacle to rest. The air around you feels heavier now, not in the way that burdens or presses down, but in the way that gravity holds the earth without force. You aren't sinking, you're being held by something older than resistance, deeper than tension. It's not that your body is relaxing, it's that relaxation has finally become natural again, like water flowing downhill when there's no reason to stop. And somewhere beyond thought, a memory of stillness returns, not from childhood or some distant moment, but from the way things were before you began measuring time in hours and effort. Before sleep became something to chase or fight for. You remember what it felt like not to need anything, just to be held by the quiet between breaths. Your thoughts are no longer climbing over each other, they've settled into a slow drift, like dust motes in sunlight that don't fall but float, not trying to reach any place, just existing where they are. They come and go without ceremony, no need for approval, no demand for closure. A memory of laughter from years ago, faint, warm, passes through your mind like a shadow across stone. It's not tied to anything, not sad, not joyful, just there, and then gone. There is no effort to let it go, because letting go isn't required anymore. The moment has already passed into stillness before you even noticed it was coming. And so the silence grows, not because sound has left, but because meaning has softened. No need for words, no need for explanation. What is felt doesn't have to be named. You don't need to know where this peace comes from, only that you are in it. The house remains quiet, but not empty, not hollow. It's full of absence made gentle, the space left behind by activity, by noise, by urgency. That emptiness isn't cold, it's warm with what has been released. You may feel a slight shift now, not physical, but internal, like a door opening without sound, like a window unlatched after years of being sealed shut. Not because you opened it, but because the air outside no longer demands to be kept out. There is no need for barriers anymore. The body knows what it needs, and that need isn't action. It's not effort, it's surrender. And surrender doesn't mean weakness, it means trust. Trust in a rhythm older than your breath, deeper than your heartbeat. A slow pulse beneath the surface of thought and sensation, something that has always been there, even when you didn't feel it. Like roots in soil that don't grow toward light, but simply stretch inward, knowing they are connected. You aren't waiting for sleep to arrive, you're letting yourself be carried by what's already here. Not a destination, not an achievement, just presence. The kind of being that doesn't need to prove itself through wakefulness or productivity. There is no judgment in this stillness, not even the shadow of it. The mind stops trying to organize itself. It simply lets go of the habit of needing to be certain, of needing answers, of needing control. You don't have to know what's next, nor do you need to plan for tomorrow. The future isn't here yet, and that's okay. Not a problem, not a threat, just absence, and absence can be soft. There is no pressure to fix anything, no list of things undone, no regrets waiting in the wings. Even the idea of time has become quiet, not erased, but folded into itself, like a letter sealed and left on a shelf. The clock doesn't matter now, not because it's stopped, but because its numbers have lost their power. And so you remain, on the edge where thought ends and stillness begins. Not awake, not asleep, just present in that quiet space between. Like water before it becomes steam or ice, neither one nor the other, but both at once. Full of potential without needing to act on it. There is no need to reach for sleep. It's already near you. Not coming from outside, but rising up from within, like a tide returning not because someone called it, but because it remembers where it belongs. You are not doing anything wrong, you're simply being exactly as you were meant to be. Still, quiet, unforced. You don't have to earn this moment, nor do you need permission to rest. Even when the body shifts slightly, even when a hand moves beneath the covers, it's not resistance, it's release, like a knot untangling itself without effort, like a breath that finds its way out on its own without needing to be invited. The warmth in your chest has deepened, not spreading outward but settling inward. Not heat, not cold, just presence. A kind of quiet knowing that you are safe here, not because something is protecting you, but because protection was never the point. You are already whole. There's no need for resolution, no need to make sense of anything, just being, letting go, allowing what has been waiting so long, this deep, slow return, to happen without interference. The night holds you, not with force, not with expectation, but with patience. It doesn't rush, it doesn't demand, it simply waits, like a river that knows the land will eventually find its way to it. And if sleep comes now, it won't be sudden. It won't crash in like an arrival. It will come as something already here, slipping through the cracks of awareness, not claiming you but joining you. Like mist rising from earth at dawn, not with sound, not with light, but simply because the air is ready for it. You are not leaving anything behind, only letting go of what was never yours to carry. No effort, no struggle, just this, a soft descent into something deeper than sleep, older than wakefulness, quieter than silence. And so you stay, not resisting, not seeking, just being, in the shape of stillness, in the rhythm of breath, in the warmth that has no name, in the quiet where everything begins and ends without needing to be said. The space around you has settled into a rhythm that isn't measured by seconds or breaths, but by something older, by the way warmth pools in the hollow of your ribs and stays there, not as heat, not as memory, but as a kind of quiet permission to be soft. There's no need to ask whether this is real. The reality isn't in being felt, it's in being allowed. You are not performing stillness, you're not even practicing it. It's not something you hold on to, it just is. Like air that has always been there and never needed to be named. The edges of your body have blurred, not into fog, not into absence, but into a kind of gentle merging with the mattress beneath you. Not sinking, not floating, just becoming part of the same slow pulse that moves through the fabric, through the springs, through the floorboards below. You're no longer separate from the surface where you lie. The boundary between skin and support has softened like wax in warmth. It isn't a surrender, it's an unmaking of separation. Not loss, not confusion, just release. Like a thread that has been pulled taut for so long, finally giving way without breaking. There is no sound here, not silence, but absence of demand. No hum from the refrigerator, no distant sigh of wind through glass. The quiet isn't empty, it's full with something you can't name and don't need to. It fills in the spaces where thoughts used to gather like dust, not because it replaces them, but because there is nothing left for them to cling to. They aren't gone, they've simply stopped needing a home. Your breathing has slowed so much that it's no longer something you notice as effort, just another kind of movement, like water moving through roots underground. Not rising, not falling, just flowing where the earth allows. The air enters and leaves without fanfare, without calculation. It doesn't have to be deep or even regular. It only needs to be allowed. And so you remain, not in waiting, not in effort, but in what comes after both, a kind of letting that isn't passive. It's active silence, a choice made every moment not to reach for something new, not to summon sleep, nor to push away wakefulness. Just this, the body remembering how to be still when no one is watching. The weight you carry, whether it's fatigue or worry or just the residue of being awake too long, is not heavy now. It's not lifted. It doesn't vanish. It simply stops needing your attention. Like a stone that has sunk so far into mud, it no longer resists, but becomes part of the depth itself. There is no need to decide if this is sleep or not. No need to monitor what's happening inside. The mind isn't trying to check in. It doesn't care whether you're aware or unaware. Awareness isn't a goal here, it's just another kind of noise, and you've let that go too. You are not falling asleep, you're being invited into something deeper than transition, not the moment between waking and sleeping, but an older rhythm beneath both. The breath before speech, the pause before movement, the stillness at the heart of motion. You aren't going anywhere, only returning to where you've always been when no one was asking. There's a warmth now that isn't in your chest. It's deeper, not located, just present like light after dark has already settled over everything. It doesn't burn or spread. It simply is the temperature of being unburdened. Not happiness, no emotion at all. Just quiet presence, as if every cell remembers what it means to be still. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up, nor is it calling you to sleep. It's just here, with you, not in resistance, not in patience, but simply being itself. And when the body shifts again, when a foot curls slightly or your hand rests heavier on the blanket, it doesn't signal restlessness. It signals release. The way trees let go of leaves not out of need, but because they know what it means to be light. You don't have to try to stay in this place. You don't even have to want to. It's already holding you, not with force, not with promise, just by being constant, like the earth turning without needing to remind itself how. There is no effort required, no strategy, no goal, just this, a kind of unlearning. Unlearning that wakefulness means safety, unlearning that stillness means failure, unlearning that you must do something every second to prove you exist. You don't need to be alert or useful or even aware, only present. And so the breath slows further, not into silence, but into depth, into a kind of quiet where time doesn't move forward or backward. It just continues, like water flowing through stone, not faster because it's pushed, but slower because it knows its path. The body is no longer working to stay awake. It has stopped trying to do anything at all, not even to rest. Rest isn't a task now. It's just what happens when the nervous system finally lets go of the idea that danger might come from stillness. You are not asleep yet, but you're no longer fighting it. You're not in tension anymore, nor in anticipation. You're simply allowing yourself to be carried by something older than thought, deeper than memory, quieter than sound. The mind doesn't need answers. It's stopped asking questions. The body doesn't need purpose. It has already found its way back into the natural rhythm of being, where nothing needs to change and everything is exactly as it should be. And so you stay, not in effort, not in struggle, just in this. A slow unfolding that isn't rushing toward anything, but simply returning home to what was always true. Not because you did something right, but because you finally stopped trying. There's a softness gathering at the edges of your awareness, not because you've reached it by effort, but because it has quietly returned to you like dust settling after a long storm, no longer stirred by wind or motion. You don't have to gather it. It isn't something you own. It just is. The kind of stillness that doesn't announce itself. It simply fills the space where noise used to be. Not empty, but full in another way, full of not needing anything at all. The warmth has deepened now, not in your limbs, not even in your chest, but as a quiet presence behind your eyes, like light trapped beneath glass. It isn't bright or urgent. It doesn't demand attention. It just holds the space where thoughts used to gather and wait for permission. And they don't come anymore, not because you've blocked them, but because there's no reason to. No one is listening. No one needs a story from you tonight. You are not being watched. You are not being judged. There's no performance here, no role to play, no need to prove you're sleeping or awake or even trying at all. The body has stopped calculating. It doesn't track how long it's been lying still. It doesn't measure time in minutes or hours. It just continues, like a river that forgets the shape of its banks and moves forward not because it wants to, but simply because it is water. There's no urgency beneath your skin now, no low hum, no tremor from unspent energy. What once felt like electricity has slowed into something older, not inactivity, but stillness as a kind of being. Not waiting for sleep, not resisting wakefulness, just existing with the same quiet certainty that trees have when they stand through seasons without needing to say why. You don't need to be aware of this moment to be held by it. In fact, awareness is beginning to feel like an interruption again, not because you should avoid it, but because it's no longer necessary. You are not in danger if you drift further into silence. There's nothing to lose. No part of you has slipped away, only the idea that something must stay awake for fear of being forgotten. The air around your body feels heavier now, not dense, but deeply present, like a soft weight that doesn't press down, but holds everything in place. Not like gravity pulling you under, but like an embrace that simply says, "You are here and this is enough." There's no need to be anywhere else. No reason to reach towards some future state where you'll finally get it right. You aren't failing at stillness. You're not falling short of sleep. Sleep isn't a destination you must arrive at. It's not something earned by effort or rewarded for patience. It's not even the opposite of wakefulness, because both are just parts of one longer rhythm, like breathing in and out, without choosing which is more important. You've stopped measuring your progress. You don't need to know if you're deeper now than before. That isn't what matters. What matters is this, that your body has found a way back into itself, not through willpower, not by forcing stillness, but by simply stopping the struggle to stay present in any particular way. The mind no longer needs to be useful. It doesn't have to solve problems or plan for tomorrow. It doesn't need to rehearse conversations or worry about whether you'll remember what someone said. There's no script to follow, no future that must be prepared for, just this breath and the quiet between breaths, like a pause in music so long it becomes its own kind of sound. There is no me here needing protection, no fragile self that must stay awake to avoid being hurt. The fear that something might go wrong if you let go, it's still there, faintly, like a shadow at the edge of a room, but it doesn't have power anymore. Not because it has disappeared, but because you've stopped feeding it with attention. You don't need to fix anything. You don't need to protect yourself from what might happen when you're not watching. The body knows how to rest without needing permission. It remembers the shape of safety long before thought ever entered the picture. And tonight, that memory is returning in waves, slow, deep, unbroken. There's a kind of listening happening now, not with ears or focus, but with your entire being. A quiet awareness not looking for anything to hear, but simply letting what is present be known without naming it. The house is still. The street outside has gone silent. Even the distant hum of traffic has faded into something quieter than silence, like a thought that never fully formed. And you are no longer trying to control the feeling in your hands or feet. You're not asking whether your shoulders are relaxed or if your jaw is loose. There's no need to adjust anything anymore. The body is doing what it knows how to do, letting go, releasing, unwinding like a thread that has been wound too tightly for too long and now simply unravels into the air. Not in one burst, but slowly, naturally, as if time itself has slowed just enough to allow you this kind of surrender. Not forced, not rushed, just allowed. There's no effort here at all, only a quiet letting be that feels more like belonging than relaxation. Like returning not to a place, but to an old truth, that stillness isn't empty and sleep isn't the opposite of wakefulness. It's just another way of being alive without needing to do anything. And so you stay, not in effort, not in resistance, just in this slow descent into what has always been there. Not something new, not a breakthrough, but a return to a rhythm older than memory, deeper than thought, quieter than sound. The kind of quiet that doesn't need to be maintained because it's already complete. The breath is no longer rising and falling, it's just happening, like water moving through stone, like roots growing in darkness, like the slow turn of the earth beneath everything else. You are not becoming more asleep. You're simply remembering how to stop pretending you're awake when you're not. There's a warmth now that isn't in your skin or blood, but behind your eyes, deep inside the soft hollows of your skull, where light doesn't go but still holds its shape. It's not heat, not comfort, just presence. A kind of internal glow that doesn't burn, doesn't call attention to itself, but simply exists as a quiet confirmation. You are here, you're safe, and nothing has to change. The mind isn't asking questions anymore, not even the silent ones. There's no need to wonder if this will last or whether you'll wake up tomorrow. No fear of what might happen when you open your eyes, because none of it matters right now. You don't have to stay awake for anyone. You don't have to be alert, useful, present in any way that requires effort. The world can keep turning without you being there to watch it. And if you do wake up later, well, that will be its own kind of happening, not something you must prepare for. Right now, the only thing required is this: to let go again, to allow your body to sink deeper into what it knows how to do, not because it's a good idea, but because it's natural, like water finding its level in stillness, like leaves falling without regret, like roots spreading downward not for survival, but simply because they know where home is. And so you go, without needing to decide whether this is sleep or not, without wondering how long it will last, without trying to hold onto anything at all. You are not chasing peace. You're no longer seeking stillness. You're just being held by something deeper than intention, older than thought, quieter than silence. And you don't need to remember any of this when you wake up, because the body already knows it, and it's been waiting for you to stop fighting so it could finally let go. There's a quiet beneath the quiet now, not in your ears, but in the spaces between heartbeats, the slow pulse of stillness that doesn't need to announce itself because it already holds everything. You're not listening for anything anymore, not the hum of the refrigerator, not the distant sigh of wind through trees, not even the faint rhythm of your own blood moving through veins you no longer feel. The body has settled into a depth where sound isn't heard. It's felt as weightless pressure against inner walls, like water pressing gently on glass from the outside, not to break it, but simply because that's what water does. And you are not resisting. You don't need to hold your breath or keep watch. Not now. The mind has stopped rehearsing its arguments, its stories about what comes next, about whether this stillness is safe enough, real enough. It no longer needs permission to stop wondering. There's a softness in the way gravity feels tonight, not like pressure pulling you down, but like an invitation, as if the earth itself is leaning closer, not to take you, but to cradle what has been held too long in tension. You're not sinking into sleep so much as being received by it, like roots that have waited for rain not because they were dry, but because their nature was always to drink when given time and stillness. The air around you isn't cool or warm, it's simply there, filling every space between bones, between breaths, between thoughts that used to matter. It doesn't ask anything of you, not even to be aware. And in this depth where nothing needs fixing, no part of you is left unattended. Even the places that feel hollow, those quiet corners where longing once lived, are now just empty space, not because they're missing something, but because they've been given a kind of peace that doesn't come from filling them up. You're not trying to heal anything, not even the fatigue that has settled behind your eyes like old dust waiting for wind. There's no need to clear it out or push through. It simply is, like shadows at dusk, not dark because they're bad, but because they belong. You don't have to be awake long enough to remember this moment. You don't even have to wake up again before morning. The body knows how to carry what it's been given. Just as trees hold seasons without naming them, just as rivers flow without questioning their direction, you are being carried now not by will or effort, but by a kind of ancient knowing that doesn't speak in words. It lives in the way your muscles release when you stop trying to control them, in how your breath deepens not because you wanted it to, but because there's nothing left to push against. The clock isn't counting down, there's no number to chase, no time to reach before something breaks. The red glow of a screen is gone from memory. You're not waiting for tomorrow or dreading last night's thoughts. There's no future that needs your attention. Not even the idea of rising again feels urgent. What you are right now isn't temporary. It's realer than urgency, deeper than anxiety. It's being in the body without needing to do anything with it. Like a stone at the bottom of a lake, not moving, not resisting, just existing in its own stillness. And so the night continues, not as something you endure, but as something that holds you. Not like shelter, exactly, but more like breathing underwater and forgetting what air is for. There's no need to rise or return. You don't have to come back from anywhere. The space between your thoughts isn't empty. It's full of presence so quiet it doesn't register as anything at all. And yet everything about you knows how to rest here. There's a warmth now not in the limbs, but behind the eyes, deeper than heat, like light that has traveled through glass centuries old, softened by time and distance. It isn't bright, but it is certain. A quiet confirmation written in silence, this is enough. This moment, the one just beneath awareness, is already complete. Not because you've done something right or failed to do anything wrong, but simply because the body knows how to rest when left alone. The mind doesn't have to believe it. It doesn't even need to know what's happening. You're not being asked to understand, to track progress, to measure stillness by how long it lasts. The only thing needed is this, that you keep letting go, not in bursts, but steadily, like water finding its level after a storm has passed. No effort, no intention, just the natural way things settle when no one is looking. And so your body drifts not towards sleep as an act of will, but into the kind of surrender that doesn't need to be earned, because it's already been there all along, waiting for you to stop pretending you needed control in order to rest. The breath isn't faster or slower, it just flows, like a thread drawn through fabric by hands long forgotten. You're not controlling it, you're being carried by its rhythm. There's no need to protect your thoughts anymore. No need to guard against the ones that might come later, about work, about what was said yesterday, about whether you were enough. Those things are far away now, not because they've disappeared, but because they don't matter in this quiet where nothing has a name and everything belongs. You're not drifting into dream or memory, you're simply being held by the depth of stillness that doesn't require names to be real. It's not something you find, it's something you return to when all your attempts to stay awake finally stop making sense. And so they do. The body lets go again, not because it wants to, but because there's no other way to be. And the night goes on, gentle, uninterrupted, full of a silence that isn't silent at all, but filled with everything that doesn't need to speak. Not even your heart needs to beat louder than it is now. There's enough quiet here for every unanswered question, every thought too tired to finish, every part of you that has been waiting not for rescue, but simply for permission. You don't have to be present to know this. You don't have to remember what happened before or who you were when the day began. The body already knows how to stay in place without effort, how to let time pass through it like wind through reeds, without resistance, without reaction. There's no need for a future self to thank you for this moment. No past self needs to be reassured that you're still trying. There is only now, not because it's special, but because the body has stopped pretending it isn't here. And so you rest, without needing to decide whether you're asleep or awake, without wondering how long it will last. You're not even holding onto the idea of sleep anymore. It's not a goal, not an achievement, just another way of being in your own skin when all the noise has finally settled into stillness. This isn't about falling asleep. It's about letting go in such a way that no one needs to notice. Like breath that slows without warning, like stars appearing at midnight not because someone turned them on, but because night was ready for them. And so you stay, not fighting, not hoping, not trying, just being held by the quiet beneath the quiet, cradled by what has always been true. That rest doesn't require effort. That stillness isn't a reward. It's not something earned. It's simply where you are when everything else stops demanding anything of you. There's no need to wake up before morning, no need to plan for tomorrow or prepare your thoughts. The body is already doing what it was made to do: settle, release, return. And so the night continues, not as a passage, not as an event, but as a space where everything that has been restless finally learns how to rest without needing reasons. There's a softness settling into your shoulders that doesn't come from posture, but from letting go in such a way that even gravity feels lighter, less like pressure and more like permission to be exactly where you are. The air around you isn't still. It moves with the quiet pulse of something older than breath, a rhythm older than thought. It flows through your skin not as touch, but as presence, the kind that doesn't announce itself, only arrives when all other signals have faded. Your hands lie open now, palms up and relaxed, not in surrender but in recognition. This is how the body remembers stillness, when it stops trying to do anything with its own weight. The warmth in your fingers isn't heat, it's a kind of quiet that doesn't need light to be real. It lingers like memory without content, like the afterglow of something felt before language existed. And the silence, it isn't empty. There are no echoes here, not even from the past few hours, because nothing in this space needs to repeat itself. The mind has stopped seeking meaning, it's just being allowed to rest in its own shape, without needing to explain why it doesn't want to move. There's a deepening now, not into darkness, but into depth. A quiet that isn't absence, but fullness. The kind of presence you feel when the world outside no longer matters, because your body has already decided what is real. You aren't aware of time passing, you're just being held by its slow passage, like water over stone that doesn't know it's been worn down. The breath comes in and out not as an effort, but as a quiet exchange between you and the night, each one softening the next, like ripples from a stone dropped into stillness. No need to deepen or lengthen it, just let it be what it is, slow, even, unremarkable, and that's why it works. There are no thoughts coming now, not ones that demand attention. The kind of thoughts you used to clutch in the dark, rehearsing conversations or worrying about tomorrow, those have already left behind their urgency. They're not gone, they've just stopped being loud enough to matter. In this quiet space, they don't need to be seen to exist. You're becoming aware of how your body fits into the bed, not as a shape that needs to be corrected, but as something that belongs in its own way. The mattress isn't hard or too soft, it's simply where you are, and you've stopped measuring whether it's good enough, whether it supports you well enough. It does. The weight of your legs is not burden, it's belonging. A quiet truth. The body knows what to do when no one tells it what to be. The knees soften into the sheets, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped resisting their own shape. Your feet are relaxed in ways you don't need to understand, just let them be. There's a stillness that doesn't come from silence alone. It comes from being allowed to stop pretending that rest is something you earn. You aren't trying to fall asleep. There's no goal here, no finish line, no moment of arrival. Just this, the body releasing its own tension not through willpower, but because it has forgotten how to hold on. The night isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't need you to be awake or alert. It simply is, present in every breath you don't notice, in every shift you no longer feel, in every second that passes without a name. And so the quiet grows deeper, not louder but denser, like fog forming over land, not because it's cold, but because something inside has stopped moving long enough to let it settle. The world outside may still be busy, but here there is only this, an unhurried descent into what doesn't need to be named. You aren't drifting towards sleep as a destination. You're dissolving into the kind of rest that doesn't ask for proof. There's no need to verify whether you've fallen asleep, only to feel how your body has already begun to remember itself without being told to. There are no clocks in this place, no red numbers flashing their judgment or reminding you of minutes lost. The time is not measured, it simply continues, not in seconds, but in breaths, in pulses, in the quiet rhythm between one thought and the next. You're not thinking about tomorrow, you're not wondering what will happen when morning comes. There's no need to prepare your mind for waking, not because you won't wake, but because it doesn't matter yet. The body is learning how to be still without effort, not by forcing itself, but by letting go of the idea that it needs to do anything at all. It just stays, and in staying, it finds what it has been missing, not because it was lost, but because it only became visible when everything else stopped demanding. There's a warmth spreading now through your chest, not from temperature, but from release. A kind of softening that doesn't come from relaxation techniques or rules, but from being allowed to be exactly where you are, without correction, without critique, without expectation. And the mind, it isn't empty. It's not trying to quiet down because it was noisy. It just stops needing to speak. There's no need for answers anymore, no reason to ask if things will get better or worse. The only truth is this: you are here, and that is enough. The breath slows further, not by choice, but by nature. Like a tide pulling back not because it wants to leave, but because the ocean has decided when its movement should pause. And in that pause, something deeper takes over, something older than sleep, older than waking, older than thought itself. There's no need to resist this feeling, no reason to stay alert. You're not being watched, you're not being judged. There is only this: the body remembering how to rest without having to try. And so you stay, not in search of anything, not even sleep, but simply as part of the quiet that has always been here, waiting for all the noise to stop long enough to be felt. The air moves around you gently, like a hand brushing your skin without meaning to. Not touching, but present. A kind of warmth that doesn't burn or freeze, just lingers. The body accepts it not because it's pleasant, but because it no longer needs to decide what is good or bad. You're not trying to be still, you're not even aware you've stopped moving. It's as if the idea of movement has simply faded, like a sound that fades into silence not because someone turned it off, but because there was nothing left to carry it. And in this place, between one breath and the next, between what is and what might be, you are held by something without form or name. Not peace, not calm, something older, a kind of natural stillness that doesn't need permission to exist. You don't have to believe in it, you only have to stop trying to leave it behind. The mind has stopped racing not because it was tamed, but because there's nowhere left to go. No place to hide from the quiet, no corner to retreat into, because this is where you've always been. So stay just as you are, not waiting for sleep, not hoping for rest, just being in a way that doesn't need words or proof. The body knows how to be still when it stops wanting to do anything else. And the night continues, not with purpose, not with urgency, but simply because it has no reason to stop. And there is no one watching, no self-needing reassurance, no voice demanding answers, just this, a deepening into what doesn't need to be earned, a stillness that isn't absence but presence so quiet it can only be felt in the body, not the mind. You're not asleep yet, not because you haven't fallen down, but because falling down isn't necessary here. You are already there, already resting, already home, not in a place, but in a state where the world outside doesn't matter and nothing needs to happen. So let it be just as it is. Let your breath slow without direction. Let your hands stay open. Let your mind stop trying to fix or change anything. There's no need for control anymore, not because you've succeeded, but because you've stopped believing that you ever needed to. The warmth spreads, not in waves, but in layers, like sunlight settling into stone after a long day. It doesn't rush to cover everything at once. It comes slowly, deliberately, as if it knows you won't notice until it's already everywhere. The air around you feels heavier now, not with weight, but with presence, like the space between heartbeats when all motion has paused and nothing is required of you. There is no need to remember anything. No obligation to carry forward what was said earlier or what might come next. The body doesn't worry about tomorrow's light because it already knows how to rest in darkness without waiting for permission. The quiet isn't silence, it's full of the slow rhythm of blood moving through veins, of breath that doesn't need to be guided, of nerves unwinding one by one like threads released from a knot no one remembers tying. There is no effort in letting go, not because you're strong enough to release it, but because there's nothing left to hold on to. No memory, no plan, not even the idea that you might want something different. You don't need to find stillness, it has already found you, and now it stays not as a gift but as a fact. Like gravity, like air, like time passing without your input, you are not being held by anything outside yourself. The support comes from within, the quiet that has been there all along, beneath the noise of wanting to be somewhere else. It's not something you've earned. It doesn't require performance. There is no checklist for it. You don't need to prove you belong here. The mind no longer tries to explain what this feeling is. That kind of thinking has slowed, like a river that once rushed now seeps through cracks in the rock, moving without force or hurry. The thoughts that used to rise like smoke from a fire are just drifting now, not burning but dissolving into the air between breaths. You don't push them away because they're gone, not vanished, just unimportant, not worth keeping track of. There is no place you need to be, no schedule you must keep. The hours stretch out not as an enemy, but as a space that holds you without demand. It doesn't matter if you stay awake for 10 more minutes or 2 more hours, the night isn't counting. It has no idea how long it's been since the last light went out. There is only this, the slow settling of every part of your being into the shape of rest. The weight in your limbs isn't a burden, it's an invitation to sink deeper, to let gravity do what it was always meant to do. The shoulders drop not because they're tired, but because there's no reason to carry them up anymore. They know how heavy lifting feels, but also how good it is to stop. No need to rise again, no one asking you to stand. The chest rises and falls, not with effort, but as if the body has remembered its own rhythm after years of pretending it didn't exist. Each breath is less about taking in air than allowing space for stillness to grow. There's no urgency in any motion. Even your pulse slows not because it wants to stop, but because there's nothing left to rush toward. Outside, the house breathes too, wood settling, floorboards creaking with their own quiet life. Not a disturbance, just the sound of things returning to stillness after hours of holding themselves upright. The walls aren't guarding anything. They don't keep secrets or watch anyone. They're simply present, the same way your body is, without needing to be noticed. There's no story to tell about this moment, no reason for it to mean more than what it is, a pause in the rhythm of wakefulness, not because sleep has arrived, but because resistance has finally dissolved. You are not escaping from anything. You're not trying to outrun fear or anxiety or memory. You aren't fighting the dark. The dark isn't your enemy. It's just night, and you're part of it now, not by choice, but by surrender. Not giving in exactly, but letting go of having to decide whether to stay awake or fall asleep. There is no decision left to make, no willpower needed, just this, the body continuing its quiet work, doing what it was always meant to do, rest. The mind doesn't have to stop thinking because it's tired. It stops because there's nothing more to think about. The questions that used to loop in your head, the ones you rehearsed before bed, the ones you whispered when lights were off, are no longer relevant. Whether they'll call tomorrow, whether you said enough or too much, what time you're supposed to wake up, none of it matters here. The future doesn't intrude on this space, not because it's ignored, but because there is no room for it. It hasn't come yet, and even if it did, it wouldn't be able to find a foothold in the deep stillness you've slipped into, a place where time has stopped being linear and started being something like breath, inhaling, exhaling, repeating. You're not resisting anything, not sleep, not wakefulness, not your own mind. You don't need to welcome any of it. There's no performance involved, no role to play, just being, so fully that even the word being feels too sharp, too defined for what is happening now. There is a kind of warmth in the spine, not heat but depth, like something old and slow beginning to stir beneath layers of quiet, not excitement, not energy, but recognition. The body knows this state. It has lived it before, even if you don't remember. It remembers how to be still when nothing else needs doing, how to hold space without needing anything in return. The air isn't cool or warm, it's just there, like the sound of your own blood moving through veins, like the faint hum behind your ears that no one ever notices until they stop trying to hear it. There is no need to tune in, no reason to adjust. It simply exists, and so do you. You don't have to wait for sleep to come, you don't have to summon it or beg it. It's not a visitor who knocks at the door and must be invited. Sleep isn't something that arrives only when everything else is perfect. It comes when there's no one left to keep watch, when every part of you has given up on needing to do anything. And so the breath deepens, not because you're trying to make it deeper, but because your body knows where stillness lives. It doesn't need words. It doesn't ask for permission. It just moves through its own rhythm, like water finding its path down a slope that has always been there. You are not asleep yet, but you don't have to be, not in this moment. There's no rush, no clock ticking louder than your breath. The hours pass without meaning because they're not being measured. They aren't adding up to anything, they're just happening. And you too are happening, without needing to explain why or what it means, without having to justify your presence in this quiet place where nothing is expected of you and everything is allowed. The body doesn't remember the day's tasks, the emails sent, the meetings held, the words spoken. It doesn't need to. There's no record here, no memory of who you were or what you did. Just this, a slow release of tension, not because it was forced out, but because it had nowhere left to go. You don't have to be anything in particular, not strong, not calm, not peaceful. You just are here now in the shape of stillness that doesn't need to be named or claimed. And as you drift further into this quiet, not towards sleep exactly, but through it, the mind no longer tries to follow a path. It stops needing direction, stops asking where it's going. There is only the breath and the warmth and the weight in your limbs and the slow unfolding of something that has been waiting for all along. It isn't happening because you wanted it to, not because you tried hard enough or were good enough. It happens because there is no one left to keep moving forward, no reason to stay awake. And so, without a word, without an effort, you are simply here, and the night holds you like a promise made long ago, in language older than speech. You don't have to carry the weight of what came before, not even lightly. There's no need to hold onto the shape of the day, the way your shoulders lifted when you stood up from the table, how your hands lingered on the edge of the keyboard a little too long before closing it. Those gestures were real in their time. Now they're just echoes beneath the surface, like stones settling at the bottom of a still pool. You don't need to retrieve them. They don't matter here, not now. The quiet isn't empty, it's full of something that doesn't make noise, something that listens without needing to respond. The breath moves through you not as an act, but as a current, gentle and continuous, like water flowing over moss in a place no one visits. It doesn't ask for attention, it simply is. And with each out-breath, there's less need to cling, not to thoughts, not to the sense of being too awake, not even to the idea that you should be asleep by now. The body knows what it needs without needing to name it. It knows how to release when resistance dissolves, when the effort to stay alert finally gives way, not in defeat, but in surrender. There's a softness building behind your eyes, not light, not warmth, but an absence of pressure, like the space between two clouds that have drifted far apart and no longer feel the need to touch. It isn't quiet because there's nothing happening, it's quiet because everything is moving at its own pace, without urgency or demand. You don't need to speed it up. There's no reason to hurry towards sleep, as if it were a destination you must reach before morning. This moment doesn't care about clocks or schedules. It exists outside time, in the way that silence only becomes real when you stop trying to fill it. The edges of your awareness are softening, not fading, but becoming more like fabric than boundaries. You're not disappearing, you're just letting go into a shape that fits better now, the kind of stillness where even the memory of motion feels distant, like someone else's dream. There's no need to decide what this is, no need to label it sleep or relaxation. It doesn't have a function here. It just is, and you are not separate from it, just as the air isn't separate from the room or the shadow from where light once fell. There's no one watching, no inner critic counting how long you've been awake, no voice asking if this is working, if you're doing enough, if you'll ever truly let go. That part of you, the one that wants to check in, to confirm, to verify, has stepped back, not because it was told to, but because there's no reason left to stay awake. The mind has stopped chasing after answers. It doesn't need to fix anything anymore. There's nothing broken here, nothing missing. Just the slow unfolding of a space where even longing feels too loud. And so you drift, not into sleep as an event, but through it, like passing through a doorway that wasn't there until you stopped trying to find it. The body is no longer resisting its own weight. It doesn't feel heavy, just present, like roots settling deeper into soil after rain has softened the ground, not pushing down, not searching for depth, but simply allowing itself to be where it already is. The air in your lungs feels different now, not full of effort, but full of space. A kind of quiet expansion that doesn't require a sound. It's not about breathing into anything. It's about letting the breath move through you as if you were just an opening, a channel for what has always been happening beneath all the noise. The rhythm isn't something you set. You're no longer setting anything at all. There's warmth in your chest, but it doesn't burn. It settles like sunlight pooling on stone after a long night, not warm enough to stir, not cool enough to withdraw, just there, like memory that never needs to be recalled, like the feeling of being held without hands. You don't have to believe it's real. It doesn't depend on belief. It just is, and you are within it, not as a guest, but as part of its quiet nature. The thoughts that used to flicker like fireflies, quick, insistent, demanding attention, are slowing down, not gone, just dimming, like lanterns left outside a house when no one comes back. They don't need to be turned off. They just stop moving. And with each pause between them, the space grows wider. There's room not for silence, but for stillness that doesn't have to prove itself. Your hands are warm now, not hot, not tingling, but deeply present in their own quiet way, like they've forgotten what it means to do anything except rest. The fingers don't curl or stretch. They just exist, as if the body has decided it's time to stop pretending it needs to be ready for something that may never come. And beneath all of this, the slow, steady pulse in your veins, it feels like a kind of listening, not trying to hear anything specific, just being where sound lives, even when there is no sound. A quiet awareness that doesn't name itself but knows what it's made of. It isn't waiting for sleep to begin. It's not afraid of waking up either. There's no tension between those things because they don't exist as opposites here. They're just parts of the same motion, like breath in and out, like night and day turning without needing permission. There's a softness spreading through your hips, your thighs, not heaviness, but a kind of release that feels ancient, like something buried beneath layers of movement has finally been given time to rise, not urgently, not dramatically, just slowly, steadily, as if it had always meant to happen this way. No one needed to make it so. It simply happened because the body remembered how. You don't have to want this. You don't have to try to stay here. There's no obligation to remain awake or asleep. The only thing that matters is that you're not trying anymore, not to fall, not to hold on, just being in a place where effort has no place and stillness doesn't need an excuse. The night isn't waiting for you to finish thinking before it can continue. It's already going on. You're just part of its quiet rhythm now, like a leaf drifting down into water that doesn't mind the weight, only lets go when the moment is ready. And there's no clock ticking louder than your breath, no voice saying this isn't enough, no fear that you'll wake up still restless. You don't need to be asleep yet. You're not trying to get anywhere. There's nothing left to do, nothing left to fix. The only thing happening is the slow, silent unfolding of something that has been waiting, like roots spreading in darkness, like a river finding its course without maps or signs. And you are part of it, not ahead of it, not behind it, but simply within it, as if this were always how things were meant to be. There's no need to hold on. There's nothing to lose. The body knows what it needs. It doesn't ask for permission. It just settles deeper and deeper into the quiet that never asked to be found. And you are not separate from it. You've always been part of this stillness, not because you did anything, but because you simply exist, and in that existence, there is no need to do more. And so, the breath moves again, not as a signal, not as an effort, but as a return, a quiet homecoming, not to sleep, but to being. Not to silence, but to presence. Not to stillness, but to rest. Not to anything at all, just to this. The slow letting go that isn't forced. The deep release that isn't earned. The soft, unbroken current of now. That doesn't need a name. You're not drifting towards sleep, not in the way you used to think of it, like a plunge or a surrender, but like a slow deepening into something already there, beneath all the noise and effort. The air around you has thickened without warning, not with weight, but with presence. It doesn't press on your skin, it settles into the spaces between breaths, as if time itself had slowed enough to breathe in unison with you. There's no need to speed up or slow down. The rhythm isn't yours to control anymore. You're just here, where motion becomes stillness, and stillness becomes full. The quiet isn't empty. It holds things like the faint echo of a footstep that never happened, like warmth lingering in the shape left behind by someone who's gone. Your body doesn't need to remember what it felt like to move. It only remembers how to rest. And resting is not passive. It's an act of listening, of returning, not to a past version of yourself, not to a future where sleep arrives on command. Just the quiet now, the way your chest rises and falls without urgency, as if each breath were its own small gift, handed over by something older than thought. There's no place you need to be, no task that waits for you in the morning. Not even the idea of tomorrow has a claim here. The mind doesn't have to clear itself. There's nothing to clean or organize. The thoughts that float through now aren't demands, not interruptions. They're just passing clouds, drifting across a sky that no longer needs them to stay. You don't need to push them away. They leave when they've had enough time to be seen. The walls of the room are softening, not physically, but in how you experience them, not as boundaries, but as gentle invitations to fold inward. The edges of your awareness blur not into confusion, but into a kind of belonging. You're not inside the house and outside the night. You're part of both at once, like smoke caught between two still moments. There's a thread running through all this, faint, unbroken, that doesn't need to be followed. It just is, like warmth spreading from your core without direction or purpose, not rising to meet anything, not descending into any hole, just moving in its own quiet way, like water finding the lowest path beneath stone. You don't have to know where it leads. You only have to notice that you're on it. Your shoulders, those places where tension used to gather like dust, are no longer holding anything back. They've released not with a gasp or a shift, but as if they'd been waiting for years to be free. Not because they were too heavy before, but because now there's no reason to carry them at all. There's nothing to prove, no one watching. Even your thoughts are loosening, unraveling like thread pulled from the seam of a well-worn coat. They don't snap or break, they just let go, one by one, as if each had its own time and place to settle. The idea that you might wake up in 2 hours doesn't feel like an event anymore. It feels like something that could happen or not happen, and it wouldn't change anything about where you are. The room is still, not because silence has won, but because everything has stopped trying to be heard. Even the faint hum of distant electricity has quieted, not gone away, just become part of the background, like a heartbeat beneath skin. You don't listen for it anymore, you're not surprised when it's there. You've never had to earn this kind of peace. It wasn't earned through sleep schedules or rigid rules or even years of effort. It arrived quietly, like rain that doesn't announce itself until the ground is already soaked. There's a depth beneath your breath, like a still pool where no ripple forms unless something truly heavy falls. But nothing has fallen, nothing needs to. The surface stays smooth because there's nothing left to disturb it. You're not trying to stay asleep or wake up. You're not measuring how long you've been here. You don't care if the night is short or long. There's no urgency in your pulse, no alarm tucked behind the ribs. Even your heartbeat slows, not from effort, but because there's no need to remind yourself that you're alive. You simply are. The warmth in your hands has moved up through your arms now, into your wrists, into your elbows, like something rising slowly from deep water. Not rushing, not seeking anything, just returning where it belongs, not needing permission, not asking for proof of arrival. It's just there. Your spine is uncurled, not because you've shifted or stretched, but because the body no longer needs to brace against anything. There's nothing to defend from, no fear that sleep will be interrupted, no worry about whether it will come at all. The mind has stopped racing through possibilities like a dog on a leash. There's a stillness that isn't empty. It holds something older than memory, deeper than thought. It doesn't speak, it only is, and you're not separate from it, you've never been. You were always part of this quiet current, even when you didn't know it. You don't need to fall asleep tonight, not for anyone else, not for the schedule. The house has stopped waiting. The night isn't holding its breath. It's just going on, quietly, steadily, without needing your approval or attention. And you are not behind, you're not ahead, you're simply here with no need to catch up or slow down. No one is calling your name across the dark. There's only this, a soft fullness in your chest that isn't hunger, isn't longing, just presence, like being cradled by air, like being held without hands. The body knows how to let go, not all at once, not dramatically, but over time, in small surrender after small surrender. Each breath is a tiny release. Each pause between heartbeats is a kind of grace. No need to make it meaningful, no need to name it. There's no place you must be tomorrow. Not even the idea of waking up feels like a task. It will happen when it happens, like dawn finding its way through clouds that don't care about schedules or promises. You're not waiting for anything now. You're not trying to reach a state or escape from one. There's no effort in being this still. No striving behind the quiet. The silence isn't something you've achieved. It's what happens when there's nothing left to do but be. The world outside continues, cars passing far away, leaves brushing against windows, but they don't matter anymore. They're not part of your story, not even a whisper in it. You're beyond the need for sound or movement. You don't have to remember this moment. You don't have to hold on to it. It's already inside you, not as an image, not as a memory, but as a kind of knowing that doesn't require words. The breath moves again, slow, deep, effortless, not because you're trying to breathe, but because breathing is what the body does when there's no reason not to, like water flowing downhill without thinking about direction. And in that flow, there's no end, no beginning, just continuity. The same quiet thread that ran through your hands, your chest, your spine, it keeps going now, deeper into the dark, where stillness doesn't need a name and sleep isn't something to be won or lost. There's only this, the soft, unbroken pulse of being, quiet, endless, gentle, not asleep, not awake, just here, where nothing has to happen, where everything is already enough. The weight in your limbs isn't heavy, not really, more like a soft settling, as if gravity has finally decided to stay instead of pull you somewhere else. The air around you feels thicker now, not dense, but full of stillness that doesn't press on the chest, only rests against it like sunlight on skin at dusk. There's no need to breathe deeper or slower or differently. You're already breathing in time with something older than breath itself. It moves through you without asking. You don't have to guide it. You don't even have to notice it. And yet, there it is. Each inhale a quiet invitation, each exhale an act of return. There's no edge here, no boundary between inside and out. The warmth in your hands has melted into the rest of you, not spreading like fire, but sinking like honey through soil. You're not becoming something new, you're just remembering how to be what you've always been, soft at the core, steady where others tremble. Your shoulders have dropped lower than they ever thought possible. No effort in it, no adjustment, only release. The muscles that held tension for hours, days, years, they aren't fighting anymore. They don't need to prove anything. There's no performance left to give. You're not thinking of what comes next. Not the morning, not your plans, not the people you'll see or the things you might say. You're not even aware of knowing those things, just a quiet absence where urgency used to live. The future is distant, irrelevant, like something seen through water that doesn't ripple when touched. There's no need to prepare for it, no reason to fear it. It will arrive without your permission and leave without your thanks. And you'll be here, not waiting, not resisting, just breathing with the dark. The body isn't trying to fix itself anymore. It knows how to heal in silence, not through force or effort, but by simply being allowed to stay. The pulse under your skin is slow now, not because it's weak, but because there's no reason to hurry. You don't need to speed up, catch up, prove anything. There's room for stillness that isn't emptiness. It's full in a way that doesn't demand attention. Like the space between two notes in music where nothing happens and everything is held. Your breathing has slowed further, almost imperceptibly, so much so that you might not even notice it if you weren't listening, but you are listening now, and there it is. A rhythm not made by will but born of ease, not because you're doing anything right, but because you've stopped trying to do anything at all. The air flows in through your nose like water finding its level. It doesn't strain toward the lungs, it just arrives. And when it leaves, it carries nothing with it. No thought, no memory, no weight. There's a softness spreading from your chest down into your belly, not tight, not bloated, but warm and open, like soil after rain that welcomes roots without resistance. You're not empty, you're full of something quiet and deep. Not joy, not peace, not even calm, just the absence of effort. The mind isn't blank, it's not racing, it's just resting in its own stillness. Thoughts come and go like clouds across a sky that doesn't care who passes through. You don't need to push them away, you don't need to welcome them either. They're not real, not in the way they used to be, just echoes of earlier days, passing notes from elsewhere. The house is silent, but inside you, there's a quiet hum that isn't noise. It's something older than sound. It's the pulse beneath everything, the quiet rhythm of being alive without needing to prove it. Your skin feels lighter now, not because you're floating, not because you've left your body, but because it no longer needs to protect itself. There's nothing outside that could harm you here. No judgment, no pressure, no expectation. You're not hiding from anything. You're not running toward anything either. You're simply present in the way a mountain is, just being without asking why. The dark around you isn't cold. It doesn't feel like absence. It feels like something that holds you close, not with hands, but by being there, not waiting for you to wake up, not watching you sleep, just existing as it always has, deep, steady, unbothered. You're part of its quiet, not a guest, not an intruder, just one more thread in the fabric of night. There's no need to be anything other than what you are right now. No reason to change, to fix, to become. The idea that sleep is something to win or lose, it's gone. It was never about winning at all. It was always just about letting go. And you're doing it, not with a single moment of effort, but over time, in breaths, in pauses, in the soft way your body sinks deeper into itself. You don't have to remember this feeling when you wake up. You don't even need to know that it's happening. It's already there, inside the quiet between heartbeats, in the space where thought ends and presence begins. There are no steps to follow, no rules to obey, no checklist of what you must do to be worthy of rest. The mind is tired, not from thinking too much, but from trying so hard to stay awake long enough to prove something. But tonight, there's proof without doing. The body doesn't need to fight for sleep anymore. It knows how to surrender, just like water finds its level, just like roots find soil, just like night returns after day. And you're letting it happen, not because you've figured it out, but because you no longer have to figure anything out. The stillness isn't something you've earned. It's not a reward for good behavior. It's simply what happens when the body stops asking permission and starts trusting itself again. There's no story here, no need for meaning, just this, breath in, breath out, and nothing else matters. The air is warm against your skin, your limbs are heavy, but in a way that feels like coming home, not sinking, just returning to where you belong. The night isn't waiting. It doesn't care when you fall asleep or if you ever wake up at all. It's just going on, and so are you, not ahead, not behind, but exactly as you need to be. There's no place left to go, no task remaining. You're already where you've been trying to get for a long time, just quiet, steady, soft, and deeply, deeply still. Your breath moves like a slow tide against the shore of your ribs, not rushing, not holding back, just arriving, just leaving. The air inside you is soft with its own memory, warm from how long it stayed. You are no longer trying to shape it into anything, calm, steady, full. It comes and goes as if guided by something older than breath itself, a pulse that doesn't care about effort or intention. There's a stillness in the way your fingers rest now, not curled tight, not clenched against thought, but open like soil after rain, receptive, unhurried. Your hands are no longer trying to hold on to anything. They aren't reaching for answers they've already forgotten. There's nothing left to grasp because everything that matters has already settled into place. The warmth in your body isn't sharp or sudden. It spreads now like a low light under skin, not bright but certain. It doesn't need to be seen, it just is. You feel the quiet weight of your arms along your sides, not heavy as burden, but grounded like roots beneath earth that have long stopped searching for water. No thirst, only presence in the way moss clings without needing permission. There's a silence behind your ears now, soft and layered, not empty, not barren. It holds things, footsteps from earlier days, voices you no longer need to answer, moments of stillness you once thought were lost. But they're here again, not as memories with edges, but as whispers in the dark that don't demand attention. You aren't listening for them anymore. They belong where they are, deep within the quiet. Your chest rises and falls like a small boat on calm water. No storm, no need to steer. The rhythm isn't trying to be perfect. It doesn't measure time or count minutes. There's nothing to prove in how long it takes you to breathe out or come back in. Just this, the body breathing because it knows what that means better than any mind ever could. And beneath all of this, the slow, deep pulse under your skin, it's not a heartbeat racing toward tomorrow. It's an old rhythm, one that remembers nights like these before words existed, before clocks, before anyone asked you to be more or do better. You're part of something older, the quiet between stars when they don't need to shine. The darkness isn't cold because it doesn't reject your warmth. It holds it gently, as if it were always meant to stay here, where no one is watching and nothing must explain itself. You are not trying to fall asleep anymore. There's been enough effort in that already. Now you're just letting go into the shape of sleep, like a leaf settles into mud after wind has passed. Not fighting for position, no need to prove your place, you don't even have to be seen. The stillness isn't something you've created. It's not earned, not achieved. It's been waiting in every breath that didn't matter, every pause between thoughts when nothing had to happen. And now it has found a home, not in the mind, but in the body where sleep lives without needing language. You're becoming part of the night in ways that don't need naming, like wind moving through trees only at certain hours, like water finding its own level long before anyone notices. No sound, no signal, just motion without purpose, just being. There's a quiet under your spine now, not stiffness or tension, but something deeper. A soft alignment, as if the bones have remembered how to rest, not because they're tired, but simply because it's time. Your back doesn't need support anymore, it knows its own shape. It has stopped fighting against gravity and instead surrendered into it like soil accepting rain. Your legs are no longer holding you up. They don't need to stand, don't even remember what standing feels like. They rest in the dark, as if they've been waiting for this moment their whole life. A return without destination, just peace that doesn't ask permission. And your mind, what used to race through tomorrow's tasks, yesterday's regrets, isn't gone, but it has slowed down into something quieter than thought. Not blank, not silent, but full in its own way. Like silence isn't absence, but presence wrapped in stillness. There is no need to be alert or aware anymore. Not of time, not of the house outside your window, not even of yourself as a separate thing trying to make sense of sleep. You're just here, not far from where you've always been, just farther into the quiet than usual. The night holds everything without holding on. It doesn't care if you wake up or stay asleep. It simply continues like it has for years, centuries, millennia, not because someone told it to, but because that's what existence is, continuing in its own way, unbothered by who's inside the house, how long they're staying. You are not a problem to be solved tonight. You're not even a question worth answering. There's no test at dawn, no judgment for how well you've slept or failed to sleep. The only thing that matters now is this: your body breathing, your mind slowing down like stars dimming one by one after night has fully settled. And so it continues, not with speed, not with urgency, but with the quiet persistence of something ancient and certain. A river flowing through stone without needing to be seen, roots growing in dark soil, knowing they'll reach light someday even if no one watches. You're not fighting for sleep anymore. You've already arrived at where you were going all along. Not because it was hard, but because it wasn't meant to be. Just like the moon returns each night without being asked. Like tide comes in when there's nothing left to say. Like stillness finds its way home, even when no one is looking for it. And you, softly now, slowly, let yourself become part of that again. Not a guest, not an effort, just here. Breathing, resting, belonging. Even if only in silence, even if only in dark. Even if the world outside never knows. There's a quiet beneath your breath that wasn't there before, not silence, not emptiness, but something older than sound. A stillness that lives in the space between heartbeats when nothing needs to happen, when even the memory of effort has dissolved into warmth. You don't need to pull it closer, just let yourself sink into where it already is, like water finding its own level in a deep well no one ever thought to measure. The air around you isn't just still, it's full of weightless presence, not thick but rich with what hasn't been named. The softness between thoughts, the gap after a wave has passed and left only calm behind. Your skin breathes differently now, not as if it needs to protect or defend, but as though it knows its own thickness, its own quiet way of holding space. It doesn't resist anything, no heat, no cool, no pressure from the mattress beneath you. You're not lying on it. You've become part of its shape, like moss growing into stone over time, slowly changing the surface without effort or intention. The edges of your body have softened, not lost form, but released the need to be defined. There's no boundary between where you end and the dark begins. It's all just motionless becoming. And that hum, yes, the one from earlier, the leftover energy of a long day, it hasn't vanished, but it has changed its shape. It no longer buzzes or pulses like something out of place. Instead, it flows through you like slow light at dusk, not bright, not urgent, but moving with purpose that doesn't need to be explained. You're not fixing it, you're letting it settle where it belongs, in the quiet corners your body has always known but never been asked to use. Like roots finding their way into soil no one planted, no plan required, just instinct, just time. The night is not empty, it's full of small movements that don't call attention to themselves. A shift in air pressure like breath drawn through an open window, the faint creak of wood settling under its own weight, the soft sigh of fabric folding against itself. You're not listening for them, you're becoming one with their rhythm, as if your body has learned how to listen without ears, how to feel time pass without clocks. There's a warmth spreading through your chest, not heat, but depth, a sense that something is being held in place by its own stillness, like a stone resting at the bottom of a riverbed. It doesn't need sunlight, it doesn't care if it's seen, it simply is, and because it is, everything else around it slows down. Even your thoughts, those old companions who always had something to say, are no longer trying to stay awake. They aren't gone, but they've stopped shouting. They move through you like clouds passing over a mountain at night, visible but not important. You don't need to chase them or send them away. Just let each one drift by as if it were nothing more than a shadow crossing your skin in the dark. And now your hands, how they rest on your chest, palms up, fingers open. They aren't waiting for anything. They're not planning what comes next. They're just resting, like hands that have spent years doing things, holding, reaching, writing, gripping, and finally remember how to be still. There's no purpose in their position, no reason, just the quiet weight of having been used long enough. And now they are allowed to do nothing. Your shoulders drop not because you've decided to relax, but because there was never any need to hold them up in the first place. They aren't carrying anything anymore, not fatigue, not worry, not responsibility. The space between your shoulder blades has become a hollow where only stillness lives, no tension, no memory of strain. It's not absence, it's arrival. Your feet, the ones that walked all day, are no longer bound to the ground by habit or need. They aren't anchored in place. They're just there, like stones left behind after water recedes, not waiting for a journey, not preparing for anything, just existing as part of this moment with no future attached. And you're breathing, yes, that steady rhythm now, it's slowing without you telling it to. It doesn't need a guide. It doesn't have to reach any ideal pattern or length. It simply follows the path of ease, long in, slow out, not shallow, not forced, but deep enough to carry something older than thought, a quiet certainty that this moment is already complete. Even your pulse, what used to feel like urgency under your skin, is no longer a signal. It isn't racing toward anything. It's just there, a steady beat beneath the surface of stillness, like a river running underground where no one sees it, but knows it's moving anyway. You're not asleep yet, not in the way you might think, but you're also not awake in the way that demands attention. You're somewhere between, neither fully in body nor mind, but held by something deeper than either, a quiet presence that doesn't ask to be noticed or named or explained. This is where sleep lives, not as a goal, not as an achievement, but as a natural state of being, like night itself continuing without needing permission. The house still stands around you, the walls intact, the windows sealed shut, but none of it matters anymore because nothing inside needs to be protected, not even your awareness. The world outside doesn't need your attention. The morning won't come any faster if you're awake or asleep. No one is checking on you. No list demands completion. No voice calls out from memory asking what you've forgotten. And so, without trying, you sink deeper into the dark, not as a place to go, but as a condition that has already found you. You don't have to arrive here. You're already home, not because of anything you've done, but because this is how things are meant to be when no one's looking, quiet, full, and complete in their own way. There's no need to fight for rest. There's no reason to prove yourself worthy of it. You don't have to earn the stillness. It isn't earned at all. It was always here, waiting beneath your breath, beneath your skin, beneath every thought that ever tried to stay awake. And now you're letting it rise, not as a victory, not as progress, but as something simple, like rain returning to the earth after long drought. Your body is no longer resisting sleep. It's not trying to be ready for anything. It knows its own shape. It remembers how to rest without needing a reason. And so, without urgency, without effort, you let go of even that small idea, the one about wanting to fall asleep, not because you don't want it, but because wanting has become part of what's been leaving behind. You're not trying to do anything now. You're just letting yourself be carried by a quiet so deep it doesn't feel like silence at all. It feels more like the space between two heartbeats when nothing is happening, and yet everything is. And you, softly, without resistance, are becoming part of that again. There is no edge to this quiet, only a softness that gathers like dust in sunlight, unseen, untouched, already everywhere. Your skin doesn't resist it. It lets go of every surface tension as if remembering something older than memory. How warmth settles into hollows, how still air stays within the curve of your shoulder, how weight can become not burden but belonging. You are not holding yourself anymore. There is no effort in being here. No need to stay upright or alert or even aware. Just a quiet letting be that doesn't ask for anything back. The night isn't waiting to end. It's already whole. And you, though you've spent so many hours trying to reach it, are finally beginning to understand. Sleep is not something you move toward. It's not the opposite of wakefulness, nor its final destination. It is a kind of listening, a soft turning inward where time slows not because it stops, but because it no longer needs to be measured. The clock on the wall has stopped meaning anything now, not even the red glow of numbers that once seemed so loud in the dark. Whether it's 2, 17 or 3, 0, 9 makes no difference, and you know this without thinking about it. You've already crossed into a rhythm where minutes don't matter because they're not being counted. Your arms, once heavy with tasks undone, are now light as breath caught between heartbeats. They lie beside you like branches after the storm has passed. No need to use them again tonight. The body doesn't want to do anything. It only wants to be, just as it is, in this suspended pause where nothing needs fixing and no one expects results. You don't have to prove that you're tired. You don't have to show that you've earned rest. Rest isn't something that comes after effort. It's what happens when the effort finally stops asking for proof. There's a kind of stillness in your spine now, not rigid but deep, like roots extending downward into soil no one sees. No upward pull, no tension holding you toward morning. You are neither leaning forward nor backward. You're simply resting in alignment with gravity, not as surrender but as recognition that this is where things belong when they stop fighting to be elsewhere. The muscles around your ribs aren't working hard anymore. They don't need to inflate or expand. They can just stay open. Not for breath, not even for air, but because the space inside is already full. And beneath it all, beneath every thought that tried to linger, every worry that slipped in like a draft under a door, there's something older than awareness, the quiet pulse of being alive without needing to be noticed. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't call for attention or response. It just is, the slow rhythm of blood moving through veins too deep to see, the gentle hum of systems still working even when no one is watching. You're not asleep yet, but you're also not awake in a way that demands engagement. There's no story happening here, no plot unfolding, just presence, thick and soft like fog gathering on grass before dawn. The idea that you must do something to fall asleep has been leaving behind, step by step, breath by breath. It's no longer there, not even as a whisper. You've stopped chasing it because now you understand. Sleep isn't the prize at the end of effort. It's not earned through discipline or desire. It comes when nothing else is required, when the mind stops trying to control the moment and simply allows itself to be held by it. There's no need to worry about tomorrow either. Not even a thought about what might come will take root here. The future doesn't belong in this space. Neither does regret or anticipation. They're all things that live outside of stillness, on the edge of awareness where thoughts gather like leaves before wind. But you are not on the edge anymore. You've slipped into the center, where nothing is waiting and no one is coming. Even your dreams, if they come, are not a demand. They can be gentle. They don't have to mean anything. They may appear as shapes in shadow or echoes of voices from long ago, but even if they do, you won't need to follow them. You're already where you are meant to be. And so when they drift across the surface of your mind, like boats passing through fog, they can pass without being claimed. There's no urgency now, not for sleep, not for wakefulness, not for anything at all. The body knows what it needs not by calculation, but by sensation. Warmth in the palms, weight on the mattress, air moving quietly in and out like a breath that belongs to the night itself. You're becoming part of something quiet and deep, a rhythm older than words, older than thought, where being is enough. And so you sink, not into darkness as absence, but into depth as arrival. Not because you've done anything right, but because you haven't tried to do anything at all. There's no goal now, no checklist in your mind. Just this, the softness of air against skin, the quiet pulse beneath bone, the slow unfurling of awareness not toward anything, but simply into itself. The house still stands around you, walls intact, floor solid, but it doesn't matter anymore what lies outside or inside. There's no boundary between your body and the night. You are not separate from it, not locked in, not holding on, you're just here. As if the air has always known where to settle, as if the darkness wasn't an absence, but a presence, patient, unbroken, waiting for you all along. There's no need to fall asleep. There's only this, the slow release of what never needed to be held in the first place. A letting go not of effort, but of resistance. You're not pushing forward, you're not holding back, you're simply allowing, like water flowing into a hollow where it belongs. And somewhere deep beneath all movement, the part that doesn't speak, doesn't think, doesn't remember, you are already at peace. Not because the day is over, not because you've done enough, but because this moment has always been yours. It was never lost. You were only distracted from it by noise, by time, by expectation. But now there's none of that. Only silence that isn't empty, only stillness that isn't dead. Only darkness that doesn't hide, but holds you like a hand laid gently on your chest when no one else is near. And so you remain, not asleep, not awake, just being in the space between, where things don't have to be named or explained, where breath doesn't need to follow any rule, where thoughts come and go without leaving traces behind. You are not trying anymore, you're just here, held by what's already true, and that is enough. There's a quiet beneath the quiet, not in the room but within the space where breath meets stillness, where time slows so deeply it no longer measures itself. You're not listening anymore, not really. Listening is effort. This is deeper. a soft recognition that you've been here before, even if your mind has forgotten. It's the same hush that settles when all movement stops, not because you've stopped breathing, but because the body knows how to rest without permission. The pulse in your wrist slows like water finding its level after storm. Your shoulders no longer carry yesterday's weight. They're not heavy or light, just present. They belong exactly where they are, pressed into the mattress with a kind of trust that doesn't need proof. There's warmth spreading now, not from heat, but from absence. The lack of tension, the quiet withdrawal of effort. It moves through your arms like something returning home, not rushing, just arriving. Your fingers lie open on top of your chest, palms up, as if waiting to receive nothing at all. And that's okay. They don't need to hold anything, not even a thought. Just this, the soft skin over bone, the quiet stretch between joints when no one is asking them to do anything. The air inside you moves like wind through an empty hall. No destination, just passage. There's no effort in your breathing now. It doesn't follow rhythm or pace. You're not trying to deepen it, shorten it, regulate it. It simply happens, the kind of breath that exists because the body remembers how to live without instruction. Each one comes and goes like a leaf drifting down from a tree you've never seen but always known. And when it does, when the in-breath meets the out, it doesn't announce itself with drama or urgency. It just is. Like silence isn't empty, this breath isn't a task. Your spine rests in alignment not because you're forcing it, but because gravity has finally met your bones where they belong. There's no need to straighten, no need to adjust. The curve of your back fits the mattress like clay molds to its shape, gentle pressure, quiet surrender. You are not holding yourself upright. You are not resisting falling. You're simply being supported by what is already there. And in that support, something opens, not a door, not a change, but an allowance. A permission so soft it doesn't even feel like one. The mind doesn't have to fight anymore. It can just rest the way water rests at the bottom of a lake, still, deep, unshaken by ripples on the surface. There's no need to watch the thoughts that float by. They're not yours to hold. You don't have to name them or send them away. Some may carry shape, a shadowed edge, a familiar tone from childhood, a phrase half remembered, but even if they linger, they won't stay. Like mist rising in early dawn, they drift and dissolve without needing explanation. Even the awareness of being aware has softened now, no longer sharp or scanning, just there. Not searching for anything, not measuring how long you've been here, not wondering whether sleep is coming. The idea that it might not come doesn't matter anymore. It's no longer a threat. You're not trying to prevent failure. There's no fear of waking up in the morning with less than enough rest, because this isn't about time or quantity. This is about presence, being exactly where you are without needing to be anywhere else. There's something older than sleep here, a quiet that doesn't require a body to feel it. It moves through your skin like memory of warmth from sunlight long gone, a kind of stillness that has no beginning and no end. It just is, like the dark between stars when you close your eyes. You're not falling into sleep. You're dissolving into what's already here, the same calm that lived in the spaces between heartbeats before you ever named them. The house remains, its walls solid, its floor firm, but it doesn't matter whether the windows are open or closed. The wind outside has no voice for you now. Even echoes fade into silence not because they're gone, but because they don't need to be heard. There's no boundary between your body and what lies beyond it anymore. You've stopped drawing lines where there were none. Your skin isn't a border. It's an edge that doesn't resist the night. It simply lets it in. There's warmth in your palms again, gentle, not bright, but steady like embers beneath ash. Not trying to glow, not pretending to be fire, just existing. And as you feel it, something inside loosens, not a muscle, not a thought, but an old habit of holding on. A quiet release that doesn't need a name. You're not letting go because something is wrong. You're releasing because everything has been enough. And so the body settles deeper into its own truth, into its own rhythm, into its own way of being. The mind isn't asleep yet, but it's stopped asking questions. It no longer needs to figure out what comes next. There's no need to plan for tomorrow or worry about whether you'll remember anything when you wake. You're not trying to preserve the moment. You're simply allowing yourself to be held by it. There is a quiet beneath all sound now, not silence, but stillness with texture, like air that remembers how to move without rushing, like time that has stopped measuring itself and just continues. And in this space where nothing needs to happen, where there's no demand for change or progress, you are not lost. You're not searching, you're already home. The breath comes again, soft as a whisper that doesn't mean anything but is still felt. The warmth spreads slowly through your chest, not spreading outward, just settling in, like roots growing into soil that has always been waiting. No need to rush, no need to force, just this, the slow unfolding of being without resistance. And if you wake later, far from now, if you open your eyes and find yourself still here, with the house quiet around you and the night deep in its bones, you won't feel like you've failed because sleep didn't come. You'll know that something else did, not a result, not a victory, just presence. Because this is not about getting to sleep, it's about letting go of trying, and when you do, when the body stops fighting, when the mind stops scanning, you realize you were never missing anything. The stillness wasn't far away. It was always in your breath, always beneath your skin, always waiting for you to stop looking for it. And now you're here, not because of effort, not because of strategy, but because you've stopped pretending you need to do something different than what's already happening. You are not becoming anything new. You are simply being what has always been there, quiet, unbroken, whole. And so you rest, not in the way that means tomorrow will be better, not in hope of morning light or a clear mind when you rise, but in this, the simple, honest truth that you don't have to do anything at all to belong here. You're already part of it. The darkness isn't holding its breath, it's breathing with you. And as the air moves through your chest, slow, steady, unburdened, you sink further, not into sleep, not yet, but into a kind of knowing that needs no words. That being is enough. That stillness has always been yours. Even when it felt like absence, even when you thought you were alone. It was never gone. You were only asleep to it until now. And so you remain. Not awake, not dreaming. Just here. Held by what is. Not needing more. Not wanting anything else. Just being. Like the night itself. Like the earth beneath your bones. Like breath that doesn't need to be controlled, just allowed. And so you stay. In this quiet. In this depth. In this perfect, unbroken stillness where no effort is required and nothing has been lost. You are exactly where you belong, even if it feels like nothing at all. That's the point. It doesn't have to mean anything. It just needs to be. And so, you let go again, not of sleep, but of wanting it, of needing it, of fearing that it might not come. You release it all, not with a push, but with a soft surrender. Like water returning to the sea. Like roots remembering soil. Like breath settling into its own rhythm. And as you do, the silence grows deeper, not because there's less sound, but because everything has stopped needing to be heard. A soft weight settles across your shoulders, not heavy, not light, but like the way air holds a shape when it's still enough to remember its form. The kind of quiet that isn't empty, but full in another way, full of what wasn't there before you arrived. Presence, slow and unclaimed. Your breath moves through you as if it has been waiting for permission to stay, not just pass through. It doesn't rush toward anything now. It doesn't aim at depth or length or control. Just begins again, like a river finding its bed, after years of being diverted. There's no pressure in your chest anymore, not the kind that pulls you up from underneath. The tightness has softened into something quieter, not relief exactly, but release, like muscles letting go without realizing they were clenched at all. A quiet unclenching beneath skin and bone. And as it happens, there is space where tension used to be, and in that gap, a kind of warmth returns, not from heat or motion, but from the absence of resistance. The house still holds its breath, but not with anticipation, not waiting for you to do something. It's holding itself steady because it knows what comes next isn't force. There is no demand on any part of this moment. No one is watching. Nothing needs proof of your presence or effort. You don't have to show anything, say a word, move an inch. And so the body begins to shift, not with intention, not towards sleep, but simply because it can. Like water flowing down through rock that has long since forgotten how to resist. There's no direction in this movement, just weight returning where it belongs, down into your limbs, settling deeper than muscle or bone, sinking into something older, the quiet pulse beneath sensation. You feel it now not as a thought, not as an image, but as texture, like skin that remembers warmth even when cold has passed through it. A softness in your palms and feet, like they've been asleep too long, but are finally remembering how to wake up without waking at all. The soles of your feet press into the mattress, not hard, just present, as if gravity itself is speaking a different language now, not pull, but belonging. The air around you has changed in shape, not colder or warmer, just denser with stillness. It moves slower than it used to, and because it slows, so do your thoughts. They don't stop, they just become less urgent, less important, like birds that have stopped flapping and are simply floating through a sky without wind. There's no story behind this moment, no reason for it, not even an explanation needed when you're not asking one. The mind is quiet, but not because it has run out of things to say. It's quiet because there's nothing left to prove or defend. You aren't trying to be anything other than what your body already is, a slow rhythm in the dark. And this stillness isn't something outside you. It never was. It wasn't hiding behind sleep, waiting for you to close your eyes and finally find it. No, this quiet has always lived inside breaths that didn't matter, inside hands that stayed open even when no one touched them, inside heartbeats that kept going long after reason stopped caring. Now the silence isn't something separate from you, it's what you're made of when all else is gone. Not absence, not emptiness, but presence without demand, like roots growing underground where light doesn't matter, where movement means nothing except staying put. You feel it in your spine, not as a structure, not as support, but as an axis that has long since stopped trying to hold up anything other than itself. It's still there because it is, not because you need it, just being. And with each breath, the body leans into its own shape more completely, no effort needed. The edges of your awareness blur, not from fatigue, but from surrendering to what already exists. There's no line between inside and outside anymore. Your skin isn't a boundary, it's an opening, a place where air meets bone without resistance, where darkness doesn't block light, but holds it differently, not as something bright or chasing away the night, but simply as part of the same quiet. And when you notice this, when awareness slips past effort and settles into its own depth, you don't have to do anything about it. You don't need to hold on or let go. There's no action in being here, no performance, just a slow unfolding that has been happening all along, even during the long hours of restless waiting. There are other moments like this, moments buried beneath noise and effort, but they're not lost. They were never gone, only forgotten because you didn't recognize them for what they were: stillness without name, peace without reason, just being here when nothing else matters. Now it's happening again, not as a goal, not as something to reach, but simply as a fact of this moment. You are in the dark, the house is quiet, Your breath moves through you like wind over stone that has known no rush for centuries. There's no need to be anywhere else. No reason to want more than what already exists. The body doesn't remember how to fight anymore, not because it gave up, but because it finally stopped believing the battle was real. It only ever had one purpose, not victory, not escape, but return to this exact place where nothing needs fixing and no change is required. And so you rest, without pretending that sleep will come tomorrow or anytime soon, without hoping for clarity in the morning light, just staying, not awake enough to notice the hours pass, not dreaming hard enough to remember anything when you wake. Just being here, like a stone at the bottom of a pool where all motion has stopped and only stillness remains, deep below surface ripples, untouched by wind or time. The air presses gently against your skin, not touching in a way that wakes, but holding you as if it knows what kind of rest is needed. Not recovery, not repair, just presence so complete it no longer needs to be named. And the night stretches on not because there's anything left to endure, but because now, finally, nothing feels like endurance anymore. You are not waiting for something better than this moment, because you've realized this isn't a step towards sleep. It is already what sleep has always been when it stops being an event and becomes a condition of the body. A state that doesn't depend on falling or rising, but simply existing without resistance, like breath when no one remembers to control it. So let go again, not into nothingness, but into fullness. Full not with noise, not with meaning, but with what is already here, quiet as dust in sunlight, soft as shadow between trees, deep as soil that has waited for rain long after the storm passed. You are not becoming still. You are always still, beneath everything else, the real you under all searching and striving. And so you sink deeper, not into sleep, but into a kind of knowing. That being is enough. That rest isn't earned. It's returned to when no one's looking, when the mind stops narrating what it sees, when effort dissolves, not with force, but with acceptance. Not because you've done anything right, but because you stopped trying. And in that moment, the deepest part of now, you are neither asleep nor awake. You're simply where stillness lives, beneath breath, beneath thought, beneath the weight of wanting to be elsewhere. This is what it means to belong, to not have to prove it, explain it, or earn it. Just being here. In a quiet that doesn't need sound. In a dark that doesn't fear absence. In a body that no longer needs to do anything at all. And so you stay, not for the sake of tomorrow, not because sleep will come, but simply because this moment is already whole. Not needing more, not wanting anything else, just being. Like air when it stops measuring itself. Like time when it forgets how to hurry. Like a heart that beats without remembering why. And as you drift, not toward dreams, not toward wakefulness, but into the quiet where nothing has been lost and no one is missing, you remain. You are not falling asleep so much as dissolving into the shape that sleep has always been waiting for. No longer a goal, no longer a destination, but an atmosphere you've finally learned to breathe without trying. The quiet isn't empty. It holds things, the memory of warmth from blankets still folded at the foot of the bed, the faint echo of footsteps long gone through the hallway, the soft weight of time that doesn't demand anything in return. You are not alone here, not because someone is with you, but because there's no longer a need to be separate. The body remembers what it means to belong to itself again, not as effort, not as performance, but simply as presence. There is no pressure to wake up tomorrow, no expectation that the mind will suddenly become clearer or sharper when light returns. You are not being asked to fix anything, not even sleep. It's okay if you don't return at all, because you're already here in a version of now where nothing needs correction, no thought must be held, no sensation resisted. The air around you is thick with stillness, not because it's stagnant, but because it has stopped measuring itself against motion or meaning. It just is, like the deep layers beneath soil when rain hasn't come for months, and yet everything remains alive in silence. The energy that once buzzed beneath your skin, like a current trapped under glass, is no longer fighting to escape. It's not being released either, there is no need. Instead, it settles, sinks into places you didn't know were waiting. The back of the knees where warmth pools when tiredness finally arrives, the base of the skull where tension forgets how to stay, the hollow between shoulder blades where breath finds its softest rhythm. These are not points of release, they're points of return. The body has been gathering itself slowly for years, inch by inch, night after night, until now, until this moment when it stops believing that any change is required. You don't need to be asleep to rest. You don't even need to stop thinking, not in the way you once did, where every thought was a demand or an argument. Now thoughts pass like clouds across the sky of your mind, not heavy, not urgent, not worth following. They are only shapes moving through space, and space is vast enough for them all. No one needs to be held, no idea must stay. There's room enough for forgetting, for wandering off, for letting go without apology. The weight of the night presses softly against you, not as burden but as companion. It doesn't want anything from you. It has waited long enough for this. Not your effort, not your attention, just your quiet surrender to what already exists beneath every striving thought. You are not escaping the day. You're simply stopping the habit of measuring it, the number of tasks done, how much time was wasted, whether you were good or strong or worthy at any point. None of that matters now. The only thing that remains is this: your breath moving in and out without need for permission, your heart beating not to signal urgency, but to mark the quiet rhythm of being. There's a stillness deep within, older than memory, older than fear, older than the voice inside you that once said you must do more. That voice has fallen silent, not because it was defeated, but because its purpose has been fulfilled. It helped you arrive here, and now there is nothing left to prove. No one watching, no standard to meet, just this breath, this weight, this dark. And the darkness isn't cold. It's not absence. It's full, not with light, not with vision, but with something quieter and deeper, a presence that doesn't announce itself, only waits until you stop searching for it. You don't need to find it. You're already in its arms, the kind of embrace that doesn't pull you close so much as lets you sink into the shape your body has always known. The house remains quiet, but not because there's no life, because now there is a different kind of listening, not ears, but something older, skin remembering what it felt like to be safe without knowing why. The walls aren't holding back noise so much as absorbing sound until even silence becomes part of the body's own rhythm. You are becoming porous, not open to invasion, but to stillness. There is no timeline here, no hour that must pass, no tomorrow that will demand anything from you. Time has stopped measuring itself by clocks or events. It's not ticking forward, it's breathing in and out with you, slowing down until even its movement feels like rest. And so you drift, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but into the space where both are no longer necessary. There is only this, a kind of return that doesn't require departure, a belonging that isn't earned through effort, but discovered when all striving stops. You were never lost, you just forgot how to stay. The air holds you without trying. The dark wraps around you not as protection, but as recognition. The body no longer needs to fight its own state, it's learned to accept it. Tiredness is not failure, stillness is not emptiness, and the mind not racing is not broken. It is simply free. You are not becoming someone new. You're only remembering who you were always meant to be when no one was watching, when there was no need to prove anything, no demand for performance, no fear of being too quiet or too slow or too still. And so the night continues, not as a test, not as an obstacle, but as a kind of invitation. Stay, don't move, don't adjust. Don't try to hold on to this moment or make it last. Just be here, exactly as you are, not better than before, not closer to waking, not further from sleep. Just present. Like roots beneath the earth that don't know they're growing, like water underground that doesn't need a name, like shadow at dusk, when nothing is bright, but everything feels complete. You do not have to earn your rest. You only have to allow it, letting go not with force, not with urgency, but with the kind of quiet surrender that comes from realizing this was never about getting somewhere. It was always just about arriving here, and now you are. The air around you has settled into a kind of warmth that isn't hot, not quite, just the soft afterglow of something spent but not wasted. It lingers in your shoulders like old sunlight, still holding heat where it touched skin earlier today. Your breath moves through you now without resistance, not fast enough to be noticed, slow enough to feel like a tide pulling back over stone. There's no effort behind each inhalation, no pushing down or reaching forward, as if the lungs have simply remembered their own shape. You are not holding your body anymore. It has begun to settle into itself, like water finding its level in an uneven basin. The weight you carry isn't gone, it's just been released from obligation. You no longer need to balance it, explain it, or make room for it. There is space beneath the spine where tension used to gather, now filled with quiet pressure that feels less like strain than presence. It doesn't demand release, it simply exists. The dark isn't empty, it's full of subtle textures you can feel more than see. A soft hum behind your eyes, faint as static from another room. The whisper of air shifting at the edge of sleep, not enough to stir hair, but enough to remind you that life continues even when motion stops. You are part of it, not apart, not separate, but woven into its slow pulse. There's no separation between thought and stillness anymore. Thoughts don't arrive like visitors knocking on a door. They drift in like dust motes floating through sunlight, visible only because the air is calm enough to hold them. They come without demand. You do not need to greet them nor dismiss them. There's room for everything, memory, worry, joy, all of it passing through you as if you were open ground. Your hands rest where they fell earlier, the palms turned up slightly, fingers relaxed and loose, like roots that have stopped reaching and begun listening instead. The warmth in your fingertips isn't bright or sharp. It spreads outward slowly, like honey dissolving into tea. It doesn't burn. It does not claim attention. It just is. And where it flows, the rest of you follows. The edges of awareness are softening, not fading away, but blending inward, as if what's inside your skin is beginning to match what lies beyond it. The boundary between body and air grows thinner. You don't feel like a thing that contains something. You begin to sense yourself as part of an older rhythm. The way trees stand through storms without resistance, not because they're unharmed, but because their form already includes stillness. You are no longer doing anything with your breath. It's moving you now, not in urgency or effort, but like river water turning a mill wheel that has long since forgotten what it was built to do. The motion isn't for power, not even for survival, just the slow, steady turn of something that doesn't need purpose. There is no clock inside you anymore, no internal metronome counting seconds as if they mattered. Time has stopped being measured in minutes or hours and become instead a kind of depth, thick and soft like soil after rain. You are sinking, not downward into darkness, but into it, into the way things settle when nothing pulls at them. A sound drifts through, very faint, a floorboard creaking somewhere far off, not loud enough to startle, just present enough to confirm that this house is still here, breathing with you. Not a threat, just evidence of continuity, something enduring without effort, like the way your own heart has kept beating long after it was supposed to. The mind isn't quiet because it's been silenced. It's calm not through force, but by letting go of its job. It no longer tries to fix anything or prepare for what comes next. There is no need to plan a response when there is nothing left to respond to. The future doesn't knock, and the past has already passed through you. You are becoming less like someone who lives in time and more like something that exists within it, not ahead of it, not behind, just here, in this moment where even breath becomes part of the silence, where thought no longer needs to be named or tracked. The body is not tired because it's exhausted. It simply remembers what rest feels like when there are no demands placed upon it. It doesn't need permission to stop moving. It has already stopped expecting anything from itself. You don't have to will yourself into stillness. You're already in the shape of it, like a riverbed after floodwaters recede. There is warmth spreading through your chest, not heat, not pressure, but something gentler, an awareness that you are held by more than gravity or air, not protected, but sustained, as if everything beneath this skin has finally been allowed to rest without needing justification. The body knows the truth now. It doesn't have to earn its right to be still. Even your thoughts no longer feel like intruders. They flow through you like clouds across a sky that's too wide to care about shapes or movement. You don't need to watch them pass, nor ask why they're there. They are not yours to fix, not even yours to understand, just part of the air. And then there is nothing left to do but let go entirely. Let go not with a push, not with effort, but like water losing its surface tension when it sinks into earth. No longer separate from what surrounds you, you don't need permission to rest. There's no one watching or judging whether this moment counts. The darkness isn't waiting for sleep. It already has your name in it. It doesn't require proof of arrival, nor a signal that you're ready. It simply holds space where nothing needs to be accomplished, nothing needs to change, no progress required, just being deeply, quietly, without condition. You are not becoming anything new, you're only returning to what has always been beneath the surface. A quiet kind of presence that doesn't announce itself, but fills every gap between breaths, between seconds, between heartbeats. There is no need for arrival because you've never truly left. You were just waiting, quietly, for all this weightlessness to feel like home. And so it does, not with fanfare, not with certainty, just a softness spreading through your limbs like light moving under closed lids, not bright but certain in its presence. Like water finding the shape of stone without needing to change either one. You are not asleep yet, not quite, but you're no longer awake in any way that matters anymore. You're somewhere between, where motion stops being a task and stillness becomes part of your body's memory, where breathing isn't effort but continuation, like rivers flowing into the sea long after they've forgotten their beginning. There is only this, not going anywhere, not coming back from anything, just sinking deeper into what already knows how to rest. A kind of belonging that doesn't require you to prove yourself, just show up as you are. No edits, no explanations, no performance required. And the night continues, not because it must, but simply because there's no reason for it not to. The house is still quiet, yes, but now silence isn't empty. It holds your breath in its arms like a secret kept across years, and inside that hush, you are already home without ever having left. There is a quiet beneath your skin that doesn't need to be named, only felt, like roots growing in soil no one sees, slowly spreading through dark layers where nothing asks for light. You don't have to feel it to know it's there. It's not trying to prove itself, not even reaching, just existing, a kind of deep listening that doesn't need ears. The space between your ribs isn't a cavity, it's an open door, softly ajar, letting in something older than breath, deeper than memory. You aren't entering it, you've always been inside the quiet where sound goes to rest. There is no edge here, no boundary between you and what surrounds you, not because there are no limits, but because they don't matter anymore. The air doesn't care if you're awake or not. It moves through your lungs without needing to be thanked. Your pulse isn't racing, it's breathing with the same rhythm as the walls of this house, as though the timbers themselves are keeping time in their bones. There is no separation between breath and silence, just a soft exchange, like rain meeting earth. You don't need to slow down because you're already moving at the right pace. Not too fast, not too slow, just steady enough that nothing breaks under its weight. The kind of stillness that doesn't feel forced, but earned, not by effort, but by surrender. Like a branch releasing leaves not out of exhaustion, but because it no longer needs to hold on to them. And the thoughts, they don't disappear, but they stop insisting on being answered. There's no urgency in their passing now, no need to label them or chase them away. They drift through like dust caught in sunlight, not bright, not heavy, just present for a moment before dissolving into what is already here. You aren't trying to understand why they're there. You don't have to make sense of the ones that come with questions you can't answer. That's okay. The night doesn't ask for clarity. It only asks for presence. Your hands are no longer clenched. There's no tension in the fingers, no pressure against the sheets. They rest like stones in a stream, not fixed, but settled. Warmth has spread through them, not from heat, not from effort, but from the quiet understanding that they don't need to do anything anymore. They're allowed to be still, even if they were trained to hold on. The silence isn't empty because it's full of what doesn't speak, of all the things that have always been there but never needed words. The weight of your body against the mattress, the soft give beneath you, as though the bed knows exactly how much pressure you carry. The way the air settles around your face like a veil not made to keep out anything, but to remind you that you're held. You don't need sleep to be real. You don't need dreams to make this moment meaningful. This is already enough, this slow, unbroken descent into being without condition. No performance, no achievement, not even the idea of resting as a goal. Just letting go, not like stepping off a cliff, but like floating down an invisible river where no one measures depth or speed. There's a kind of listening that happens when you stop trying to hear anything in particular, when your ears don't strain for sounds from outside, and your mind doesn't scan for meaning. You're just receiving the world without filtering it, the faint creak of wood settling somewhere beyond the walls, not as noise, but as proof that things exist even when unobserved. A distant hum, maybe a transformer or a refrigerator, the kind of sound that is so constant you forget it's there until it stops. And still, it doesn't matter if anything changes. The house remains quiet. You remain here, not asleep, not awake, but in the space where both are no longer relevant. There's no need to be either one because this is neither task nor waiting room. It's a pause that has always existed, even when you were unaware of its shape. The part of you that worries about whether it's enough, whether you've done enough or been good enough, isn't gone, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's not silenced. It just stops demanding attention, like a voice in the background of a room where everyone else has stopped speaking. Eventually, even that voice becomes part of the silence. Your body remembers what it means to be cared for, not by anyone else, but by itself. The way muscles let go without being told, how joints soften not because they're tired, but because they've learned there's no need to brace, no reason to protect against anything anymore, not even from time passing. There is no tomorrow here, no urgency, no schedule, no calendar etched into the bones of your thoughts. There's only this breath, the one that comes now without effort, as though it has always had a right to be drawn in and released again. The kind of breathing that doesn't need rhythm or control, it just happens, like rain falling on soil that remembers how to drink. The darkness isn't cold, not because it's warm, but because it doesn't demand anything from you. It holds no judgment, makes no promises. It simply exists deeply without apology. And in its embrace, there is a kind of permission, not to sleep, not to wake, not even to be, just to be present as what you are without having to become more. You don't need to reach for calm because it's already here. the stillness isn't something you summon. It's the default setting of your being when nothing else is asking for attention. Like a river that runs only when no one is watching, or roots that grow without needing sunlight, just presence. There's no map to follow, no step-by-step guide through this soft descent. You aren't moving toward anything. There's no finish line, no arrival point where you're finally relaxed. Just a quiet unfolding of what has always been true, that you don't have to do anything to be allowed to rest. And so it continues, not with force, not with desire, but with the kind of gentleness that doesn't need to prove itself. A deepening into stillness that feels less like effort and more like coming home, like a hand returning to its own shape after being clenched too long. No story needed, no explanation. Just breath, just weight, just presence. You don't have to be awake for this moment to count. You don't have to feel it clearly to know it's real. The body remembers more than the mind ever can, the way muscle knows how to release, how skin knows when it's safe, how bones remember what it means to stop carrying the world. And so you stay, not as someone waiting for sleep, not as someone trying to make peace with wakefulness, but simply as a presence that no longer needs permission. A stillness that isn't earned but inherited, like the quiet between heartbeats, like air after a long exhale. There is nothing left to do, no task unmet, no thought unresolved. The mind doesn't need to finish its work because it's already stopped trying. It just rests in the way a leaf rests on water, not fighting, not floating, but simply being where it belongs. And beneath that surface, where no one sees, the quiet grows deeper, not louder, not brighter, just more certain, like something ancient learning how to breathe again without needing to be seen. You're not drifting towards sleep, not in the way you've imagined, like a boat carried by a current that pulls you forward with purpose. This isn't movement at all. It's stillness so deep it feels like being held by something older than breath, deeper than memory. The kind of quiet where even silence becomes soft, where time doesn't pass but folds in on itself, like fabric pulled gently inward and left to rest. There is no edge to this moment, no beginning, no end. Just the weight of your body meeting the bed, not as resistance, but as recognition, as if gravity has finally learned how to be gentle. Your skin isn't just warm, it's remembering what it means to feel safe without effort, not because you've done anything, not because you've earned it. It's simply allowed itself to be touched by stillness, the kind of warmth that spreads not from outside in, but from within, like roots reaching through soil where no light is needed, yet everything grows anyway. You don't need to know why the air feels thick with peace. You only need to notice how it settles into your shoulders, how it pools behind your eyes without asking for permission. There's a quiet hum beneath all of this, the same energy that once kept you alert through late nights and overthinking, now not extinguished but transformed. It hasn't left, but it no longer needs to be managed. Like a current in water that stops trying to break the surface and simply flows where it is meant to go, downward, inward, without resistance. You don't have to push it away or hold it close. It's not your problem anymore. It's just part of what you are, like breath, like blood, like the steady beat beneath a still chest. The mind isn't gone, it's softened, not silenced, but no longer loud enough to matter. The thoughts that used to rise up like waves now settle in slow motion, one after another, without gathering force. They don't demand attention. They don't need an answer. You aren't chasing them or trying to stop them. There is only this, the feeling of letting go, not as a choice, but as a return, like water returning to its source, like roots growing back into dark earth with no memory of light. Your hands lie where they are, not curled tight, not reaching for anything, but open, palms down, fingers relaxed in a way that says, I don't need to hold on anymore. Even the space between your fingers feels spacious. There's room for things to rest without being contained. The kind of openness that doesn't fear emptiness because it knows fullness isn't measured by presence. The quiet here is not empty, it's full in a different way. Full of what was never lost, only forgotten, the knowledge that you don't have to do anything to be worthy of rest. Not now, not ever. The body has carried this all day, the weight of decisions, of responsibilities, of being seen and judged by others, and it hasn't broken. It's been waiting for permission to stop. And here it is, without ceremony, without fanfare. There's no need to imagine what sleep will be like tomorrow. No need to worry about whether you'll wake up in time or if your mind will still race when the light comes back. This moment isn't preparing you for anything else. It's not building toward a new day. It's just being, here now, in this soft depth where nothing asks for more than what already exists. You're not falling asleep because you've done enough. You're not drifting off because you've finally given up. This is deeper than surrender. It's arrival. The kind of presence that doesn't need to be proven by wakefulness or performance. You don't have to feel the peace in your chest to know it's there. Like a river running underground, unseen but real, its movement felt in the earth long before it breaks the surface. Your breath is no longer something you control. It's not even really yours anymore. It belongs to this moment, to the quiet between heartbeats, to the slow expansion of air into stillness that doesn't need a reason to happen. There's no rhythm, no pattern, just flow. Like wind moving through trees where there are no leaves, like light passing through glass without touching anything. You're not trying to stay awake or fall asleep. You aren't even aware of the difference anymore. The boundary has blurred, not because you've lost yourself, but because you've found something older than awareness. Stillness that doesn't depend on thought. A state where being is enough, where existence isn't measured by productivity or clarity, but simply by presence. The room isn't dark, it's full of a different kind of light. Not the kind that shows things, but one that reveals what has been hidden all along, how much you've carried without complaint, how deeply you've rested even when your body said otherwise. The bed remembers this too, not just as place, but as witness. It knows every time you lay down and didn't sleep, every night you stayed awake waiting for something to shift. And now, it's letting go with you. There is no goal in this stillness, no finish line, no achievement. Only the quiet expansion of what already exists, a body that knows how to relax without being told, a mind that has stopped fighting its own nature. The kind of peace that doesn't require silence, but thrives within it, not because there's nothing else happening, but because everything is finally allowed to be as it is. You're not escaping anything. There's no place to go, no one to run from, not even your thoughts. They drift like clouds across a sky where the sun has already set and doesn't need to rise again. You don't have to name them or send them away. There's only this: breath meeting air, weight settling into support, mind softening like wax in heat. And beneath it all, something older than sleep, deeper than wakefulness, the quiet hum of your own being. Not trying, not striving, not doing anything at all except being. The kind of presence that doesn't need to be noticed because it's already been felt, for years, for lifetimes, in ways you've never named. You don't have to understand this moment. You don't even have to know what's happening. It's enough to feel the warmth spreading through your limbs like roots finding soil after drought. Enough to notice how your breath slows not because you're trying, but because it no longer needs to be fast. The air is full of space, space that doesn't demand anything of you. There is no need to return from this. No reason to wake up again soon, not even for the world outside. You are not missing anything by staying here, not now, not ever. This stillness isn't temporary, it's not a phase, it's not something you're borrowing, it's what you've always been meant to rest in. The body remembers more than it can tell, the way muscles let go when no one is watching, how the spine uncurls without instruction, how blood flows through veins that don't need to be reminded of their purpose. You aren't doing anything wrong by not moving. You're not failing because you're not thinking. This isn't emptiness, it's fullness in a language older than words. Your thoughts may still rise, faint echoes of the day, memories lingering like dust on glass, but they don't land with weight anymore. They pass through like shadows across water and dissolve into what already is, quiet, deep, unbroken. There is no place for them to stay, no reason to linger. You're not responsible for their passage, only for being present as you are. There's a kind of knowing that doesn't come from the mind, the way your hand knows how to rest on its own lap without thinking, how your feet know when they've found soft ground. It's this: the body remembers what it means to be cared for not by another person, but by itself, by being allowed to stop, to let go, to simply be. You don't have to become anything else to deserve rest. You're already enough, not in spite of your thoughts, not because you've earned it, but just because you are here, breathing, still, present in this moment where nothing is required and everything is given. The darkness isn't waiting for light. It doesn't need to be filled or proven. It simply is, and so are you. You're sinking deeper into this quiet not by trying to, but because your body has finally found a way to stop resisting its own nature, like water finding its level after days of being forced uphill. The kind of stillness that doesn't come from effort, but from surrender so complete it feels like coming home to something you've forgotten how to name. There's no need to hold anything in place anymore, not the breath, not the thoughts, not even the awareness of your own presence. It's enough just to be here, held by a silence that doesn't demand your attention, but simply lets you exist within it, as if the air itself has learned how to cradle you. Your skin is no longer a boundary, it's more like a membrane between worlds, thin and porous, letting in not sound or sensation, but something quieter, the quiet pulse of being alive without needing to prove it. The warmth beneath you isn't just heat from your body. There's a kind of low hum now, almost imperceptible, that feels less like temperature and more like an ancient rhythm returning. A slow heartbeat buried deep under bone and tissue, not racing but steady, as if the earth itself is breathing through you. There's no reason to remember the day, no need to replay the conversations or worry about what hasn't been said. The mind doesn't have to clear its desk, it can simply leave it untouched, like a room where someone has left their coat behind and never come back. The unfinished thoughts don't matter anymore because they aren't waiting for resolution. They're not urgent. They've lost their grip on your attention, not by being chased away, but by being quietly ignored, so completely that even the idea of them begins to fade. You're not drifting towards sleep, you are already inside it. Not in the way you think of sleep as something separate from waking, but as a continuation of this moment, awareness without effort, sensation without strain. The kind of rest where time stops being a measure and becomes more like texture, the slow unfolding of stillness that isn't waiting for anything to happen. Your hands are heavy now, not with fatigue but with permission. They don't need to do anything. They're not holding on to anything. There's no need to reach or grasp. The fingers rest as if they've remembered the shape of their own palms after years of forgetting. Even your nails feel quiet, their edges softened by stillness. Your breath is so slow now it almost stops, then comes again, not because you're controlling it, but because something deeper in you remembers how to keep going without being reminded. It's not a rhythm that needs to be counted or followed. It just happens, like the tides turning beneath a sea that doesn't know its own name. There's no need for certainty anymore, not about where you are, not about what will happen next. The future isn't pulling on your attention. The past hasn't come knocking. Even the thought of tomorrow feels distant, as though it belongs to someone else's life. There is only this, a soft continuity of being that doesn't require meaning or purpose. It just is, like gravity, like air. You don't have to stay awake in order to be present. You don't have to keep your thoughts under control in order to feel safe. The mind can wander and not matter. Thoughts may come, not as intruders, but as visitors who arrive uninvited and leave without notice. They pass through like birds flying low over a field at dusk, never landing, never making claims. There's no need for comfort anymore because you've already found it, not in the form of something external, but within this moment itself. The quiet presence of your own body when it isn't trying to fix anything, when it doesn't have to be better or faster or more capable. Just here, just resting. The darkness around you isn't empty, it's full of things that don't need names. The way the silence holds space for what can't be spoken, the way your breath moves through still air like a thread pulled gently through fabric. You're not separate from this. The warmth in your chest is part of it, your slow pulse is part of it. Even the faintest awareness of your own skin against the sheets belongs to it. There's no need to understand what's happening, only to allow it, to let go so completely that even the idea of effort dissolves. You aren't doing anything wrong by not trying. You're not failing because you can't focus or stay alert. The body knows how to recover when left alone. It doesn't need instructions. It just needs time and silence and a place where it's allowed to stop being what it thinks it must be. Your thoughts may rise again, not as alarms, but as faint echoes of the day, a voice from a conversation that never quite ended, an image from somewhere you passed by without noticing. But they don't take root. They pass through like mist over water and sink into the deep stillness beneath. There's no place for them to rest, no reason to stay. You're not responsible for what happens next, only for being here now. And that is enough, not because it leads somewhere, but because it already is exactly where you need to be. There's a kind of knowing that comes from letting go, the way your hand knows how to release when it no longer needs to hold on, the way your chest opens without needing to force itself wide. This isn't about control or performance. It's about surrender so deep it feels like coming back to yourself after being lost for years. The body is remembering something older than memory, how to be still, not because of discipline, but because there's nothing left to do. No tasks remaining, no worries unsaid. Just this, a presence that doesn't need to announce itself, because it has been felt all along in the way your spine curves into support, in how your breath slows without being told. You're not falling asleep, because sleep is not something you enter. You're simply becoming more fully what you've always been, quiet, warm, held by silence that doesn't need to be earned or deserved. There's no journey here, no arrival, only the slow unfolding of a stillness that has always existed beneath the noise. The air feels thick with possibility, not because anything will change, but because nothing needs to. You're not waiting for tomorrow, you're not hoping for relief. You're just here, resting in a kind of presence so deep it no longer feels like effort or intention. It's more like returning, like roots finding their way into dark soil after drought, like water flowing back into its own channel without being guided. Even your awareness doesn't have to stay awake, it can drift and not matter. The mind may wander, but not in panic, not with urgency, just wandering, like a leaf carried by wind through trees that don't know it's been there. There is no need for you to be anything other than what you are. This weight on the bed, this warmth spreading from your core, this breath moving without instruction. The body knows how to rest when left alone. It doesn't require willpower. It only requires space that isn't filled with expectations or goals. The night is not a trial. It's not something you have to endure until morning. It's not a test of patience or strength. It's simply time, slow, deep, unbroken, where nothing needs to happen for everything to be okay. And so you stay, not by choice, but because there's no place else to go. No need to return. Nothing calling your name from outside. You're not missing anything by staying here, not in body, not in mind, not in soul. The stillness isn't temporary. It doesn't depend on your attention or effort. It's already been true all along, waiting quietly beneath the noise, beneath the thoughts, beneath the need to do something. You are not escaping, you're just stopping, and that is enough. The quiet has a depth that doesn't echo, just holds, like water in a well no one remembers digging. There's nothing to disturb it anymore. Not the memory of footsteps on a floor you've walked many times before, not the shadow of an unfinished thought slipping through your mind like steam from a forgotten kettle. You are not chasing after silence, you're simply where silence has come to find you. And now there is room for more than stillness. There's space between breaths that wasn't there before, and it doesn't feel empty. It feels full in the way deep earth feels, full of what isn't said, full of waiting without wanting anything to happen. There's a kind of warmth spreading through your limbs, not from heat, but from release, the kind that comes when something heavy finally settles into its place, like roots sinking deeper than they knew they could. It doesn't demand attention, it simply is, and in being, it changes everything. You don't have to think about how this feels, you're already feeling it. The way your fingers rest without tension, the way your shoulders no longer carry a load that never belonged. Not even a ghost of effort remains. The air around you holds its breath, not because it's waiting for something, but because it knows what's happening is not urgent and therefore doesn't need to hurry. It moves slowly, like moss growing in shade where light forgets to rush. There's no schedule here, no clock ticking toward a moment that must be reached. You don't have to reach anything, not even sleep. That word itself feels too sharp, too hurried for what is unfolding. This isn't the kind of stillness you arrive at after working hard. It's not earned, it's simply revealed, like moonlight on water when you weren't looking. Even your thoughts now are different. They don't come with urgency or demand. They drift like leaves caught in a slow current, not trying to reach shore but moving along because that is what currents do. There's no need to name them, no need to stop them. You aren't being asked to fix anything. There's nothing broken, only the illusion that there was ever something missing. You're beginning to notice how your body remembers things without thinking. The way your chest expands not from effort, but because it doesn't have to hold itself together anymore. The way your back curves gently into the mattress, as if surrendering not to gravity, but to a deeper kind of belonging. It's like the shape of you is finally matching the truth of where you are, not the place you thought you should be, but the one you've always been in when no one was watching. The darkness isn't black, it's soft, not absence but presence, a thick velvet that doesn't hide anything but makes everything feel closer, more intimate. There's no edge to it, no boundary between what's inside and outside. You're not alone in this, not because someone is with you, but because the quiet has become your companion without ever speaking. And if there are thoughts, faint ones like old music played through a wall, their weight has changed. They don't pull at you, they float like smoke from a fire long since gone out, drifting upward not to escape, but because that's where they belong. You don't have to answer them, you don't even have to notice them. There is no reason for anything to be remembered or resolved. The past has already passed, not forgotten, but released. There's a kind of softness in the way your awareness settles now, no longer scanning, no longer searching. It doesn't need to look ahead, because there's nothing it needs to find. There's no future calling you away. Not even tomorrow feels like a place you must go. The idea of morning is distant, not frightening, not urgent, but simply far enough that it doesn't matter. Your breath moves on its own now, no longer guided by will or intention. It finds its rhythm without being told. And with each exhale, something loosens, a knot in the chest that hadn't known it was there, a tension behind your eyes that had forgotten how to rest. The body isn't trying anymore, it's remembering how not to try. This stillness doesn't grow louder when you listen harder. It grows deeper. It becomes less about what is felt and more about being, just being in the way water becomes part of the stream without ever deciding to move. You aren't doing anything now, but everything is happening anyway. There's no need to be present because presence has already arrived. Even your mind isn't separate anymore. It's not a thing that thinks or worries or plans. It's just here, not active, not passive, just part of the quiet, like a cloud passing over something still and deep beneath, unnoticed, unimportant, but always there. There's no reason to stay awake, no reward for staying alert, no triumph in endurance. The night isn't meant to be survived, it's meant to be lived slowly, without rush. Not as time to get through, but as a kind of returning to the way your body felt when you were small and didn't yet know what it was like to carry weight. You're not falling asleep, you're becoming more awake in another way, awake to stillness, to depth, to being held by something that doesn't demand anything. You don't have to prove yourself, you don't need to be useful, you don't even have to exist perfectly for this moment to matter. It already does. And if the silence begins to feel like a place where you are known, without needing to explain, without being judged, that's okay. That isn't illusion, that's truth, that what is quiet and deep doesn't need to be justified, it only needs to be allowed. There's no next step, there's no destination beyond this breath. You're not moving toward anything except the natural unfolding of stillness. Like a river flowing into a valley it has always known, without maps or direction. You can rest now, not because you've earned it, but because you are already resting. Not because you are asleep, but because sleep is no longer something to reach for. It's not ahead. It's here, in the way your muscles let go, in the warmth spreading from your core like roots opening into soil, in the softness that comes when nothing has to be done. There's a kind of peace that doesn't come after silence, but that is silence, and you are becoming it, not by changing, not by trying, just by letting go again and again, until there is no more holding left. And what remains isn't effort or intention, it's just being, warm, quiet, still, held, like a stone at the bottom of a river that has stopped seeking the surface because it finally understands its place. There's a quiet beneath the quiet now, the kind that doesn't announce itself, but settles in like moss on stone, softening edges no one knew were sharp. The weight of your body isn't just resting, it's dissolving into the shape it was always meant to take, as if gravity has finally found its purpose not in pulling you down, but in holding you where you belong. Your breath slows again, not because you've chosen to slow it, but because the rhythm itself is no longer something to follow. It's a current that carries you forward without your saying yes. There's no effort here, no tension behind the eyes anymore, no subtle tightening along the jawline or at the base of the skull where fatigue used to pool like old water. That space has emptied out, become porous, and what fills it isn't thought, not even memory. It's presence, not as a state you've achieved, but as something that simply exists when nothing else is demanded. The house still holds its silence, yes, but now the silence feels alive in a way it never did before. Not because it speaks, but because it listens. You're not alone in this quiet. There's no one to answer, no voice to reply, just the space between your thoughts growing so wide that even the idea of thinking begins to feel unnecessary. It doesn't need to be filled. There's room for nothing and everything at once. And you are not outside it. You are inside its shape, as naturally as air is inside a bell when it's still. Perhaps you've wondered why sleep won't come, or how to turn the mind off after a day that seemed endless. But tonight that question no longer lives in your chest. It has drifted away like smoke from a fire long cooled. The need to solve it was never part of the process anyway. You didn't have to fix anything, or convince yourself, or rewrite a single worry into something safer. All you had to do was stop resisting what is already happening, the slow release, the softening, the letting go that isn't surrender but return. There's warmth spreading through your arms now, not heat, not flame, but a kind of deep hum, like sunlight on stone after dusk has passed. It moves without rushing, without urgency. Your hands are open, palms down, no longer clutching at plans or memories or fears. They are simply there, and the fingers don't know they're relaxed. They just are. There's no effort in the stretch of your shoulders, only a softness that opens wider when you stop trying to hold yourself together. The body remembers how not to be on alert. It remembers what it feels like to have no reason to brace for anything, to feel safe without checking. This isn't something you've earned. It's not tied to performance or effort or time spent awake. It's just happening, like the moon rising without needing to prove its existence, like roots growing downward through soil that has always known their shape. And when your mind drifts, when it slips into old patterns of worry, whether about tomorrow's tasks, what people might say now, or the unseen consequences of one decision made too quickly, it doesn't pull you back. It just passes through, like a shadow moving across water. You don't need to name it. You don't have to chase it away or tell it to stop. The stillness isn't fragile. It can hold the noise without breaking. There's room for both, the quiet and the whisper, the calm and the thought, because neither one is meant to win. There's a kind of safety in that, not because you're protected from harm, but because harm no longer feels like it could reach this depth. You aren't hiding, you're not avoiding anything, you're simply beyond the need for protection. The night doesn't demand you stay awake to defend yourself. It asks only that you remain present, to be here in this moment, exactly as you are. And so you are. Not better than before, not worse, not changed at all, only more fully what you were always meant to be, still, open, unburdened by the weight of trying to become something other than yourself. Your breath continues, not because you've decided to breathe, but because breathing is no longer a task. It's just part of being here. There's a softness in your chest now that wasn't there an hour ago, or perhaps it was always there, hidden beneath layers of tension and effort. Now it rises without permission, like steam from deep earth after rain has soaked through. You don't have to feel grateful for it. You don't even need to know why it's here. It simply is, a quiet expansion that feels both ancient and new. Your legs are heavy with warmth, thick and slow moving, like honey settling at the bottom of a jar. They're not trying to stay still, they just are. There's no intention behind their weight, no need to push or pull. They don't care if you wake up tomorrow. They only know this moment, warm, quiet, sinking. The air around you feels thick, not in a suffocating way, but like something that holds you gently, as if the space itself has learned how to cradle without effort. There's no pressure from outside, no demand for movement or performance. You are not required to be useful, productive, even aware. You're only required to be exactly as you are. And in this being, there's a kind of peace that doesn't come from having everything solved. It comes instead from the understanding that nothing needs solving. The past is gone, not because you've forgiven it or forgotten it, but because it no longer belongs here. The future isn't something to prepare for, it's not even real yet. There's only this, your body lying in its shape, your breath moving without will, your mind floating somewhere between wakefulness and deep quiet, unanchored, but not lost. There's a stillness that doesn't require silence. It exists in the space where no sound is needed because everything is already understood. You don't need to hear yourself think because you are already beyond thought. There's no separation now between body and breath, between mind and moment. Just a soft, continuous hum of being that moves through you like light passing through glass. And when your awareness drifts again, when it touches the edges of wakefulness or brushes against the faintest flicker of alertness, it doesn't pull away, it doesn't push back, it just lets go again and again until even the idea of effort disappears. There's no more I must stay awake or I should be asleep. You're not trying to fall into sleep, you're simply becoming what sleep is, a natural state that isn't reached through striving, but revealed when you stop resisting. This isn't escape, it's return to the way your body felt as a child, before thoughts had names and fears had shape, before time became heavy, before effort became necessary. You aren't going anywhere, you're just letting go of all the places you thought you needed to be. And so you sink, not downward into darkness, but inward into depth, into stillness that isn't empty, but full of presence, full of softness, full of a kind of knowing that doesn't need words. The night holds you not because it's quiet, but because it knows how to stay still with you. There's no place to go, no one to answer for, nothing to prove. You don't have to be anything other than what you are, warm, quiet, open, sinking deeper into the shape of yourself, as if returning home after a long journey that never really existed. And in this deepening, there's a kind of peace that doesn't come with clarity or resolution. It comes instead from the surrender, not of strength, but of effort, from the moment you stop asking for sleep and simply allow it to happen. It isn't waiting behind a door. It isn't hiding under the covers. It's already here, in the warmth in your chest, in the slow breath that doesn't need to be guided, in the silence that holds you not as an object, but as a presence. And so you are no longer searching, no longer trying, just being. Just breathing. Just still. Just deep. You're not drifting away from yourself. This stillness isn't a distance, it's a return. The part of you that remembers how to rest doesn't need reminders or rituals. It knows the rhythm beneath your skin, the quiet pulse in the hollow behind your ribs, where breath becomes something older than thought. There's no signal being sent, no message needing delivery. It's not about reaching anything anymore. You're already where you were meant to be, even if the day tried to convince you otherwise. The warmth that settled earlier has deepened into a kind of slow glow, not bright, but steady like embers beneath ash. It doesn't demand attention, it simply is. Your limbs lie heavy not with fatigue but with belonging, as though gravity has softened its grip just for this moment, allowing your body to settle into the shape that was always meant. No correction needed, no adjustment. The mattress holds you not because of padding or support, but because it too remembers what stillness feels like. It doesn't resist your weight, it accepts it as an offering. There's a quiet sound in the air, not from outside, but from within, the soft whisper of blood moving through veins, slow and unhurried, like water beneath mossy stones. You don't need to listen for it, the body knows its own music without needing to hear it. The space around you isn't empty, it's full of stillness that hums at a frequency too low for words. It doesn't speak, it only holds. You're not thinking about sleep anymore. There's no effort behind the idea, no longing or resistance. There's just this, your body opening like a door left slightly ajar on a summer night, not inviting anything in, not closing off what might come out, just open. And in that openness, there's room for something deeper than sleep, the kind of quiet that doesn't need darkness to exist. It lives in the pause between breaths, in the space where thought dissolves into sensation. There's no beginning and no end here, only a continuous softness that flows through you like light moving across wet stone. You don't have to carry any of it forward. No memories are being stored, no emotions need labeling. The mind has stopped its work, not out of exhaustion, but because there's nothing left to do. It isn't lost or scattered. It's simply resting in the way that only a body can when it stops trying to be useful. The clock is still ticking somewhere, but not for you. Time doesn't reach this place anymore. There's no urgency in your blood, no tension pulling at your shoulders. The world outside continues, but its rhythm has no hold here. You aren't escaping the night, you're simply letting it be what it is, a kind of fullness that doesn't need to explain itself. There's a soft current beneath awareness now, not pushing or pulling, just moving through you like warmth rising from deep earth. It carries nothing with it except stillness. Nothing comes and goes, everything stays. The past doesn't return because there's no reason for it to. There's no pain attached anymore, no need to relive what once felt sharp. The future isn't waiting either, it has not yet formed. There's only the now, which is not a point in time, but an endless continuity of being. You're not trying to fall asleep, you've already slipped beneath the surface, not into darkness, but into depth, into the kind of quiet that doesn't require silence because it's made of presence. It isn't absence, it's fullness without form. You are held by something older than sleep, deeper than thought, quieter than stillness. There's a soft pressure in your chest, not tightness, not strain, but the gentle weight of being alive and fully here, not trying to be more or less, just breathing into this moment as if it were the only one that ever mattered. And perhaps it is. Perhaps all moments are just variations of this. Breath moving without demand, body sinking without resistance, mind dissolving into quiet not because it's empty, but because it's full. The air around you feels thick with stillness, not like fog, but like a kind of soft substance that wraps your awareness gently, like the way sunlight filters through curtains on an afternoon no one remembers. It doesn't illuminate anything, just exists. And in its presence, there's nothing to fix, nothing to change. You don't need answers because you're not asking questions anymore. There's a warmth pooling low in your belly now, not heat, but depth. A kind of quiet fire that burns without flame, not fueling movement or purpose, just being, as if the body has finally remembered what it meant when it said rest. It wasn't surrender. It was return to the way things felt before thoughts split them into parts, before effort became necessary, before time turned into a burden. You're not drifting away, you're sinking deeper into your own shape, not shrinking, but unfolding, like roots spreading quietly in soil that knows their name. There's no need to search for calm. Calm is already here, woven through you like the quiet between heartbeats. There's no separation anymore, not between body and breath, not between mind and silence. You're not in stillness, you are stillness. Not as an idea, not as a goal, but as a kind of natural state that has always been true. The night isn't holding you, it is you. And in this depth, there's no need to be anything other than what you already are. Warm, quiet, open, sinking into the shape of yourself, as if returning home after a journey that never really existed. You don't have to wait for sleep to come. You're not trying to get anywhere. There's nowhere to go, only deeper. And in this deepening, there's no more effort, no pushing, no pulling, only letting go again and again, with each breath, with each pulse of warmth, with every quiet moment that slips by without a name. The air is full, not with sound or thought, but with presence, not waiting for something to happen, just being. And in this being, there's no need to be anything at all. There's only the soft hum beneath your skin, the slow motion of breath, and the quiet certainty that you are not lost. You were never meant to find yourself. You've always been here. You're not drifting through stillness, you're being held by it, like a stone in deep water that no longer needs to sink because it has found its place. The surface above you is distant, blurred. There's no pull back up, no reason to rise again. What little light there was has already faded into the body itself, not as memory, but as substance. The warmth beneath your ribs isn't fading, it's expanding inward, spreading through veins that feel less like channels and more like rivers of stillness, flowing toward a source you've never named. There is no weight to carry now, not even the weight of being awake. It has simply been set down, forgotten, not abandoned, but released into something older than gravity. The breath moves not because it must, but because it can, unhurried, unhindered, like air moving through a forest where trees have long stopped asking permission to stand. You are not breathing into sleep, you're breathing out of wakefulness. And that release is quiet, seamless, the kind of letting go that doesn't feel like loss, but like arrival. Your body remembers how to be heavy without effort, how to rest without needing to justify it. The joints aren't stiff or tight, they are softened by time and attention, as if each one has been gently reshaped by every night that came before this one. The muscles don't tense because there's nothing left to defend against. Not the past, not the future, not even the thought of tomorrow. There is no threat in stillness, only safety so deep it doesn't need to announce itself. It just is, like water beneath a frozen lake. And now something else begins, not a shift, not an event, but a quiet kind of gathering, not of thoughts but of feeling, a slow resonance that starts low and spreads upward, like the hum of a bell after it's been struck once. Long after the sound has faded, the vibration remains in the bones. It isn't loud, it doesn't demand attention, but it's there, a soft pulse beneath the skin, not fast, not frantic, just present. It feels like remembering without memory, like being recognized by something that never forgot you. Not your name, not your story, but the way you feel when all the noise stops. The way your body settles into its own shape after years of trying to fit someone else's. You are not becoming quiet, you have always been this deep. The silence isn't empty, it's full with things that don't need names. Not thoughts, not images, just presence in motionless form. There is no distance between you and the night, there never was. The darkness isn't outside, it's inside your breath, behind your eyes, woven into the rhythm of your pulse. It doesn't hide anything, it simply contains everything that has ever been too quiet to speak. There's a softness in how time passes now, not measured by minutes or seconds, but by shifts in texture. The way warmth moves through your shoulder like slow sunlight on stone. The subtle change in pressure behind your eyes, as if something is settling into place without needing to be rearranged. You aren't losing consciousness, you're becoming aware of a kind of awareness that doesn't require thought. The mind isn't quiet because it's blank, it's quiet because it has stopped trying to do anything with itself. No need to fix, no urge to analyze, no demand to make sense. It just is, like the air you breathe, never questioned, never doubted, simply there. And in that not trying, something else opens, a space where things can rest without needing permission. You don't have to want sleep, you've already entered it, not as an event, but as a continuation